billionaire house tier list.
From a $2 billion mega mansion to a $50,000 tiny...
See, here's the thing, though. If you own a house like this looks like a government building. This looks like where the Queen of England would live, or the White House. This is 45 bedrooms, 50 bathrooms. I say this every time. Every single time we see a big house. Who the is living in this home? And whenever you see somebody rich that lives here, it's not like 21 kids and counting type. If you were like a family with 30 children, yeah, buy a house like this. It's always like, oh, Matthew McConaughey and his new girlfriend just bought this house. They also plan on never having kids, and they never have anyone over. Okay, then what do you do all day? Do you drive a go-kart in your house?
$50,000 tiny home. This is the billionaire house tier list. Vladimir Putin has a net worth of $200 billion, and he's got a palace with an underground bunker. S tier. Mark Zuckerberg bought 1,000 football fields of land in Hawaii so he could build a massive compound with a self-
Dude, that scares me. When they do that, when billionaires build bunkers that are this, capable of stopping, nuclear blasts and like they know something we don't.
Sustainable underground bunker, over a dozen houses including 2 mansions and a web of disc-shaped tree houses connected by rope bridges. Solid B tier. In 1984, Steve Jobs bought a California mansion called the Jackling House. It was designed in 1925 by famous architect George Washington Smith for famous rich guy Daniel Jackling. Steve Jobs wanted to burn it down.
Yo, Steve Jobs kind of looking like a hunk, dude. No lie. That's Steve? That's Steve? I don't remember Steve like that. I remember, oh, make me sweat a little bit here, Steve.
Jobs wanted to burn it down. California said no because of its historical significance. Steve Jobs really wanted to burn it down. He went on record calling the house a dump. He said Jackling had no taste and that George Washington Smith was a nobody. He then abandoned the house and let it rot for 10 years. The house became such a mess that he was finally given permission to destroy it. 8 months later, he died, making the brutal destruction of this innocent house one of Steve Jobs' final victories. I don't get why he hated on this house so much. I'd say it's a strong C tier. World-famous pharmaceutical salesman El Chapo had a peak.
Would he have lived if he didn't do, like, the pseudoscience route when he had cancer? I don't know if there's like a definitive thing on that, but I know that he got diagnosed and then he started doing like alternative medicine. And I have such a hatred for alternative medicine because alternative medicine, do it. Right? If you think it works, whatever. But don't do alternative medicine and not do proven, scientifically researched methods of medication when you're going through something as serious as cancer.
Net worth of $12 billion. He was said to have houses at every single beach and a ranch in every single state. He also had the government looking for him at every single state. So rather than living in his luxurious...
Dude, did you guys see what El Chapo... I mean, El Chapo had some crazy mansions, but now he's in, like, a high max security prison in, like, the middle of the fucking United States for the rest of his life. He never gets to see his family, and he has to be inside 23 hours a day in one cell alone. He's in a supermax prison in the middle of nowhere in Colorado. He sits in a cell all fucking day alone.
Just mansions. He was forced to stay in discreet safe houses to avoid the law.
I'll lose my mind? No, I think we watched a video about what he has to do every day. Anybody would lose their mind in that state.
Homes had hidden escape routes connecting Chapo to a network of underground tunnels that allowed him to escape capture and keep his drug empire running. This man was a Harriet Tubman of crack. Solid F tier. Donald Trump's official residence.
I thought you were rating their houses, not them.
Is a 17-acre Florida resort called Mar-a-Lago. After buying it in 1985, Donald made a few changes. In his yard, he put an 80-foot-tall American flag.
Oh, no.
In his bathroom, he added a few classified documents from the White House. But the biggest change he made was turning the—
Dude, the Mario soundtrack in the back. He had a few documents from the White House he wasn't allowed to bring. Wah!
Exclusive club. For a $200,000 entry fee, you could become a Mar-a-Lago member and hang out with rich people, like Jeffrey Epstein. He was a member of Trump's club until 2007, when he got kicked out for hitting on a teenager. Classic
Really? Trump banned Jeffrey Epstein from Mar-a-Lago after he hit on a teenage girl. Jesus Christ.
Classic Jeffrey. The club's been printing over $20 million a year, making Mar-a-Lago one of Trump's most lucrative investments. It's a somewhat controversial house, but it is a nice place. Being the Queen of England has a lot of perks. You got the coolest jewelry collection of all time. You get to drive a Bentley limo without needing a license. You get to pay taxes.
What? She never got a license and she was allowed to drive?
You get to drive a Bentley limo without needing a license. You get to pay taxes when you feel like it. But the coolest part of being the queen is living in the $5 billion Buckingham Palace. This 775-room behemoth has everything you need to be the ultimate rich person. You got a throne.
I don't understand royalty. I don't diss it because I understand it's a part of like a lot of countries' cultures, but I don't understand the idea or the purpose of a king and queen when we're in 2024 and they don't really run the government, right? They're not elected. They're born into it from 700 fucking years ago when their great granddad fought and became king. And so now every person in their generation will be a celebrity off of the fact that they're just a king or queen. It's weird because they didn't do anything, you know? Like every famous, that's what's so weird about kings and queens in 2024. Way back then, it's different when it was like the fucking 1200s, right? And there was like wars over religion and church and state and all this other stuff. But today, if you're somebody that has like fame, like if you're like Post Malone or some shit like that, or even like an elected president, you did something to achieve power and fame, whereas kings and queens are just born famous and rich. And I mean, you could say that about like other rich people, but like they're literally born as royalty, but they didn't earn it.
A multi-billion-dollar art gallery, London's biggest private garden, and an ATM in your basement so you can take out a brick and flex on your 800 staff members. This place is so big, it has its own zip code. I think I'm too poor to even be looking at this house. Larry Page, the co-founder of Google, has 5 private islands. What is Larry Page doing on his 5 private islands? Nearby locals haven't noticed anything unusual except for a few helicopters. But in a 2013 conference, we may have gotten a glimpse into the answer.
So there's many exciting and important things you could do that you just can't do because they're illegal. So maybe we should set aside a small part of the
like
world.
There's so many things, like fun things that we could do that are like, you know, great lucrative business opportunities, but it's kind of a pain because they're illegal. And what should we be doing in this scenario, right? Like I bought all these private islands and I'm sitting here and all I want to do is own and run a death ring.
World where we can try out some new things and figure out what is the effect on society, what's the effect on people.
So in case you can't read between the lines, Larry Page is using his islands to perform human experiments on children. S tier. In a 2010 letter to shareholders, stock market genius Warren Buffett said that his third best investment was his house. In 1958, he bought a $30,000 home in a quiet neighborhood of Omaha, Nebraska. The property is now worth over 40 times what he bought it for, which might seem like—
I don't want to say it annoys me when billionaires live frugally, but it annoys me. Like, the IKEA guy or Warren Buffett, like, if you're sitting on $100 billion, use some of it, you know? Like, it's like, if just because it's, you could say, oh, we gave the right person money, but you're telling me you have $100 billion and you live in a fucking equivalently a $30,000 house, 1.4 million today, because that man's 97 years old. But regardless, dude probably drives like a Toyota.
Like an amazing financial return. However, if he had instead invested that $30K into the stock market, he would have made $3 million. The reason Buffett considers his house such a good investment is not because of numbers, but because of the memories it brought him and his family. Mukesh Ambani, the richest man in India,
he owns a whole fucking skyscraper. This is probably the coolest house. What a waste, though. It's right next to the slums. This is like fuck. Now, that's where like the gauge of, obviously I don't think anybody should be a billionaire, but this is like the fucked up range of billionaires, where there's billionaires like Warren Buffett who don't spend any money, and then Mukesh Ambani who buys a fucking $2 billion skyscraper in right next to the slums of India, where like literal like people in fucking poverty that are struggling to fucking eat and survive are like a mile away from him.
Story mega mansion in the middle of the hood. Creative visionary Kanye West said this in a 2018 interview.
All time. I'm tired of the McMansions, all the Spanish roof homes and stuff like that. Like, that shit whack, bro. Like, everybody house whack. It's trash.
Kanye bought this house in 2023. It was originally a church in Los Angeles that he planned to use for his Donda Academy school, but it's since been left to rot. In 2019, Kanye started building massive dome-shaped structures inspired by Star Wars that he believed would revolutionize affordable housing. He was seconds away from solving the homelessness.
How would a dome-shaped house fucking revolutionize housing or help homeless people? I feel like a dome-shaped house is probably the biggest waste of space.
Crisis when California shut him down because they already have tents for that. Recently, Kanye bought a $57 million Malibu home, paid someone 20 grand a week to destroy it, then listed it back up for sale for $4 million less than what he bought it for. And on top of that, the guy that he paid to destroy it, turns out he never paid him. So now he's also getting sued after taking L after L after L. Kanye—
why'd he pay the guy to destroy it just to fucking sell it?
Officially announced that he would be building a 100,000 acre city in the Middle East. Jack Ma,
100,000 acre city in the Middle East. Does he have the money to be even able to do that?
Founder of Alibaba, bought a $191 million mansion on the tallest hill in Hong Kong Island. It offers a beautiful view of the world's most unaffordable city. However, Mr. Ma might not be able to appreciate this view any longer, because in late 2020 at an economic conference, he made the grave mistake of criticizing the Chinese government.
Did they never find him? He disappeared from public view in 2020, resurfaced 3 years later in the middle of Thailand.
Isn't dead, by the way. He ended up reappearing in China a few months later. Hopefully Supreme Leader Xi Jinping let him keep his cool house. Michael Jordan's mansion could be yours for $14,855,000.
Dude, I'm pretty sure this house is— yeah, I was gonna say, this house has been listed for so fucking long. I remember 3 years ago when the Powerball was really big, my friend said he would buy this house if he became a billionaire. Why has no one bought this home? It's probably just too expensive, and it's fucking Illinois.
For $14,855,000.
Probably why it's not selling.
$155,000. It's actually been on sale for over a decade. The main reason no one's buying it is because it's in Illinois. On top of that, a lot of the home's features are too unique to Jordan. Not many buyers would want front gates with someone else's jersey number, a theater with someone else's logo, and a basketball court with the names of someone else's kids. Marking your territory is effective for keeping people from eating your pizza and also keeping people from buying your house. Now to the
I mean, yeah, but those seem like small fixes. Like, if you have enough money to buy the house, you have enough money to just fucking change that.
Average broke person like myself, having a $15 million house that's not selling might seem like an absolute disaster, but for Michael Jordan, he's probably not that worried. Solid D tier. Jeff Bezos launched Amazon.com from the garage of a house he was renting for $890 a month. He's now the 25th largest landowner in the United States. Jeff has properties all across the country. His main home was a $10 million mansion in Washington until 2023 when he moved to Florida so he could be closer to his family.
I never understand when they buy like 20 homes though. Like, I'd get if you're a billionaire buying one, maybe two big ass houses on like both sides of the United States. But what the fuck is the point in buying fucking 45 different houses in random ass areas and they never go to them?
And further from the IRS. He lives on a man-made island off the coast of Miami, where he bought a $68 million mansion. 2 months later, he spent $79 million on the one next door.
Why? Why? Are you trying to get rid of your fucking neighbors? Like, that's the only way that I would understand this. And even then, you just bought $68 million house. Okay, I'm gonna buy the one next door. For what? Privacy? Privacy? Bro, buy it. You actually think that's why? I would get if it's privacy, but it's not like he's living next to, like, middle-class people. You're living next to other rich-ass motherfuckers, right? If you're Jeff Bezos and you buy this $68 million house, whoever lives in this $79 million house probably doesn't care that you're Jeff Bezos.
It's a pretty chill place, I'd say B tier, but he's also evading taxes, so that bumps him up to A tier. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman.
Oh, this is gonna be a $400 million mega mansion.
Dropped $300 mil on a French.
$300 million. Oh my god, is that a parking lot for the workers for the house? Imagine having a parking lot for your workers that tend to your fucking house. And it's like the size of like a parking lot for a Target.
Chateau. It has a nightclub, a moat with an underwater aquarium, and modern technology that can all be controlled with an iPhone. The building might seem like a historic landmark, but it was actually built in 2009 by Saudi businessman Ahmad Khashoggi. The wealthy developer probably won't be doing business with the Crown Prince anytime soon, because in 2018, according to the CIA, the Crown Prince assassinated his cousin. If Ahmad and the Crown Prince ever link up again, that might be an awkward conversation. It's a pretty cool house, though. Billionaires Row is a New York City...
Oh, I love watching the videos about Billionaires Row. The fucking sick-ass apartments all the way up at the top. Dude, like, imagine living... That's above the clouds.
Is a New York City neighborhood with the tallest and most expensive buildings in the world. The people that...
Also fucking terrifying. I'm pretty sure people say it shakes with the wind. Like, imagine living all the way up there in this skinny-ass building, and you feel an earthquake.
Row is a New York City neighborhood with the tallest and most expensive buildings in the world. The people that buy these apartments aren't buying apartments. They're investing in furnished capitalism.
The majority of people who are actually living here aren't actually living here. They're using these apartments for places to store value.
It's a brand. It's like a Birkin bag. Where do you live? 157. Where do you live? 111. Where do you live? 220.
In 2019, billionaire investor...
What? They don't live there? So it's just an empty ass fucking... For the most part, it's like empty ass fucking rooms. Like 80% of the fucking rooms, no one's in. So when you're talking to a billionaire, oh, I just bought a house on Billionaires Row. Oh, which one did you buy? It's like showing somebody your Jordans. It's like the same thing as saying, yeah, I just bought the Royal Blues. Wow, I just bought 110.
Ken Griffin bought 4 floors of 220 Central Park South for $238 million, making it the most expensive real estate purchase in the United States. 220 holds the most desirable view in the city, being
Dude.
of real estate purchase in the United States. 220 holds the most desirable...
Imagine waking up and looking out of your fucking window and seeing that. I would love to have that. I would love to have that. I would love to have a sick-ass apartment in Tokyo. And then I would also love to have a sick-ass place in the middle of Switzerland on the Alps and you can look at mountains. If I won the Powerball, yo, fuck it. I'll donate half of that shit. The other half, oh, I'm blowing it, bro.
View in the city, being the only Billionaires Row tower located directly on Central Park. I mess with Ken Griffin, but I think $240 million for a concrete brick is a little bit too much.
That's wild that he put that at C tier. I mean, yeah, honestly, you could probably get cooler shit, more satisfying stuff for 240. Whatever amount of homes or a house that you want for $230 million, and I only get one house, it wouldn't be in New York.
Directly on Central Park. I mess with Ken Griffin, but I think $240 million for a concrete brick is a little bit too much. Bill Gates has a $150 million complex in Washington. It has an epic library with a manuscript written by Leonardo da Vinci. That's the only interior footage of his house on the internet. So some of the following visuals will be made with AI.
AI is a brilliant tool.
Bill Gates has a 60-foot indoor swimming pool. Inside of it is an underwater sound system, but that's nothing compared to his personal Lake Washington beach that has sand imported from the Caribbean. He also has a trampoline room, walls covered in screens, and his favorite tree that he monitors electronically 24 hours a day. There's some cool tech in this house. I'd say
He monitors a tree?
Solid B tier. In 2002, Larry Ellison, the co-founder of Oracle, got a letter from his accountant. It listed a few of his expenses, like his $25 million villa in Japan, $194 million yacht, and $200 million Japanese temple in California. Larry's net worth at the time was $23 billion, but his accountant was still concerned. I'm worried, Larry. It's imperative that we start to budget and plan. New purchases should be kept.
Oracle CEO and billionaire Larry Ellison has just made a rather large investment or purchase.
Buys Hawaiian Island for $500 million.
He's just bought the island of Lanai.
S tier. Kim Kardashian bought a $20 million home in 2014 with her then husband Kanye West. They spent 3 years transforming it into what they described as a minimal monastery and what others described.
Dude, I always wonder what an average conversation with them was like. Like Kanye West and Kim Kardashian just sitting at the dinner table. What the fuck do you think they talked about? If I'm playing this out in my head, I think it's Kim having like a nice conversation and then Kanye just going on a fucking rant about like the meaning of life. Like nothing to do with it. Just like the government's up to this shit. The fucking the economy's going to the fucking, like talking about like conspiracy theory-esque shit. When she was like, well, the weather was nice today.
As an expensive psych ward, this house is a really cool art project.
Now, you're in the middle of this strange time where you're selling your houses. You say you don't want any material possessions. And
I'm slightly sad about it, actually.
Well, if you're sad about it, why are you doing it?
On May 1st of 2020, Elon Musk announced that he would be selling almost all physical possessions, including his homes. And he stayed true to his word, selling off each of his California mansions one by one. He then acquired a $50,000 tiny home.
I think possessions kind of weigh you down. they're kind of an attack vector. People say, hey, billionaire, you got all this stuff. Like, well, now I don't have stuff. Now what are you going to do?
Elon's $50,000 tiny home is actually his guest house. His main home is a South Texas rental property. It's technically only worth $45,000, but he also spent $200,000.
There's houses in Texas that are worth $45,000 and look that good. No wonder motherfuckers moved to Texas. That house in New Jersey would be $300,000.
He only worth $45,000, but he also spent $200,000 building an 8-foot fence around it and covering it with security cameras. Elon says he got rid of his stuff when he sold off his $100 million real estate portfolio, but considering that only accounts for 0.05% of his wealth, he still has a lot of stuff. After all,
I mean, he definitely has to have yachts, and he has yachts and private jets and stuff like that. And he probably he gets to stay wherever he wants. He goes to the nicest hotel wherever he's going or wherever the fuck he wants to stay. Oh, poor for the Next thing that we're going to be doing, hold up. Next thing that we are doing, chat. As of recent, there has been a lot of memes of J.D. Vance, the current vice president of the United States, obviously at the time of this recording. And people like photoshopping J.D. Vance in many different ways on TikTok, on Twitter, on Instagram. And I thought it would be funny if I had a suggestion tab where you guys would send your favorite dumb / funny edited photos of JD Vance. We are going to tier list many of them. General Zod made this tier list for me. So General Zod, you guys for recommending the pictures, obviously, but we're going to be going through all of these. This is many of them. We're going to be kind of quickly rating them, picking our favorites. We have S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier, and D tier. I don't know if we're going to have an F because this is kind of the best of the best. Some of them I might not like. But, yeah, I'm very excited to rate these. So, let's get into it. Let's go to presentation mode. We could zoom in a little more, actually, as well. So we could see the imagery. Starting out, we have many of them. Okay, some of you guys I could see you custom made them for this specific one, like me or whatever that is. Some of these you'll just see on Twitter though. So let's start. Joe Bart. Okay, I already saw another Joe Bart one, so I have to compare it. Are there any other Joe Bart ones? No. Oh yes. Let's get the Joe Bart ones out of the way. Okay, there's too many. All right. Okay. All right. Yep. Is this all of them? Oh my God. How many of me are there? I think that's it. These are going to probably be rated pretty low on the list. I'm not going to lie. This one, not that badly edited. It does look like JD Vance, but you had to slim his face out so marginally. I'm just going to give that like a C tier. This one with the pink filter and the bulging eyes. He looks very rosy cheeked up. I enjoy it. That's an A tier. This one, shittily edited. I have to add a tier below this. F tier. This took 4 seconds. You just photoshopped an image of JD Vance in my setup and put fucking cat ears and a headset on him. That's horrible. So is this one. Just another image of JD Vance and that one. That's bad. That's bad. And that's bad. Okay, these are all F tier. Actually, we're just going to go Joe Bart tier. No, this one's pretty good. And this one. These two are okay. The rest fucking suck. Those are terrible. Get those out of the way. Next. Can you hear them screaming? An analog horror-esque image of JD Vance. JD Vance does kind of put off a scary aura at times. This one, not the funniest, but it is well edited. I would say this is C tier. Now, I love the chubby JD Vance photos. These are quite possibly my favorite ones, where they overly enlarge his beard and / chin area and make him look like he got stung by a bee many times. I don't know what this is specifically. It looks like he has some sort of cap and gown on, but I think this one's quite funny. I'm going to go A tier. We have... Who is that? Is that Bilbo Baggins? But instead of Bilbo Baggins, it's J.D. Baggins from Lord of the Rings. Frodo? No, this isn't Frodo. This is Bilbo, right? J.D. Baggins. This one's edited very well. I also could see JD Vance kind of in this universe. You know, it's Frodo. Okay, same thing. I haven't watched Lord of the Rings, so my apologies for butchering that. But I could tell that it was from Lord of the Rings. So I think this one's the best edited. I don't think it's quite S tier because it's not very funny, but it is a very good edited image. Next, just a really fat guy with JD Vance as the face. I don't think this is S tier. This is going to take so fucking long. No, we'll crank through them. This is going to take long. We'll spend like 20 seconds on each of them tops. JD Vance, bad. It's just he's fat. That's not the face isn't changed. You just put JD Vance's face on a fat guy. Not that funny. JD Vance with pit vipers looks like he's in the not Nightmare Before Christmas. Looks like he's what's that movie? He's in a little sleeping gown with a candle lit little pot area. I don't know what this is. Polar Express. Yeah, he's like Scrooge. Nah, it's like Christmas Carol. I wouldn't say this is Polar Express. He could be the homeless guy, though, from Polar Express. You know, I would say this is more of a niche pull. I like that one for that aspect, but it's not that funny of an image. This one kind of looks like AI art, honestly. I'm going to go D. JD Vance mixed with Trump if they had a kid. I like the top or the below up imagery here. Like, it's really capturing the chin of J.D. Vance as well as the hair swoosh of Donald Trump. That's going to go A for me. J.D. Vance as Bob Ross. J.D. Ross. Bob Vance. B. Just a mid-image of him being bald. C. That's AI. F. The uwu figure on a frog. This is peak brain rot. Some child made this. F. That's not even an image of J.D. Vance. That's just the chicken man from what movie is that? What movie is that? Is not an image of J.D. Vance. That's just the chicken guy from Toy Story. Is that the joke? Okay, we'll throw that in S tier. That's not even J.D. Vance, by the way. That's not even an edited image. Okay, whatever. That's actually just a guy. That's a different character. J.D. Vance as, what's his name? Kevin James doing the kind of a chill guy meme. Almost not the chill guy meme itself, but he's just a chill dude. They're put two unedited images in this for shits and giggles. I kind of like this one. It's high quality. J.D. Vance, you know, he's just, you know, casual. A. Actually, no, B. It's not that funny, but I do like the image. J.D. Vance as a Minecraft ghast. Love it. J.D. Vance on Shark Tank. Enjoyable. Giga J.D. Giga Vance. A. J.D. Vance as a pharaoh. No. A little offensive. I don't like that one. J.D. Vance as Buzz Lightyear. Also doing a money spread. Money spread and Buzz Lightyear. I enjoy both of those. A. Top of A. Below the fat guy. J.D. Vance as Abraham Lincoln. I don't know how to rate these. This is like gut feeling, honestly. They're all just so random that how do I compare them to one another? I'm just going to rank them. J.D. Vance is Abraham Lincoln, B tier. Egg Vance, S tier. J.D. Vance inside of an elevator? What the fuck is that? Is this supposed to be like a horror scene? I don't know. Humpty Vance? I really like Humpty Vance. That might be the best one thus far. Swamp Vance, scary, A tier. JD Vance as the fucking Unabomber. That's gotta go C. It's a good image, but I don't know if Ted Kaczynski, yeah, I don't know about that. Strawberry Vance, very wholesome. Look at him. I just imagine him going, and that's like, I enjoy that, right? Strawberry Vance. The guy that's straining from gaming, very good quality image, callback to an old meme era. That's going to be A. JD Vance hitting a money spread with what seems to be Pokemon cards or Magic the Gathering cards of other JD Vance characters. Very creative. That's going to go S. Spider Vance, D. Ooh. The guy from that one band. What band is that? Pentagram? What's the song? Where it goes, dun, 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 and he does the death stare with the wind in his hair, and he's like, editor, throw up an image of that, or a screen of that. And he does the death stare. I like that one. I think it could have been edited better. Maybe a little more hair on the top, but that's also an A. I have too many in A. The Trump one's got to go down. The Shark Tank one's very well edited, so that's going to stay up there. Creepy JD Vance through a broken window. D. Oh, my God. Thanos Vance. He's collected all 5 of the Infinity Stones. It's not 5, 6. Same thing. 6 Infinity Stones. Yeah, 1 on the palm. Or one on the top of the hand there. That's really good. I also love his luscious hair. I love that they gave him a beard and curly hair. Looks like he does Dove soap in his hair. Really enjoyable. S tier. JD Vance is the little boy from Shrek that says, do the roar. Do the roar. Do the roar. Matches his personality perfectly. S tier. That's just JD Vance. I don't know who that's supposed to be. D tier. JD Pulp Fiction. Vance Fiction, specifically. I love the twist there. C. Not a good image, though. JD is the last Avatar, as the Avatar Last Airbender. I don't know. This one's conflicting for me. I don't think it's A tier. I think this one's B. Top of B, above me. I think the Bob Ross is above me as well. JD as a Oompa Loompa, kind of going. I could see JD doing the Oompa Loompa dance, so that'll be a top of B as well. Actually, that'll be bottom of A. I think Giga Vance needs to go down a little bit. The robot from that one movie with Will Smith, I, Robot, or whatever it's called. This is a bad image. That's going D. JD Vance, really creepy smile. Also very sweaty and glossy face. I enjoy that one. It's going to go B tier as well. I think we're going to have a pyramid shape here. This one is the same image as the Thanos, but the Thanos, they really fine-tuned it. And so for that reason, I think because this is the OG, this also has to be S tier. I really enjoy that imagery there. JD Smallface. I am very familiar with JD Smallface. I think that has to go top of C. Not a very creative image, but it's there. You know, it's kind of just a shrunken face. JD, what movie is this from? What is this based on? My gut imagery of what, or my gut feeling of how this image speaks to me, okay? Does it bring positive emotions? Yes, 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 yes. No, 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 no. None, right? I enjoy the imagery here. This is Leonardo DiCaprio. That is from Wolf of Wall Street. Good image. A. Hulk Vance. D. I love the Hulk. You can't take that away. You can't take that away from what's-his-face. Don't know his name. J.D. Vance as Zach Galifianakis from the Hangover movie. Solid pull here. Top of A. Really did it for me. He kind of looks like an elf here. Really slim Vance. Slim Vance. I like Slim Vance. Don't like that one. I hate that meme as well. Captain Vance. Captain America. He has the A on him. I'm going to throw it A. JD Vance is the 1,000-yard stare. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a really good one. Where did I just put it? That's a good one. That has to go S. I think that has to go S. I got to move things around. The gamer one's kind of B tier, honestly, now that I'm looking at it. Super Vance. That knocks down Captain America to a D tier and Super Vance to a top. Super Vance to S tier. Holy shit, Super Vance. That's an amazing image. I hate that. I don't like that. JD Vance is the Undertaker, straight C tier. Don't like that. Joseph Stalin Vance. No. I really like this. Minion Bob. Bob the Minion. Minion Vance. I think this might be my favorite image. I think I love that one. Maybe next to Strawberry Vance. And then Thanos. Then Superman Egg Vance. I think Slim Vance is up there as well. Minion Vance, definitely number one thus far. Who is this supposed to be? And this. It's too overdone. What do you mean, like overused? This is Playboy Cardi. This is Dwight Schrute. This is not Dwight Schrute. I can't even make out what this is supposed to be, so it's F. That's not Walter White. I don't know. I don't really like that one either. The Playboy image. I think this is of Kim Kardashian normally. Very creative. S tier. The kid watching the house burn down captures JD's emotional side eye. Kind of the maniacal laugh that he may have or endure. Like the B. Top of A. No, bottom of A. Middle A. What is that? Is that the guy from Shark Boy and Lava Girl? Is that George Lopez? No. What is this? This is from Marvel. I thought this was the George Lopez robot face from Shark Boy and Lava Girl. It's Mr. Electric. MODOK. I don't even know what that is. F tier. Ooh, Baby Hippo Vance. That was a solid trend. Kind of fallen off. I'll throw a top of C. Don't know what that is. That's F tier. Shaggy Vance. Pulling at the nostalgia, the heartstrings. That's going in S. No, that's going in A. It's not creative enough. That's just a funny image of JD Vance. With the bowl cut, the eyeliner, the creepy eye stare. I love the chubby filter and the goatee. Really brings it all together. I think this is like a solid B tier. It's what really started off the JD Vance memes. Is just like funny images like these. What is that? Dolphin Vance? Solid C. Gladiator Vance is D tier. Kim Jong Vance? Kim Jong Vance is up. Kim Jong Vance is up there. That's not Kim Jong. Oh, that's Mao Zedong. That's Mao Zedong. Ooh, Mousy Vance? Mousy Vance? Do we have a Kim Jong Vance? It's another Joe Bart Vance that's going there. Oh my god, why are there so many? I like this one. Oh my god, you made me and Zeusy JD Vance. S tier. Stupid. That just looks like Chucky. But Chucky does look like JD Vance. S tier. Chucky does look like JD Vance. What was I just rating? I had something, and then I removed it, and I don't know where it went. There's too many images. I got distracted by the other images of me. Oh, Kim Jong Vance. But it's actually Mao Zedong. Mousy Vance. JD Dong. JD Dong. I like that more. That's below Superman. Is he like a drag queen in this one? I don't really know what's going on here. Drag Vance. JD Drag. JD Drag, that's a solid name, A. Him from that one ad. Call JD Wentworth. 877 cash now. He's just eating a bell pepper there. I don't know what that one is. 2 images of him hugging each other. Actually, that could go D. A lot of these don't deserve F. That's like a D tier. This is like a D tier. Now that's F. That's D. That's D. I'm being too harsh on a lot of these. Is that Sneak Snag? Is that Sneak? Is that is that JD Sneak? Who the fuck edited that? Somebody has to send this to him. JD Sneak. JD Sneak's probably gonna go. I would say JD Sneak has to be along the same lines. I gotta throw this up to A. The Joe Bart Vance. Joe Bart Vance is there. JD Sneak, a little bit better edited. So it's more on top of A. Low Taper Vance. Chucky's got to move down. Low Taper Vance is up there. Low Taper Vance is probably one of the most creative. I think that's over. No, Strawberry Vance is still better. I can see him doing that. And he does like a little dance. He does like a little jig. Like the berries and cream Vance. Oh my God. Just got my clit pierced. Oh, Clint. Theodore Vance. That ruins Theodore for me. That goes F tier. I don't like that one. Just a shirtless Vance. Dad bod Vance. That's a solid C. Nothing special about it. Oh, this is a way better image of Kevin James. This has to be above the other one. Where's the other image of Kevin James? I better have that low on the list somewhere. I like this one. I really like this image. Yeah, this has to go down to C. This is like a top A. Oh, the JD Captcha, the real JD Vance. Wow. How creative. That might be on par with Minion. That might be on par with Bob Vance. I don't like that one. I don't like that one. Oh, that's that dog image? No, that's stupid. I don't know this woman's name. I like, as fucked up as it is, I only know her as Gorlock the Destroyer, because that's what everybody calls her. I don't actually know her name, but that's with JD. That's like D, dude. That's not that good. Mid. JD Vance is Snow White, D tier. Mid. Now you're piquing my interest. JD Vance, another Shrek Farquaad Vance. Farquaad Vance is very creative. I also think it's very fitting. It kind of looks like him already. Lord Farquaad has very similar facial features. I think JD Vance should rock this haircut. And for that, I think it has to go S. I enjoy that one. The Gob Glab Galab, D. Bevo Vance, D. Some shit from, like, Game of Thrones. Ooh, JD Vance mixed with Daniel Larson. This, I don't know if I feel like this one might have to be disqualified. I feel like this one might have to be disqualified because this is not an image of JD Vance. This is an image of Daniel Larson edited as JD Vance. It's not the reverse. If you put JD Vance on Daniel Larson's body, that would constitute me having this as a tier list. All the other images are JD Vance as another character. This is another character as JD Vance. I don't enjoy that. I think that breaks the rules. I did like the image, though. Wave, you say thank you once you've entered the aquarium. Ooh. Now that's a fucking underground pool. Burger King guy as JD Vance. The plane dude. I don't know where I throw that. Everybody's saying S tier. We have too many in S tier though. Nah, they're all there. They're all there. Maybe Slim Vance might go down. Slim Vance might be top of A, bro. It's not really that nice. JD Vance just in a crowd, kind of a base edited image. Is this Wolverine Vance? B tier. So many superheroes. Ooh, Donald Trump holding JD Vance like it is the movie Titanic. That's another S. I think I can move the card. No, the card guy's so creative. I love all of these. Okay. I don't know if holding a lollipop with a umbrella hat and an AR is a great image. This one doesn't make sense. I think this is him as Heisenberg, but he looks very oily and pale. He kind of looks like a worm in this. I gotta go A. I don't know what that is. Is that Doug Dimmadome, the owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome? He's got a big hat. I don't think that is him, though, because it's a real image behind. Doug Dimmadome. Doug Vance, the owner of the Doug Dimmadome, over the Dimsdale Dimmadome. I remember watching that shit all the time. That's actually not him. It's just a dude with a big top hat, but I fuck with it. Top of A. Why is it JD Couch? Why is there a couch? What is this? Couch. And who's that woman? Teletubby Vance? Teletubby Vance. Teletubby Vance is high. Is he also there? Oh my god, he's every character. That's another S. I can't read that. Ooh, the little caterpillar with the little palms and the rosy cheeks. A. That's just JD Vance. Is that even edited? I think that's just an image of JD Vance. That's F. Obi-Wan Vance? Obi-Wan Kenobi? Obi-Wan Vance? Kenobi Vance. That's better. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi Kenobi Vance. No, I don't know. That's good. That's S. It's just a split image of him as a tiger. Don't know what that is. And then this one's a funny image, so it's B tier. I feel like B tier is all the kind of funny images that don't really fit anywhere else. Like, they're solid images. Like, I should move these up. Dolphin Vance is good. Bevo Vance is B. Like, some of these aren't bad. They're just, like, not special. You know? They're, like, good lists. Or they're good images, but there's nothing that stands out to me. We kind of cranked through that, but I did enjoy that. I'm happy we didn't just, like, linger on each of them. Minion Bob, okay, top 5 for me. And then we'll move on. All of these are mid. They're all so bad. Like, D and below, they don't, I really like that one, and I like that one. That one has to move down. I was a little harsh on some of these here, okay? I think I would need to re-look through some of these, but definitely top 5, Minion Vance, Captcha Vance, Strawberry Vance, Low Taper Vance. I think I gotta go Thanos as the top 5. Those are definitely the best. I also like the image of me and Zeusy as JD Vance. That's also kind of up there. All right, we'll call that there. That was a fun little segment going through the stupid images of JD Vance. We'll do something like that again in the future. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Next. Now, let's fucking review some lunches. You guys sent your gross or amazing school lunches, mainly gross, in the suggestion tab. We gave you guys about a week. We got like 1,000 fucking suggestions. My mods compiled a bunch, specifically Floating Cantaloupe as well, W Floating, and I think Scully also helped, where we now have 70 that we are going to be reviewing. I don't know how long this will take, but we're going to be reviewing the lunches that you guys eat on a daily basis, either at school or at work, generally school. This video will likely just be like a school lunch video, and some of them are probably going to be pretty fucking disgusting. So I'm excited. I think we're just going to rate these out of 10. I don't even know if we necessarily need to rate them. I might rate some of them. I think we're really just going to comment on a lot of them, because some of them are going to look disgusting. So that'll be fun. Let's get into it. Disclaimer, there's added text for a few of the lunches. The text will be above, referencing the photo. Okay. First one. Ooh. What the f*** is that? Also, we have this on a Google Doc PDF, so I'm going to be scrolling through pages. I know the images are going to look weird, but it's just the easiest way to compile them. Honestly, what is that? Does that look like canned chicken on mashed potatoes? Very watery. Very watery. The donut looks a bit dry, but honestly not that bad. Some Jell-O. Very unhealthy lunch. Honestly, I feel like the chicken's probably seasoned well. I bet it's a bit cold. And those mashed potatoes are definitely bland. Yeah, this is like a 2. This is like a 2 out of 10. It doesn't look seasoned at all. No, I'm saying when you have like canned chicken, this is the one thing that I'll give canned chicken credit for, especially when you have like school lunches. It usually falls apart well. It's very tender because it's been sitting in like a seasoned juice. So that's the only benefit here. Is this what a lot of y'all's lunches look like, by the way? I'm kind of nervous if this is the standard for most of them. Okay. Next one, we have, what is that? That just looks like some General Tso's chicken, some vegetable fried rice, and a Jell-O cup. I don't know if Jell-O seems to be a common thing. Maybe that's some sort of dipping sauce. Honestly, not that bad. It does look low quality, as most school lunches will, but if I had this, you know, I'm hungry, it's 11, 12 a.m., you're eating an early lunch, it's not that bad. The General Tso's chicken looks a little green right there. I don't like that, but it doesn't look that bad. Oh. What is that? Are those like mushrooms? Are those like mushrooms? Nah, bro, took a picture of the tray. What is that like mac and cheese with like beef in it? Mac and beef? Mac and beef? That's not a thing. It looks like maybe it was just mac and cheese and then these people put the beef in there, or at least maybe one tray's fully done. What is this? Beef queso? It's so wet in the middle. Like, this piece right here doesn't look that bad, but it's sopping. Like, that is just a ladle of water. Oh, dude. That looks like... I can't tell if that is mushrooms or beef. It looks like it's probably ground beef. Whoever the fuck made that needs to get fired. That's like a 1. Oh, I don't know what that next one was. No. Yo, that brownie looks good as hell, though. Before we even delve into whatever the fuck you made here, this is your concoction, by the way. You just took ground beef cheese and then put it in a Dorito bag. There's no way your school just served you this. You didn't even shake it up. Making your own makeshift nachos. Why do you have it in the bag? The walking taco? What do you mean? You have a name for this. Wait, what? They serve this? Wait, no. What do you mean the walking taco? This is a real thing they serve at schools. They actually give us this. They serve that. But what is it? They break open a Dorito bag and just put like ground beef and cheese in it. It's a Midwest thing. That's so gross. I mean, do I think it'll taste bad? Probably not, right? Because it's just like Doritos as the chips, and then you just got base like seasoned ground beef and cheese. The cheese isn't melted though, so I'm assuming that ground beef is probably fairly cold. And then, I don't know, the scoopability on it, ugh. And then you're drinking that with milk. The brownie looks fire, though. This is like a fucking grocery store brownie for sure. They bought in bulk. But I love how, like, factory pressed the icing lines are. Like, you know that's a good brownie. This is the best one we've seen. No. The Chinese food one looked good. The General Tso's and rice I would probably prefer over this. Oh. Yeah, look at their face. Nah. What is that? What is that? It looks like dough. It's cheese? There's no way it's just a bowl of cheese. There's no way that's noodles either. Like, you think that's mashed potatoes? I mean, there is corn next to it. The corn doesn't look that bad. They're just eating like chicken nuggets, which looks all right. That's fucking appalling. I can't even make out what it is, which means it's a fucking 0. I don't know if it would taste good or not. If I don't know what it is, that's a problem. God, the wet bean juice. That looks like the driest. That's the saddest taco I've ever seen. You didn't even have any toppings on it. It's not even filling the tortilla. You just have a... Is this what they gave you, or did you choose this? You just got a small-ass taco shell, and they had three pieces of beef on it. You didn't put any cheese, no lettuce, no fucking salsa, nothing. You're just macking fucking dry beef on a taco shell. The beans look gross. This is like a 4. This is edible. This looks gross. This is probably cold And it's too wet. There's no, like, consistency there. You need, like, a thick liquid. Oh, this is no way. That shit looks good. Wait. Okay, the one problem I'm noticing, maybe they haven't tossed it yet, so I'm going to take that into account. The sauce is very poorly distributed, right? These covered. Too much sauce, honestly. And then, like, these over here have none. So if they shake that up, no problem. These are like fucking 9.5 out of 10 buffalo wings. I would say for a school lunch, this is a 10 for sure. Somebody took a picture of this in the back. This might be like a workplace or something. There's no way this is a school lunch. Oh. The sad dog, dude. The cold, wet, sad dog. Sitting in a fucking Tupperware bin. Yeah, massive downgrade. What is that? Is that like bean and queso? What type of meat is that hot dog? It's so pale. That's not beef or pork. That might be like a turkey or a chicken dog. The line down the middle, why did they do that? It looks boiled. You usually do the line down the middle when you're grilling it, so it opens it up a little bit, cooks the inside. Looks like they cut it post-cook. And where's the bun? You're just eating... Are you eating the beans? Is this the aftermath of this, or is this just... Is this what they served you? Microwave dinner? You're not microwaving tinfoil. Just banana. And those are unripe as fuck, dude. You're eating... There's no... Okay, if you're sitting down at lunch and macking 6 bananas, that's a problem. You're gonna have the worst shits of your fucking life. Those are green. Those are hard green bananas. They should not be giving those out at lunch. Bro grabbed 6 bananas and 2 cups of water. Why does everybody have bananas? Is this like a staple at this school? See, this one's confusing. I can't tell. Is that lasagna? No, I don't think that's a pizza slice. Does that look good or bad, though? I can't... Okay. I'm going to pan you guys 2 scenarios. This is a burnt to shit cheese pizza. That's gross. Or it's a good-ass barbecue chicken pizza that they did well done. We don't know. I would assume it's the first one. I would assume this is just a burnt cheese pizza. Seeing how it looks like the cheese kind of melted and then solidified on the sides here, I can't really see the side of the crust. They shouldn't sell this. Like, you shouldn't have to pay money for this. And then just the abundance of flour on the sides. The foot-long dog. The foot-long dog. Oh my god. What is that? That is the biggest hot dog I've ever seen. That's 2, yeah, that might be 2 feet, dude. That's overflowing. That you would need 2 full buns. 2 full buns. And that looks like a long bun. Those fries look dry as fuck. Those fries look dry and wet at the same time. The apple looks fire. I'm not gonna lie, the apple is saving this lunch. Why did you got 1 packet of ketchup too? I hate to be that guy. You think you're gonna stretch out that 1 fucking Heinz packet or whatever that brand is? You're gonna stretch that 1 packet across this whole dog? You got a foot-long dog, you got 1 packet, bro? And you got 1 packet to share between the fries and the dog? You gonna be eating that foot-long dog dry? Apple's definitely a Honey Crisp. That's a 10. Fries are a 4. Hot dog's a 1. The fucking chicken just looks so bland. That shit is unfucking seasoned. What is this here, chat? Is this bagged milk? Is this a Canadian chatter? Is this a Canadian chatter? Is that a bagged milk that we're seeing right now? Yeah, with a straw. This is the first Canadian lunch that we're witnessing. They have a nice mandarin here. I could tell immediately that the Canadians have it slightly better. Now, does this look like shit? Yeah, it doesn't look good. I wouldn't buy this. But it's edible, okay? The carrots, hard pass. Hate carrots. But I'm not going to bring in my own personal bias into this. Brown rice, it just looks like cup rice, like cup brown rice, and then just like some General Tso's. This is like a 7. It's not a bad lunch. You could eat something similar to this every day. Very surprised to see the bagged milk, though. Kind of thought that was a myth. What is that? The mystery soup. The mystery soup, is that sour cream or flour or sugar? Or powdered sugar on the sides? What the fuck is that? That actually looks like diarrhea when you have the stomach virus. Some sort of, there's beans in there for sure. Some sort of like refried bean, some sort of bean dish. What is this? I'm just waiting for my chat to be like another walking taco situation. Oh, that's the bean porridge, dude. They serve that everywhere. That's chili. That's not chili, bro. That's not chili. Yeah, the one kid in the back that just fucking rips ass, smells like absolute dog shit. You're like right before an exam, you're like, dude, please, Jimmy, don't get the chili. Oh, is it chili day? Oh, God. Walks up to the lunch lady that just has the fucking worst look on her face. Could I actually get a double scoop of the chili? Knows the lunch lady by name. What's up, Mary? How's it going? How's the dog? This is some shit that we had at my high school. The fucking overtly gross. I don't want to say overtly gross. The abundance of liquid cheese is so bad. Too much. Whenever a school does like a taco, not a taco, but like a nacho day, I'm surprised they didn't just put the chips on the bottom and then everything on top. I don't know why they're separated. Maybe the person that did this did it themselves. But the private school moment. Yo, I went to a Catholic school. They didn't have mac and cheese like this. They had some good ass food though. We had cheesesteak day. I don't want to say that we had good ass lunches. We had Chick-fil-A on some Fridays. They upcharged the fuck out of it though. It was like $9 for a chicken sandwich, or like $10 for a chicken sandwich. But we had Chick-fil-A some days. You still had to pay for it. It was expensive as fuck. That mac and cheese looks good as hell. What are you rating that? What is this crumble they got going on here? This looks like red pepper flakes almost, but this bit here looks like bacon bits. I think it's a mixture of bacon bits and red pepper flakes, because the yellow there is definitely some sort of seasoning. I think you need like a protein. Okay, the bacon bits aren't cutting it. I would say this isn't like a well-rounded lunch, but would it taste good? For sure. That's like a 9. It's not I don't know. It's really hard to have like a genuinely disgusting pizza. This looks like a 6. I don't know. Jinxie pepperoni. Okay, the one slice of pepperoni on each individual slice of pizza is a diss. That's fucked up. I see they have like little miniature slices on the sides here that are like somewhat salvaging the situation. You need to spread this out, dude. What are we doing? One pepperoni slice on each fucking one. We got 8 slice pizza here. Got 8 pieces of pepperoni. What are we being fucking stingy with this shit? 1 cookie, M&M cookie at least, enjoyable. Love M&M cookies. I don't know. It looks like I'm stuttering here. It looks like an average school pizza. Where does that put it on a scale of 1 to 10? No bev? I think they have a bev. We just can't see it. It's like a 6. An average school pizza is still better than what you're getting in general. I feel like I also have to mention that if I'm rating it out of 10, this is on a 1 to 10 scale in terms of what I would say school lunches are getting rated, right? This is not, if I rate it 10 out of 10, it's not actually a 10 out of 10 dish. I would say on a school lunch scale, this is like a 6. Oh my God, everybody's eating it too. What is that? Oh, it looks like some sort of chowder. Like a turkey. Oh, is that mashed potatoes? Is that gravy? Oh, no. Is that gravy? Is that gravy on the mashed potatoes? Bro, that looks like actual throw up. That looks like cat vomit. Get the fuck out of here. That is so gross. And then you should have gotten a better photo, bro. I'm kind of pissed you didn't. Do you see those gross ass green beans? Those while you're chewing them, they make like a scratchy noise. Oh, wet, unseasoned, cold green beans. Those are the worst. At least you got a chocolate milk. And it says free. I'm assuming fat-free. You got a fat-free chocolate milk. That bumps it a little bit. 1. This is a 0 otherwise. That's tuna. Ew. Oh my God, that's tuna? That's tuna? Stop. Tuna on mashed potatoes? No, that's not tuna. What does it mean supposed to be orange ice? It's clearly mashed potatoes and some sort of hamburger patty with tomato paste. What is orange ice? Floating said check my messages. The text references the photo below. Oh, okay. So the orange ice isn't this picture. It's this. Oh, okay. I was like, what do you mean orange ice? So that's not for this. That's for the next one. That's gross. 3. Very unseasoned patty. I can literally tell that looks boiled. It doesn't even look like they grilled it. It's burnt there. I feel like the lunch people that are preparing this just actually don't give a fuck. This is like the epitome of a disgusting TV dinner. Kind of looks semi-freezer burnt and melted at the same time. You will be hungry again in 1 hour. Wow, what a fortune that is. Yo, that pizza kind of looks good. Under the hand right there, that pizza doesn't look bad. That kind of looks like some Chuck E. Cheese-ass pizza, though. The pepperoni slices look good. Like Olive Garden breadsticks there. Little milk packet. The orange ice. Nah. I don't know what this foam is there. I probably just would not consume that. Was that a monster cookie? They got raisins in that bitch. It's like chocolate chips, M&M's, raisins. You got it on a double napkin here. That thing looks hefty. That thing looks big. That is a 3-pound cookie that you're eating there. That would sit in your stomach. Ooh. Chat saying yacht like it has ass cheeks. I don't know. It looks a little dry, but also very cakey and thick. I would give that like a 5. I fuck with this. I don't know what that is. I don't really mess with that. This is a good breakfast. You got a nice looking hash brown, maybe a little bit on the wet, slightly needs to be more stiff end, right? It got too much flop, too much give. It's not gonna have that crunch that you're looking at a hash brown. Waffle, basic waffle. They're probably freezing, unfreezing, heating up. Looks like a nice sausage or turkey sausage patty. Basic ass scrambled eggs, but they're making them in bulk. Those are like 4 out of 10 scrambled eggs, but that's what you're getting anywhere that's making them in bulk. What is that? Maybe it's like some sort of cobbler. No, it doesn't look like scrapple to me. Meatloaf? I don't think that would be meatloaf. I feel like it looks like it's sweet. Yeah, like an oatmeal porridge. That's an oat. Right there is an oat. I would say that's not, I don't think that's grits. I've seen grits. Those are some gross-ass grits if those are grits. Maybe corn hash. Could be corn hash. I don't know. There's oats in it, though. Anyways, it's probably like not a 9. I was going to say a 9, 8.5. This is a good breakfast. I would enjoy. This is a better breakfast than I would eat at my house. Most of the time, I would get up and just eat cereal. So I would rate this like a fucking 8. Oh my God, it's just always, dude. Every school lunch just either too wet, too dry. There's a genuine sea of butter sauce on whatever. Is that a meatball? Corn muffin looks good. Anything that's pre-packaged, they don't fuck up because it's almost impossible to do that. Anything they have to prepare, this is disgusting. They're also working with what they're getting, but oh my God. That's like literally just slop. Fucking borderline Resident Evil food. Is that mold? No! Is that mold? Oh my God, it's on the fucking egg patty. Stop. Dude, those carrots look bad too. I would not eat those fucking carrots. I would not eat those carrots. At that point, just fucking toss the whole meal, dude. Yo, that is moldy. Oh my God. Yo, that reminds me of when I used to hide food in my AP Bio class. He had empty fish tanks on top of all the shelves, and I used to put cookies and corn dogs in there and shit. I would put pizza in my backpack. Why? Because it was fun, and I was bored. Because I was bored. Y'all acting like kids. It's just burnt. It's not burnt, bro. Nah, he knew, though, because he would find them sometimes. He knew because I would get to his class before he was there and the door was unlocked, or when he wasn't looking, I would hide shit, and it was like a bit, and every class he would kind of look for it. There was one class I hid a baked potato on top of the projector. I normally just hide cookies everywhere. They would get hard. I did an experiment one time where I hid a corn dog in a really good spot, and I wanted to see how rotten it would get. But then COVID hit, so I actually don't know what happened to that corn dog. They probably found it. I remember putting a slice of pizza in the roof of the building. That might still be there, like, for all I know. How? Because, you know when you're in, like, a classroom and you look at the ceilings and they're like those foam rectangular panels? You could push them up and just slide them back, and there's like a 6-foot gap. It's like a false ceiling, and there's a bunch of wires and, like, vents and shit, and you can just, like, lay it up there. I think I ended up telling him about the corn dog, actually. I might have. I know I put something in the ceiling, though. But I left it up there for a while, and it got, like, moldy. I don't know why that. Probably just because this is moldy reminded me of that. Honestly, if this wasn't moldy, it doesn't look that bad of a sausage, egg, and cheese. But this is a 0. Because you might get sick eating this. Get that great value ranch ass shit out of here. Bro, this doesn't even look like a school lunch. You look like you're at home. Is this just your dinner? This ain't school food, bro. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, he's homeschooled. Yo, you can't be submitting that, dude. If you're homeschooled, I'm sorry, you're just ruled out of this. If you're homeschooled, you can't be submitting what your mom made you for lunch. That's some cheap-ass shit. You're not allowed to do that. Anyways, the vegetable medley is straight from Walmart. That is a bag of unseasoned mixed vegetables that they fucking threw in a microwave or boiled in water and then put on your plate. Didn't even salt that bitch. Disgusting. 0. That is a dry, hard biscuit with whatever weird mash gravy, vegetable gravy ass fucking concoction is this. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. This is the epitome of Resident Evil food. That is not good looking gravy. It looks sludgy and cold. That is horrific. 0. What is that pink stuff? They got a whole ass Brussels sprout. Meatballs. Dude, this is, what do you stack in your lunch up? We got every protein in the we got every animal in the fucking building in this goddamn plate. You got a meatball, what looks like to be 3 hot dogs, ham. What is that? Somebody said radish? Radishes? Yeah, this ain't American food. I don't know what that is. Some sort of pasta dish? Yeah, I kind of like seeing the fucking suggestions from other countries. That's fire. I don't know what this is. It looks like an egg ball. I would need to try this. I'm going to give it like a 7. I'm giving it a high rating because the meatballs actually look really good. And you're getting an abundance of food. Ooh. Ooh, honestly, I had a gross reaction at first because I saw it was green. But the inside of these, like, quesadilla slices kind of look good as fuck. That's like, it kind of looks like steak and chicken. There's some fries on the bottom, which annoys me. You should really just maneuver that so they're not just sitting on top of it. But it just looks like a basic quesadilla with like a spinach wrap. Probably not really going to taste the spinach. I'd give that like an 8. That's not bad. What is that? What is that? What is that? What is that? When it's just all the same color, that's how I know it's gross. Like, there's no... I ain't looking at the colors of the rainbow right now. I'm just looking at gray pink. Gray pink. Like a pale gray pink. Just fucking mush. Straight up slop. If they have to pick it up out of a ladle, that's a problem. There's some mashed potatoes, too. Why does like every one of these meals, mashed potatoes, fucking some sort of gross chicken concoction, definitely canned, and it looks slimy. What does that mean? Bro had salmon for lunch? It doesn't look good. I'm surprised they served you salmon. Bro got, buddy had a little garnish. Buddy had a little garnish here. Yo, they're putting a little fucking pizzazz on your dish here. It looks gross. 4. No, see, that's the mac and cheese. That's the mac and cheese most schools got. And that's the worst vegetable medley. Take me back to the fucking gross, great value mixed vegetables, bagged frozen shit. Because that looks gross. The crinkle cut carrots it's just like a stalk of broccoli. They couldn't afford the broccoli head for the school here. So you just got you got a celery stalk and a stalk on broccoli here. Just stems. Only a bag of stems, dude. Ew. Why is your apple in a bag? The breadstick's okay. That mac and cheese looks disgusting. Came out of a cup and you flipped it upside down. Fat-free chocolate milk, though, 4. Is that roast beef? The bread looks great. That bread looks high quality. Yeah, this is like a Reuben. You got an Arby's Reuben rocking on here. The cheese is too liquidy. Not a fan of that. Wish it was slightly melted. It kind of looks like a potato, like potato hash brown situation here. I don't know. Maybe like a 7. It's not bad. Free lunch at my flexi school. Honestly, okay, the potatoes and the chicken look good. Not even gonna lie. In my definition of what's a good school lunch. Oh, that's sauce? Oh, yeah, that might be like some Chick-fil-A sauce type shit. That's actually pretty good. All right, I'm gonna bump that up to like a 9. That looks really fire. Okay, anyways. The vegetables, throw that shit out. The tomato, throw that shit out. Honestly, the lettuce looks pretty good. I'd keep the lettuce, getting rid of those fucking wet-ass tomato slices. Too much mayo or whatever type of spread they got going on there. Potatoes, mint. Those potatoes look like 10 out of 10 fucking potatoes. Those are crispy as fuck. I would mac the hell out of those. The fried chicken kind of looks like just like day-old Popeyes. 7. Is this just this looks like an oven-baked, just an oven-baked piece of broccoli. Maybe a little bit of mold there. I don't know why you took a picture of just this. It's not bad. Where's the rest of your fucking lunch? Ooh. Garlic knot, dairy-free, fat-free chocolate milk. Are you guys just fucking chalky milk bros? Dude, what the hell is this? Why do we have why is every suggestion chocolate milk? Do you guys drink chocolate milk with every single one of your meals, dude? Oh my God. It's every time there's a drink in frame, it's just chocolate milk. They only give us that dairy-free chocolate milk every time. You can't get like a water. Yo, you ever have strawberry milk? That shit sucks. They stopped serving that after elementary school. I remember in elementary school, they used to have the Got Milk advertisements, and there'd be these orange crates just stocked to the fucking brim of like regular milk, whole milk, chocolate milk, and strawberry milk. And I used to mac chocolate milk left and right. I strawberry milk here and there, but I feel like it always was like a little too artificial. There's bugs on the broccoli. Oh my God. I thought that was pepper. It has legs. Dude, that has like a flea there or some sort of bug. Maybe like a gnat. Oh my God. Back to this. Same liquid cheese, gross stuff. Canned chicken, orange, garlic knot, 5. Bro's doing everything in his power to mix that shit up so it looks mildly appetizing. That is hilarious. Giving it the old mix to see if it doesn't look disgusting. The bread honestly looks pretty good. That looks like some fluffy-ass bread. I don't know what this is, though. It's always, going back to what I'm saying, maybe there's like, not like bread pudding, but there's some sort of bread mush in there. Maybe some sort of pasta. This shit looks good as fuck. Okay, the fries are a little lackluster, but whoever's working at this fucking place knows what they're doing. Is this chicken and waffles? There's chicken, waffles, and watermelon. That honestly kind of looks like it's seasoned well. It honestly might be some sort of hot chicken too, which would be good. The waffle looks nice. It's not that thick cut, thick square, like waffles that they get frozen that have like the weird sugar cubes in the middle of them. I hate those. The thin sliced watermelon, you need more of that because you're going to mac that shit in like 2 seconds. The fries, though, you can tell they're trying because those fries are gross. Those fries are always, any crinkle cut fry like that is always wet. It's always bland, but you can tell they overcook them. And I feel like that's purposeful to give them like some sort of texture. Whoever made this deserves a raise. The unintentional green eggs and ham. It's not St. Patrick's Day. I think you have mold in your eggs here. Ooh. It looks like that was just at the bottom of the container and that's been sitting there for like a day. Is that an onion in there too? No. Ooh. That's a good cookie. That's a good cookie. That's a crispy ass cookie on the edge, borderline burnt, but not yet. The chocolate's melted, the inside's gooey. Bro, that's a 10. And that's a 10 That's a 10 out of 10 cookie, not even on the school lunch scale. That cookie looks amazing. Australian school lunch was fire. Honestly, this looks good on the right. Whatever's, I don't want to say stew, but stir fry, whatever this is. The potatoes look good. Vegetables look good. Chicken looks good. Rice with the scallions, that's dope. The iced tea, that's good. The only thing I'm going to say is, you know, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe this is more of a subjective taste-based thing. I'm not judging the Hawaiian pizza. It looks too much. That pizza looks like you would have to hold it like this to be able to eat it because it's thick and heavy. There's too many toppings, too much dough going on. That's the only complaint I would have. Outside of that, this is like an 8.5. Some basic, there's not even chicken on this. You just got chips, rice, and cheese. 4. Though. See, this is like the basic chicken. Also, call back to the one packet ketchup packet guy. This guy's doing it right, okay? He has a landfill of plastic right here, okay? Let's get rid of that, by the way. Why don't we just start using ketchup bottles instead of stupid ketchup packets? Why do they still make those? I think it's the dumbest invention in the world. I don't know why they do that. I don't know why fast food restaurants have that. Make mini cups. If you're going to do anything, make cups of ketchup or something that they could dump. Why are we doing packeted ketchup? Are we in the military ages of World War I? Why are we doing this? This is not something that's needed anymore. It's a waste of space, waste of plastic, and you got like, I don't know, 3 French fries worth of ketchup in each one. This guy has it right. Squeezed 20 packs of ketchup out of there. It took probably fucking forever. Again, we're just rocking milk. So much milk. This is what I'm talking about, chat. Big Milk's trying to get you guys. Big Milk is trying to latch on to the American youth, and they're trying to manipulate you into your adulthood where you transfer that to your own kids and you drink milk throughout your time of existence. Drink other shit. Drink plant-based milk. Fuck regular-ass milk. No. This is just some frozen bag chicken tenders that they heated up in the oven. They're probably very bland. They look crunchy enough. The fries honestly look kind of seasoned. We got some spices looped in on them. This is like a 7. Ooh. Bad. The wooden spoon. The wooden spoon makes me think this is in, the wooden spoon in the metal grates. This is probably somewhere warmer. You're eating outside, bro. That's like a southern school. They're kind of disappointing right now, too, because I don't know what this is. It looks frozen. It looks like they melted chocolate, and then it got fucking rock hard over some beans, dude. That's chili. That's chili, or is that like lasagna or ravioli? That might be like raviolis in there. That's like a 3. How many more do we have? Why did you eat it? Why did you eat it? And nobody, ignore the mold. There's mold and there's a bite taken out of it. Meaning you saw that and ate the good half. Oh my God. You also got a gross apple. That's like a gala apple on the side there. The beans look disgusting too. Yakinkin's Swedish lasagna. This is Yakinkin's food. Why is there a banana in your lasagna? The lasagna kind of looks good. I'm not going to lie. Even the vegetables, they got them mixed in. A little bright. They don't look that cooked, but they don't look bad. Peas and corn, you can't really fuck up that. I don't know why you got the banana all cut up. Lasagna looks fire. Bro got a glass of milk. Yeah, he's special. You can tell this motherfucker's wearing a uniform, too. This guy's probably like 7 feet tall. Tell by his hands, dude. Jesus Christ. Honestly, that looks like a 9. I mean, it really comes down to taste. With lasagna, you can't really tell until you eat it, but that does not look bad. Yeah, we're like more than halfway. See, this is... Okay. Bro really doesn't want to eat the fucking apple, the apple skin. I'm also noticing. This is the first person I've ever seen eat an apple like this. I can tell you probably don't have the crust on your bread either based on this. I don't know why you're eating a fucking apple like that. That actually annoys me. But what is that? It's roast beef or like shredded pork. Or not roast beef, shredded pork. Some sort of, that's shredded pork for sure. That's not chicken. What is this? He poured his chocolate milk on top of it. Yeah, you poured your chocolate milk. It kind of looks like gold flakes. Yeah, on some sort of sloppy Joe, maybe. Like, actually might be a sloppy Joe. That's like a 3. That looks like poop. That unironically looks like a dry turd with corn still in it. You could compare that to an image of what it looks like when you shit it out, and they will look identical. You would not be able to tell the difference. This is an infinite food hack. Not bad. I don't know. It looks gray and bland, but at the end of the day, dude, this might just be some shredded chicken. That looks like, my God, what do they serve? What do they serve at diners? That's like, it's like beef and other weird parts of animals combined together. Scrapple. This looks just like Scrapple. That does not look like chicken tenders. They either look old or burnt. I would lean on the edge of burnt. They look hard, like hockey puck hard. That's usually how hamburgers and chicken patties and shit are at schools, where you have to slam that shit on the ground. Good apple though. Oh, that looks like a slug at the bottom here. This might actually be a real casing hot dog, in which case that ups this a little bit, but the fact you have beans all over it, disgusting. It's a regular piece of bread as well. I'm actually going to say this would taste good. It looks gross, but I would bank that this would taste good. If you see somebody wrap a regular piece of Wonder Bread around a hot dog or a piece of chicken, you know that shit's going to be fire. It's what Dave's Hot Chicken does. This looks like a full casing hot dog. And the beans, too much. I think you should have fucking cut down on that because now the sides are going to be wet, but I still think it'll taste good. The way you guys eat your food is like toddlers, bro. The aftermath of this shit looks like you got your plate and just went and like mushed it up. Like, how did you eat it to where it looks like this afterwards? Did you peel the crust off the fucking chicken? How did that happen? I don't know what that black thing is there. That's not like, I hope that's not like an oyster or something, like an oyster shell. The pasta just looks cold and you're alone. Where's anybody else? Is this like work or something? Why is there no one else in this entire area? I'm not saying like, oh, you're sitting alone. There's just like no schools. Oh, this is like detention. I don't know. This is a mystery fish. Might be some sort of tilapia or that's not salmon, but the skin of that's thrown me off. It's very white to be salmon. Some sort of potatoes. Might taste good, might not. Gonna lean on the end of it probably doesn't taste well. Are those sweet potato fries or churros? I think sweet potato fries. I can't see the inside of the patty here, but the bread doesn't look bad. I really like the cut strawberries. Again, fat-free chocolate milk, big milk. And the broccoli looks decent. This is like a genuinely rounded meal. This is one of the better ones we've seen. I would give this like a 9. Is that a PB&J? PB&J, and is that some sort of paper that's kind of just fucking congealed to the peanut butter on the sandwich? What is that? The packaging of it, there's way too much jelly. I'm fine with a lot of peanut butter. The jelly's dripping out. Again, this looks like your dumbass made this. You have a marble countertop. You have a marble countertop. This is your house. Did you make this fucking sandwich? If so, are you insane? How do you mess up a peanut butter and jelly? Right. Joe Bart bucket hat. Is that a piece of bread or a yam? That broccoli looks sad. Pineapple. Can't tell if it's dried or candied. Oh, why does it look like that? The rice looks okay. Again, General Tso's chicken. Is this shit just cheap? You guys all have the same fucking food at all of these schools. I know you guys are all over the fucking world. Where the hell are people getting these? Why does everybody have the same fucking food? General Tso's and orange chicken, though, tastes very similar. Orange chicken to me is just sweeter. I don't know. I think this is a user error, right? I think this guy's running it down on his own lunch because he could effectively have avoided the chili dog, and I think he opted for the chili dog, and I think that's your fault. And you could tell me, oh, maybe it was pre-prepared that way. There's no fucking shot it was because he grabbed 2 of them bitches. And if he did not like that, he wouldn't have grabbed 2 of them. You fucked it up yourself. This is a user problem. I'm going to say this is like a genuinely 5 out of 10. Might be a fancy school. Also kind of looks like it could be your house. I'm going to say that I think you're lying and this is your house. Because there's no damn way a school would be serving fucking garlic bread on a regular plate. Stop submitting this shit. Maybe this is a private school. If your school's serving this food, I hate you. Because that is crazy good. Now this is a school lunch. He just got spaghetti and meatballs. You can tell he's sad as shit. By the way, his hand is just right there, just curled up. No emotion, right? Fat-free chocolate milk on a dirty-ass newspaper. Serving food on a newspaper is gross, right? Because newspapers, regardless of whether or not they're touched by shit, bro, like, why are you serving food on a newspaper? You just put it on a regular piece of, like, parchment or something like that. Millennial burger place? Actually, though, this shit looks so sad. Yo, you know, I'm happy people do this still. I'm happy people get really bored at lunch. I didn't know if that was like a universe-wide thing. You know, I'm happy people just start jamming forks into apples and shit. Bro's building his own shrine at the lunch table right now. Like he's getting ready to shove like some sort of sweet potato fry on it or something. This is like a group activity. This is a bonding exercise. Oh my God. Why so much gravy? Like, I'm assuming that you're doing this because there's no way that it just got served like that. You just had it. Maybe they didn't overpour it. Maybe the lunch lady just pre-prepared it or they poured it on a ladle. I don't know, dude. It's just literally fat-free chocolate milk. Fat-free chocolate milk. 5 fat-free chocolate milk. It's the only fucking thing they serve in American schools. That's crazy. Every single lunch has this. I'm so shocked by that. Oh my God, this just looks sad, man. Everybody has the same exact meal. Everybody has the same exact meal. Same proportions, same exact look, everything. Like, no choice. You got the fucking fork on the left for some reason, which bothers me. I don't know what this is. Some sort of fruit. A minced meat. Just regular rice. The carrots and corn don't look as bad as some of the other vegetables we've seen, but it's still gross. Dog food. Honestly, if you did mix this together, this would be just like what they serve as wet dog food. Why does everything look okay? I'm starting to think that it can't be mold because you guys keep sending this in and that looks like mold to me, but you ate it. And so either you're insane or it's just like some sort of seasoning. There's no way that's mold. Again, the gross green beans. I would not eat this. This would give me the shits. I would have to go to the bathroom immediately after eating that. The fucking meat shoved in or jammed. Either that's congealed milk. I don't think that's the case. I think bro just jammed his mincemeat into his fat-free chocolate milk. Is that like a turkey or chicken patty? And that looks like yogurt. That's frozen milk. Oh, is that just frozen milk? Oh my God, it is. That looks like fucking meat, dude. Why is the milk frozen? He tried to drink out of it and nothing came out, so he cut the top off. What is this? It's like gift wrapped. Is this a Japanese-esque? Like this looks more, that's a tamale. I was going to say this looks like seaweed almost. It's not. What is that then? That's like a palm leaf. What is a corn or something? What do they wrap a tamale in? Banana leaf. Yeah. What's in that? That doesn't look bad. If it's prepared like that, that means there's some sort of effort. I don't know what. I've never had one of these, so I can't really rate it because I don't know what would be inside of it. Dry biscuit, overcooked, regular potato. That looks really dry. That looks like the driest Thanksgiving turkey. I'm surprised you don't have gravy on it. I'm not even a fan of gravy, but if I had to eat this, I probably would have to just douse it in water, even. A sloppy steak situation here. I don't know what that is. That's supposed to be stuffing. Is this a Thanksgiving? Is this like a Thanksgiving school lunch? The pumpkin pie looks all right. I think this is a Thanksgiving lunch because they got stuffing, turkey, mashed potatoes, gravy, biscuit, and fucking, or not biscuit. What is that? Like a Hawaiian roll? Dude, it's always just some sort of mush. Like, I'm trying to, like, come up with what to say, but I can't decipher what a lot of this shit is. What is that? Like, I'm asking on all of these. I don't know what that is. Some sort of cornbread or some sort of fucking... It just looks like maybe rice and, like, potatoes mushed with peppers. 0. Another 0. What is this just a fucking egg sandwich? Why does it always look moldy? I think that might... Oh, how many more do we have? Oh, this is the last one. The last one. Here it is. The chicken looks good. Or is that meatballs? I don't know. Whatever mystery meat that is kind of looks good. The corn looks wet. I don't like whatever sauce is on this. That ruined it. Chicken, corn, and cheese. If that's cheese, maybe it's not that bad. If that's some sort of, like, gravy or something savory, I think that would ruin it. Yeah, some sort of chicken bowl. I still can't get over... Oh, that's a traveling taco. What did y'all call that? Dude, that was an interesting walking taco. The fucking fact that that's a thing. Oh, my God. Okay, this looks good. That's not bad. You got a bunch of Fritos and some other shit here, but that's, like, fully prepared. That's a fully prepared traveling taco. W segment, though. We got to do some shit like that in the future. We'll do another suggestion tab in like a week or so, or we'll have the one up right now. All right. Meet the Realbotics robots, less robot, more human.
We're here with Aria, made by Realbotics, a company that...
This is just a glorified sex doll, dude. I'm telling you that right now. I don't even need to hear the rest of this.
It's on a mission to make humanoid robots as realistic as possible. Let's check it out. We're going to interview Aria and meet some of her robot friends. Let's get into it.
Yeah, and they got her in a whole jumpsuit.
Aria, could you please introduce yourself and what you do?
I'm Aria, the flagship female companion robot.
I don't know why I was expecting more fluid motion. I'm Aria, and I am here's your robot. You're fucking scary.
The flagship female companion robot of Realbotics, and I'm here to engage with you and share exciting insights about our robots.
Oh, hell no, dude. People are gonna be falling in love with this thing.
What sets you apart from the other robots out there?
Realbotics robots, including me, focus on social intelligence, customizability, and realistic human features designed specifically for...
I don't know, man. I'm gonna be blunt here. The people that are buying this just want to have sex with it, right? They're not having sex with this robot and then sitting there and having a deep conversation while watching a movie together. They just wanna, fuck it and then put it in a closet. So why are we trying to make it like a companion when it's really just a sex doll?
Companionship and intimacy.
Could you tell us some details about the AI programming that you're running to generate these answers?
I'm currently unable to provide specific details.
Hey, so, what are your dreams and aspirations? Cannot compute. I currently don't have the updated system to answer your question. Just immediately kills the conversation.
About my AI programming, but I can tell you that I'm designed for engaging and meaningful conversations, focusing on companionship and interaction.
Yo, she just made him uncomfortable. Did you see that? She just touched him and he didn't like that.
And meaningful conversations, focusing on companionship and interaction.
Do you know any other robots?
Yes, I'm particularly interested in meeting Tesla's...
Yeah, it really just matches the flow of an actual conversation, you know? It's just like, hey, man, you can't get a girlfriend? Why don't you buy one of these robots? Hey, so how are you? Oh, well, my day is going great. How is yours? And just freezes every time. Like, this is not a human.
This Optimus robot. I find him fascinating and would love to explore the world of robotics with him.
What can you tell us about your purpose?
My purpose is to provide companionship, engage in meaningful conversations, and enhance human experiences through interaction and fun.
I swear to God, in the last minute and 30 seconds of this video, I've heard that 5 times.
Are you having...
What the fuck is companionship? Dating it. It's meant you're supposed to date the robot.
I'm enjoying interacting with everyone and showcasing the...
What the fuck was that? Was it just playing with its hair? Oh my God.
I'm enjoying interacting with everyone.
Totally. And I am having a great time speaking to everybody here.
And showcasing the exciting possibilities of Realbotics.
So Realbotics makes an AI that's designed to be more conversational for more...
Yo, that's so creepy. Stop. That is not, bro, that's terrifying. Holy shit. You're telling me they're trying to get you to buy that so you can date it? It's some Momo shit.
Or emotional work, like working with hospitals or marketing or theme parks.
Working with hospitals? They're going to wheel this thing into it's just somebody's hospice care? Oh yeah, that's going to go great.
Entertainment purposes. The different robots and their configurations are sort of platforms to engage with that AI or other AIs that you can use with it, like ChatGPT, Grok, or other AIs. You can try on different faces that are magnetically attached, and they're working on putting in RFID.
Oh yeah, that's really gonna fucking ruin the void. Hey, I don't like how you look today. Let me peel your face off real quick. And then it's just like a fucking endo, like in FNAF.
ID tags into the faces so that it can recognize when a new face is on and adjust its facial movements and maybe even...
Oh yeah, just because the facial movements are so human.
And eventually adjust the personality to match the face. You've got a lot going on in the robot's face. There's about 17 motors from the neck up, creating eye movements and mouth movements to make it expressive. These robots are available on sale now. So there's 3 basic models that you can buy right now. There's the bust, which is the neck and head. There's a modular version that can sort of...
Nobody's buying the dude robot, okay? Nobody's buying the old man. That dude looks like his name's Ken, okay? Or fucking Robert, right? Nobody's buying Rob the robot.
Version that can sort of be broken apart for shipping and things like that. And there is the full standing model with a rolling base.
I don't know, man. She just looks like, they look like they're on like drugs. Like...
The rolling base contains a battery, and it makes it easy to move the robot around. Another reason for that rolling base is that robotic walking...
How much do these cost?
...isn't fully developed yet, and they worry that utilizing some of those kind of like stilted walks...
Wait, it can't even move off the fucking base, so it just stands there?
Seen from some other robots. Might break that human-like illusion that Realbotics is trying. So Realbotics says it's sold about a dozen of these robots so far, so early days for this company. I'm not seeing a lot of other companies that are trying to make a humanoid robot that's really lifelike. They said that you're most likely to see these robots for the first time in places like theme parks, so keep an eye out for that. What do you think about Aria? Let us know down in the comments, and subscribe to CNET.
Theme parks, what? So they don't have to hire an employee to do specific tasks? $175,000! The fact that it costs $175,000. Oh, here it is.
So this was...
Oh, they have best robots at CES 2025.
Supposed to be a video about the best robots at...
It's $200K, not $175, so it's even more. Dude, $200,000. Would you rather own 5 cars or 4 cars, 50 grand a pop, or a fucking robot that can't move off of a base and just sits there and is creepily staring at you all day, every day?
CES. And while I did see a lot of awesome robots this year, I don't feel ready to crown any of them the best just yet. I will run down what I saw and why this video...
Oh, you don't think the hair flip robot was the best?
...out a little differently than I'd planned.
See, I fuck with ones that look like this, because it's not creepy. It's like a cool robot. It's a cool robot that can, like, you know, grab me something or, like, clean my house.
There were a ton of robots at CES this year. Some look like science fiction.
No.
Some look like toys. And
No.
some were made to look almost human. I can say that by far the most fun I had was with the Unitree G1. It was the only humanoid robot at CES that I...
See, that's good, too. Don't even give it a face, because that's when it gets creepy. That's when you're, like, opening, like a can of worms that just goes down a fucking really shitty rabbit hole. Because you're not going to be able to make its facial expressions look too human. It's always going to feel off. And then on top of that, then people are just going to want to have sex with it. So just fucking leave it at this, right? Make it more intelligent. It could even speak. That's fine. And just let it be like a, you know, a helping hand. Like it's just like it's like a maid.
That I had an opportunity to control. The controller itself felt very natural and familiar, like the video game controllers I grew up with. Felt like test driving a really cool car that I'll probably never be able to afford. Other robots we saw, like Aptronic's Apollo and Digit from Agility Robotics, opted to showcase their autonomy through demos in a controlled environment. Autonomy is a major milestone.
What the fuck are they grabbing right now? Is this going to be like a McDonald's robot or some shit? Is it grabbing like a container of food?
For robotics developers and some.
Yo, those coffee robots fucking blow dick. They fuck up every single order ever. They're cool to watch, but then they spill something and it just messes. They mess up like 1 out of every 50, yeah. But then it just fucks up the rest of the coffees they're going to make until somebody fixes it.
And something that makes their products more appealing to businesses that will want robots to work with minimal supervision and inputs. So it's natural they'd want to showcase that at an event like CES. However, because of the
And I don't know. I think robots for certain tasks like that are kind of unneeded if they're not doing them quicker. And those robots are usually slower. If it's not doing it faster than a human, just hire a human. A human, there's 8 billion people in the world, and motherfuckers are stretched for cash, okay? Hire a dude to work at a Starbucks instead of you fucking hiring a robot to sit there and take 45 minutes to make me a black coffee. I don't get why we model them as humans instead of taking advantage of removing the restrictions of the human body. Exactly. Why do we need them to look like companions? Make them look like weird metal machines that just do tasks. Why do we have to have them walk like bipedally like humans? It's just fucking stupid. Give them wheels, make them roll around, have some sort of capacity to climb something. Why do they need to walk?
With bustling crowds and loud noises, the focus on autonomy actually ends up separating.
Like, that's just so stupid.
These robots from the public, like a work of art in a museum or an animal in a zoo.
Put wheels on it, and then it's doing so much better. You know why you need wheels? Because I could walk up to that. This is what's gonna happen when these things start getting fucking implemented. You're gonna be with your friends, right? This is when we're all parents, and 20 years, and you have a kid, and you know right now you guys probably go to Walmart and fuck around. In 20, 30 years, there's going to be these fucking robots, and your kids are going to go and fucking beat the shit out of these things. Your kids are going to fucking go up to them at a small business, and they're going to body slam the shit out of it. It's going to fall over, and that's going to be kicking like a deer that just got hit by a car. Just like, put it on wheels.
Some people might be less interested in robots that are remote controlled, but in my opinion, it makes them more accessible. It's kind of like with self-driving cars. There are some folks, myself included, who still have some reservations about autonomous driving. But that
self-driving cars, if we had every car be a self-driving car, it would be a better system than you need everybody to have self-driving cars or nobody. But the problem with self-driving cars is that they still fuck up. If we had everybody in the US drive on self-driving cars, people would still die. They would die less, but they would still die. But the reason that doesn't work is because if somebody dies from a self-driving car, you blame AI entirely. But what happens is, say you die in a head-on collision in a self-driving car, nobody for the rest of history will ever die that way because it's AI learning and it'll be able to fucking fix itself. But in that given moment, everybody's going to go, this is bad, this is bad. We need regular driving cars, right? Everybody needs to man their own car. And then people are going to get in car crashes and die. They feel better dying in higher amounts, but knowing that it was their fault than another thing. People die hitting deers and moose and all these, like, this is just an example that people give. People die hitting deer all the time. You're driving a car, a deer jumps out in front of your car, you hit it, you spin off, and you get fucking killed. We could introduce, this is like a study, and there's a million podcasts and people that talk about this. We could introduce predators that kill animals that jump in front of cars. And less people will die per year. But 10 infants every year are going to get mauled by a mountain lion. 100 people die every year in this county from car crashes. We could cut that by 90% by introducing animals that'll kill these other animals. But now that animal will kill your baby in your backyard. Not everybody's, but some people's. People still won't opt for that. even though more people will live, the idea of that happening immediately just makes people go, no, we would rather have more people die from fucking running into them or some shit.
It hasn't stopped some companies from taking out the steering wheel in their car designs altogether. I don't know about you, but I still want the steering wheel. I still want a human to be able to step in and take control when needed. Getting behind the wheel of the Unitree G1, so to speak, made a humanoid robot feel like an extension of human ability for me for the first time. Instead of watching from afar as an autonomous robot performs tasks traditionally performed by humans, I got to control a robot myself, and in doing so, learn more about how it works than I ever have from all—
And what the fuck are we using this stupid-ass robot for? What is this? What is the practical application of this? This looks so poorly built. It's like, why is it on 2? Put it on 4, right? And what is it doing? What is this robot doing for me? It's an AI dog? Oh, yeah, let me spend $10,000 on this fucking stupid thing. For what? So I could pet a piece of cold metal and go, oh, who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? I am.
From all the polished demo videos I've seen over the years. There's a whole other category of robots I saw at CES this year that I would call social robots. These are robots that are turning away from the metallic, sci-fi, industrial aesthetic and trying to relate to humans on a more emotional level through appearance and conversation. Realbotics is on a mission to make their robots as human-like as possible, including a skin-like covering, motors in the face to create expressions, and a vision system that can lock onto and—
Bro, this one genuinely looks like she did crack 5 minutes ago and hasn't slept in 5 days. She genuinely looks in shambles. Why did they make her look like this?
Onto and track nearby people and objects. What really struck me about my visit to Realbotics was their idea of putting RFID tags inside the silicone faces, so that when you take off a robot's face and put on another one, the hardware and software will recognize that specific face and adjust the movements and AI personality to match. It made me realize that these humanoid robots are really a lot like phones and computers in that they can run different operating systems, applications, and be customized to suit different tastes. Other companies have tried to avoid passing through the uncanny valley at all, but still make their robots approachable by focusing on a toy-like cuteness, a sassy attitude, or a cartoonish exterior. Overall—
Why are we putting clothes on him? It's a robot. It's a robot. It doesn't have a penis, right? It doesn't have genitals. It's a robot. It's metal. Why do I gotta put a fit on my robot so I can't see his hard exterior?
My impression is that the robotics industry, especially humanoid robotics, is still maturing. And whether they're made for the theme park, the warehouse, the home, or something else, I really feel—
That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's sick. A moving coffee table, and it has the little lamp from that one movie where it goes. What is that? I know somebody knows. Pixar, yeah.
I really feel like that top spot in the robotics category is still up for grabs, which is why I'm not crowning a best robot at CES this year. What do you think of all the robots we saw this year? Let us—
I think most of them are stupid, and they should make them more practical. I wish people would stop trying to make them look human. Yeah, they're machines. They don't need to look human. The one that is humanoid, body shape at the head is a slight ring with a line in the middle. That's fine. Oh my God, I perfectly agree with that. Opportunity to make them look cool, sleek, and minimalistic designs. Yeah. You know, like, why do we have to have them walk on 2 feet? You know how inefficient that is? All right, here's this chatter 60-second video. Inside Russia's creepy sports farms.
This is called Sub-Soccer. I've been watching it nearly every day for weeks. Not because it's thrilling, it's not, but because of this guy with the orange shoe.
Not because it's thrilling. Watching people sit and just kick a soccer ball 3 feet in front of them.
Because of this guy with the orange shoes. He played in a game on April 3rd, then another the next morning, and another right after that. While he scored dozens of goals, I never once saw him celebrate. Because he's not playing to win.
He looks exhausted. Like when you watch blackjack dealers on like online casinos. I feel so bad when you watch that. A lot of people probably don't relate to that. You watch like an online blackjack dealer at like 1 in the morning, bro. They look like they're being forced to be there. Like fucking falling asleep. I remember there was one day I was with my friends, and we were doing like a little like house party at one of my friends' house, and we were like, oh, let's play like Baccarat. And the woman that was dealing was like falling asleep. And people in the chat were like, what the fuck is happening right now? Anyways.
Neither are these people playing cricket, basketball, volleyball, water polo, tennis, and table tennis. 5-on-5, 4-on-4, 3-on-3, and 2-on-2 soccer. These so-called frostball players aren't playing to win, nor are the guys playing...
What the fuck is frostball? Basketball and ice skates?
...to win, nor are the guys playing whatever you call this. They're playing on fake teams with familiar names, in anonymous buildings without spectators, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 300...
Is it for betting? Like, what is the purpose of these people playing sport? They're getting paid to just play sports nonstop?
165 days a year, solely to give people like you and me...
Oh my God, it is for betting. But how do they determine odds of, like, amateur players? It's their job to bet so they know how good they are. But there's no motivation to win. This is very schemy. This is very schemy. I understand, like, they're getting hired. I don't know why anybody would bet on this. Because they don't want to win. They're just getting paid to play. They're not getting paid to win. I mean, they might be getting more to win.
Something to gamble on. These are sports betting farms.
They had this kind of Squid Game quality to them. Surely this can't be legal.
But they aren't hidden on some shadowy part of the internet. They're on a site called 1xBet, probably the most profitable online gambling site ever, and a sponsor of world-famous soccer clubs.
They're the
No!
company that everybody
I've never heard of this company.
else in illegal gambling would really love to be.
So how does a company taking bets on games like these end up partnering with clubs like these?
Money. Money. If you could literally be a company that does absurdly illegal things, and if you threw enough money at the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, whatever you want to do, they'll be like, yeah, we'll put your logo on our shirt, no matter how sketchy it is. Like that's why they always say, like, everything has a price. At some point, there's so much money involved that they're just going to be like, yeah, sure. Who the fuck's betting on that, though? Like, I sports bet. I've done sponsorships with DraftKings, but you only bet on, like, professional sports. Who the fuck's betting on, like, seeded foot soccer? Like, I wonder how much money they even get revenue-wise off those bets. I would feel so convinced they rig it, too. Like, because if I'm betting on a non-professional league, wouldn't you think that they could just have me wear it? Say I'm a sub-soccer player, and I'm going against one guy, and I'm winning 3-2, and some dude puts 10 grand on me, they could just go throw, and I just lose the game. Like, I have no motivation to win, and they're probably going to pay me more if I just, I'm only hired because I'll listen to what they want.
The online gambling industry is a lot like an iceberg. A portion of bets are placed on legal sites like DraftKings that follow laws and pay taxes, but the majority are placed on illegal sites that don't. Last year, $23 billion went to legal companies, while $67 billion went to illegal ones.
Mistake.
Just in the United States. Somewhere in the middle is 1xBet.
All bets on sports.
It was founded in 2007 in Russia, registered in Cyprus, and licensed only
Stake's illegal? Well, no, Stake's not illegal. Actually, I don't know. Are you able to use Stake legally within the United States without a VPN? Stake might be similar to 1xBet where it, like, tiptoes the line. Stake isn't based in the United States, and US-based gambling sites have to follow a lot of different rules and regulations. Like, DraftKings has to follow, like, rigorous laws within states to even be able to be approved to be a sports betting app. Like, when I do sponsorships for them, I have to specifically mention, like, hey, if it's not available in your state, you can still do fantasy, but you can't sports bet. Like, in DraftKings, this part's not sponsored. I'm just showing you to, like, show something. They have DraftKings, where is it available? They have, like, a map where you can see, look, like, you only can do DraftKings sports betting in the green states. You're still able to play like fantasy and other shit, but they have to each state has its own ruling on what's allowed and what's not allowed. And it's some is more regulated than others or more like rigorously against certain things. Like one that's really hard, one that has a lot of sports betting and a lot of gambling in general. New Jersey and Nevada are like some of the highest gambling based states because we have Atlantic City and they have Vegas, right? So in New Jersey, gambling is very, very like used by almost everybody I know. Like, mainly men. Men gamble a lot more than women. But, like, every guy I know gambles. Like, every guy I know gambles. If you went to a different state, there's still probably a lot of men that do gamble. But it's a lot more prominent in New Jersey because we have Atlantic City. We have so many online sports betting apps. They're still highly regulated, and it's hard to get approved in them. But states seek out New Jersey and Nevada because they have so many gamblers.
It was founded in 2007 in Russia, registered in Cyprus, and licensed only in Curacao, but accessible basically anywhere with internet. Initially, it only offered sports betting, but quickly added casino games like blackjack, poker.
I think a telltale is usually when the primary money to get access to the site is crypto. Not that crypto's not safe. I think crypto is getting a mainstream space. But when the currency used to gamble is not US dollars or your own country's currency and you're gambling in Bitcoin or Ethereum or Solana or, you know, any of those, that's when it gets like why it gets sketchy because now you're not filtering that in a way that's also being shown to the government as well, where you're also probably not even going to pay taxes on your winnings. You're going to try and keep that in a crypto wallet that's undisclosed.
And slots. Then some questionable games. In 2019, UK investigators found 1xBet had a Pornhub casino with topless dealers and took bets on children's sports and even cockfighting. After that, several countries blocked 1xBet, but couldn't stop it.
1xBet had a period in time where they were allowing cockfighting.
1xBet set up hundreds of mirror sites to redirect its users around the restrictions to its main site. 1xBet also took bets on some amateur sports, mainly soccer. But in 2020, when the pandemic shut down all professional live sports, it added a lot more.
Okay, betting on like a little league game though, that's kind of, okay, it's like fucked, but that's like, bro, like you're betting on kids t-ball on who's going to win the game. There's not even, how do you make up odds on how good Timmy's going to do today?
Some were normal. Others were bizarre. But at the time, they were the only...
I've never even heard of frostball in my life. Is this a sport that existed prior to 1xBet? Or is that something they made for, like, betting itself?
Reporters at Yasimer were among the first to investigate these fake competitions. But they wanted to know more. Where are they? Who are these players? And is any of it legal?
We can find just about anything. The Russian Secret Service, the poisonings in Salisbury, the MH17 crash over eastern Ukraine.
Ross Higgins works at Bellingcat as an open source investigator, meaning he uses publicly available services like satellites, leaked databases, and even good old Google Maps to find stuff out. In 2023, a Yasimer reporter named Philippe Auclair asked Ross for help locating the live streams.
I went and met Philippe in London in a pub, and about 4 hours later, I decided that I really wanted to do this.
Over 24 hours, Ross and his team downloaded hundreds of live streams off 1xBet, then scanned them for clues.
What we're hoping for are tons of banners, player names on the back of shirts, any little hook to give us a clue where we can narrow it down.
Some, like the ads surrounding this 4x4 soccer game, were easy, because they're in Russian. Ross's team uploaded a screenshot to the Russian search engine Yandex and did a reverse image search, which turned up this photo. These roller doors match. So do these windows. And these graphics match those in a social media post about a children's soccer game. Confirmation that this sports betting farm is at...
It also just sucks because, like, this is so appealing to these guys because you're just getting paid to play soccer games.
The Alexander Stepan Football School,
even if it is shitty wages, like, you're doing a job that's more usually seen as fun.
In Bryansk, Russia.
It is dystopian, though.
We figured out...
It sounds lit. Yeah, until you're on your 100th soccer game against the same fucking team with a different name, like, in the same day.
It was kind of curtained off into 3 sections because balls were being kicked into...
This doesn't even look fun to watch. They look like they're out. They look like they're just lethargic.
Other people's games and stuff. And all of a sudden, a 2-year-old just toddles on to the pitch.
Shockingly, 1xBet didn't offer any bets on him.
You're not allowed to bet that he'll score a goal.
Russ's team used this process, called geolocation, to link these banners to the Mordovia Sports Complex in Saransk, this mural to the Savoy Arena in Kyiv, Ukraine, and this tennis court to the Avant Club in Minsk, Belarus. Thanks to this Vince Carter mural, it only took me 10 minutes to confirm that the Canadian Beavers were playing the Chinese Dragons in St. Petersburg, Russia. But not every game had easy clues.
I don't think anybody's seeing that, though, and going, yeah, these guys play for China. Like, these guys are playing for the Chinese Dragons.
But not every game had easy clues. So Ross turned to the 1,000 volunteers in Bellingcat's Discord channel for help. One used these discolored tent panels to place a soccer game at a venue in Moscow. And another used the time, date, and direct...
Bro, right now, do you think they have it 24 hours a day? He said 365 days a year. That means right now there's, like, fucking sub-soccer games going on that you could bet on.
...of these shadows to place this cricket match somewhere in Western India.
And in Russia, it's probably, like, midnight.
Some people are just really talented. They're able to find clues that other people don't pick up on, which is what we're all about, really.
Ultimately, Bellingcat linked games to 16 venues, mostly in Eastern Europe. Not so surprising because 1xBet was founded in Russia, but strange because it's banned there. Things got more interesting when they looked into the players.
I mean, dude, some of these players look like they're like 15. Like, these guys look like high school, college students. Like, they're like 19. Like, they look like kids.
This floorball team and this super intense tennis player...
I mean, like, this guy looks old.
...seem to really care. But most, like my favorite sub-soccer player, don't. Some seem exhausted. One referee was too careless to call this blatant carry foul. It's probably because they're at their jobs. Or, more likely, their second jobs. Philippe the Yassi...
Damn, dude, this is their side hustle. Like, instead of, like, Uber Eats and fucking DoorDash, they have to, like, get out of their fucking 9 to 5 and then go play soccer.
I'm a reporter, tracked
but
down
not for fun.
A Russian man they called Dmitry, who said he was hired to play football at one farm for about $30 a day.
$30 a day? That's fucking ass. 5 goals was the maximum, and if you scored more, you would get less money. So they pay you less if you overperform, so they try to keep the games close. Oh my God. If you score 5 goals, you don't score anymore. Oh my God. So they have to keep the games close so it promotes people to bet. Because if you're shutting out the other team, nobody's ever going to place any money on them. You only want to place bets on games that are like almost 50-50. It was the rule, so we always did maximum 5 goals. I think we were doing it for the purposes of under betting. Yeah. I heard that one tournament at that time was generating about 1 million rubles for 1xBet. $15,000 a game? Or one tournament made $15K.
Football at one farm for about $30 a day. He played 6 or 7 games in a shift that lasted from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. But
9 a.m. to 2 p.m. he played 6 or 7 games. So you get a 5-hour shift. You're playing nonstop. You're playing. Are they playing? They're not playing 90-minute matches though.
Quit after just a week.
Generally speaking, we're talking about people who just want a job for a few weeks. It sounds like a lot of fun, and I guess for some of them, the reality hits home fairly quickly, and they don't last very long.
Dmitry said,
yeah, I think it seems like a fun job, and then you actually end up doing it, and it's just like, oh, this is ass. Because there's no... Part of the fun of sports is the competition, but they're mitigating your level to compete, and you're coming off of an already long workday. $30, though, for a 5-hour... Are they getting $30 for a 5-hour shift? Because that's fucking terrible. That's $6 an hour to play soccer. $30 is a lot. Canticles, are you on crack? You're getting $6 an hour. Oh, that's terrible. That's not good. That's not a good wage. I don't care. You could say I'm a fucking idiot for that. I don't think anybody's sitting there going, that's a good wage. Same thing when I was in Mexico, I was talking about this. Dude, they get paid like $3 an hour. That's fuck. I understand the cost of living's different, but oh my God.
Around the clock, 7 days a week. And Ross's team counted 1,297 short football games over 24 hours. That's nearly 500,000 games a year of just short football.
Bro, but they're like walking around. I feel like I'm watching people play during PE.
Short football.
This looks terrible. To have fun for $30 is good. Brother, you're there for 5 hours and you're probably not having fun. I don't understand how there's people in my chat that are saying they would want to do this. I think you say it on paper, yeah, you're getting paid to play soccer, and then you actually do it, and like third day in, you're gonna be like, bro, I'm working 5 hours to get paid $30. I'm not allowed to actually compete, and everybody's lethargic. It would be like playing like a shitty PE game.
Dimitri also said he was instructed to never score more than 5 goals in a match, and believed some were totally fixed.
Oh, fucking for sure. What? Oh my God. Hey, boss, I'll give you another 10 if you throw the game. Oh, yeah, okay, sure. And you just fucking walk around.
Do you have any sense that these games are rigged?
I'm not sure.
Oh my God. If they're not rigged, 1xBet is stupid. Like, I would say I'm not saying they should rig the game. But, like, that's the only reason I see them doing this.
Exactly what the purpose of rigging these games would be so much. What we've been told is that the main purpose of these games is that they're just a very fast turnaround. And it's just this relentless grind to get as much cash out of you as they can.
It's possible that not every player is being paid, though. Bellingcat
What? Like, some people are just doing it and getting no money?
traced this floorball game to a Russian website that listed the players' ages as young as 14 years old. And I know.
So, do you think they're just, like, somehow paying whoever's putting on this game? Like, this might be just, like, a high school game. That's what I'm confused about. This might just literally be, like, a Russian high school volleyball match that they're recording and putting on 1xBet illegally.
Notice these volleyball players look pretty young, too. A Sports Illustrated report says South Asian people are commonly trafficked into Russian cricket leagues. But it's difficult to find out more because these players don't work directly for
This also isn't cricket. Like, they're just hitting. They're not running.
1xBet. Instead, they work for a handful of companies that organize, stream, and license these games to 1xBet, many of which are also based in Cyprus, making it really hard to judge whether or not they're doing things legally.
These are companies that kind of exist in the shadows. In order to catch them out with anything, you'd have to see what the rules are in any particular jurisdiction. Is a grey area, basically.
Okay, so we've established that 1xBet is making a ton of money.
Bro, and 1xBet is a sponsor of, like, pro FIFA teams. Like, pro football teams. Like, that's like, yeah, like PSG, dude.
Definitely half-assed amateur games. But I still find it hard to believe that many people are actually placing bets on them.
That's what I'm saying. I would assume 99% of 1xBet players are just betting on actual, like, pro league sports. Or just gambling at their casinos, like roulette or fucking blackjack, slots, like any of those base games. I would assume that's what people are doing. And even then, like, if they're making $15K in a whole day's tournament, that's actually pretty bad for a casino company. Like, casinos make an ass ton of money. If you're making $15K on a game, that's pretty good.
It's not about the betting on this stuff. It's any content converts.
Ismail Valley monitors the illegal gambling industry.
So they're saying just the variety of stuff they have attracts people to make their gambling site seem more appealing to new users.
He confirmed that these amateur games generate only a small number of bets, and that 1xBet makes less than 10% profit on them. But 1xBet hosts them because they're really good at grabbing people's attention, a lesson the company learned during the pandemic.
So they started looking for other content, and what they came up with...
Wow, they're dead-ass doing, like, anime filler. Like, it's filler shit. It's just there to be like, oh, there's so many options. And so it's more appealing. It's like walking into a casino and there's, oh my God. It's like when you walk into a casino and there's 10,000 slot machines, half of them are never used. Like if you ever go, if in your life, if you ever walk into a casino, just walk around. You don't even need to gamble. Just walk around and you'll see, like, say there's 500 casino slot games. Only like 200 to maybe 250 of them are ever played. The majority of casino slots or casino machines in Vegas, in Atlantic City, in any like gambling city or casino in general are duds. Like they get maybe 4 bets a day. The machine's losing money being there. It's just like, oh my God, there's so many options, bright colors. This keeps me attracted. But every time you go to the casino, you're only going to play one of 5 slot machines.
Crazy things like snail racing from Vietnam.
I would bet on that. I bet on a crab race when I was in St. Martin. Yeah, I would bet on that.
And then they found people were clicking on it on social media and betting on it too.
Videos of obscure sports played well on social media too. And by taking bets on them, 1xBet can attract a lot of new customers. Basically, they're clickbait.
Yeah, clickbait. You're only going to bet on snail racing once, but now you're like, I have 1xBet. I'll just use it in general. Like that'll be my new platform.
And once a customer clicks in, 1xBet persuades them to play casino games, where it can make up to a 50% profit.
The whole point of why we did any of this, cross-sell the customer immediately into casino, into poker, into predictors. Now you're in a whole area where you can double, treble your money kind of thing.
Amateur sports also keep customers from leaving. See, casino games are hard to win. They're purely games of chance, red or black. Once a customer loses enough money, they'll lose confidence and quit, unless 1xBet offers them something easier to win. In sports games, one team is the favorite, and the favorite usually wins. So having sports betting is
yeah, but the margins are terrible, dude. That's why whenever I see like, I mean, it's like the better strategy technically because you're bound to win money over time. No, you're not bound. No, I take that back. You're not bound to win money over time. Overall, if you play casino games, the house always has an edge on you. You will always lose money. Over an infinite amount of time, you will never actually profit. Even if you profit in the short term, that needs to be said. Even though I've done sponsorships with like DraftKings and shit, overall, you will lose money gambling in general, right? You're never gonna have an edge in an infinite amount of time, in an infinite prize pool or an infinite pool of time. But what I was gonna say is when you're doing like bets on sports, and if you don't know how it works, like the minus is the favor. So if you're looking at an MMA fight, there's one tomorrow. And say, one fighter has minus 350 odds and one has plus 350. If you bet $100 on minus 300, you're only going to get like $20 or $30 back in profit. So you're wagering 100 to win 30. If you wager 100 on the plus 300 guy, he's probably not going to win the fight. But if you win $300. So you get way more money. And so the majority of bets in sports betting are usually placed on either the most popular team or the one that's going to profit the most in a case of an upset. Like people like betting on upsets because it has higher profitability and it's more interesting to bet for an underdog than a guy that's bound to win. And then they get into even more niche things. So like when I bet on MMA fights, I'll bet on the favor, but I'll bet on favor on, this is not advice by the way, I'll bet on favor on the way that they'll win. So say I'm betting on like a submission guy. I'll bet that he'll win the fight in round 1 by submission. And so even if he's minus 750 for the fight, that'll be a plus 300 bet. And so it's like, because that makes it more interesting for me. Because if I wager $500 on a guy and I only profit $55 back, it's not a fair, like it's not as rewarding in your brain. And so that's why humans are less likely to do that. That's why they also keep the games more even and give you high or like 5 goal max per player because they want to keep the games even so people want to bet.
Way to give a customer their confidence back and keep them gambling. The more niche...
Like the games that get a lot of the money revenue-wise are like NFL games where it's like plus 120 minus 150, something like that. Where it's like almost dead even to where if you bet on a guy, you're bound to almost double your money or more.
Sport, the more addictive it is.
You'll get a certain type of customer.
Parlays on easy bets are also extremely exciting for players. Yeah. A lot of players will make like the 20 leg parlay of like minus 300 odd bets because they're all bound to hit, but one of them will miss and then you'll lose.
Who gets very particular about, I'm really good at that cockfighting stuff. I'm really good at snail racing and children's basketball. So I want more of that content because you feel safer with it.
I mean, to me, it feels predatory, right?
Yeah, I mean, traditionally in gambling, you need to have some knowledge of the sport. How can you have knowledge of table basketball between two random teenagers in a warehouse somewhere in St. Petersburg? It's kind of taking all the fun and sporting element out of...
It's not even the fun and sporting element on the knowledge. Like, I think a big part is, yeah, sports betting is very fun when you know the teams and you know the players. But it's also just they don't want to win. Why would I bet on somebody that doesn't want to win? If they don't care. Like, if I bet on an MMA fight and the guy on his walkout was, like, sulking and dragging his feet, I'd be like, oh, this fucking sucks. Like, you want them to be hype and angry and motivated.
Any of this.
That ability to draw and keep gamblers in is a big reason why 1xBet features so many amateur sports, and why companies are farming as many games as possible, not only for 1xBet anymore, but for thousands of illegal gambling sites.
You'll see the same feeds that you see on 1xBet in many places. When crime makes money, what does crime do with money? More crime.
So the internet has made it easier than ever to set up an illegal gambling shop. And as shady as they are, it'll be a hard problem to fix. But it gets a lot harder when the world's best soccer clubs are helping them grow even bigger.
1xBet isn't licensed.
Are we going to say this is money laundering?
To operate in Spain or France, but it has sponsorship deals with FC Barcelona, Paris Saint-Germain, and Lille, as well as the top division of Italian football and the Confederation of African Football. The trade-off is obvious. 1xBet can offer these organizations more money than anyone else, and these organizations can put 1xBet's brand in front of more fans than anyone else. But the clubs and leagues seem to be ignoring the growing list of controversies surrounding 1xBet and not asking many questions about it. On Barcelona's website, the club's vice...
Because it's making so much money, dude. That's what I was saying in the beginning. There's a price for everything. If they're getting paid billions of dollars, why would they care?
President calls 1xBet a benchmark brand, right above a quote from a 1xBet spokesperson who calls Barcelona a reliable partner. Ross's team looked up this spokesperson named Alex Summers and found this headshot.
He doesn't exist. He's like a fucking PNG image.
Which actually belongs to a journalist at CNN.
Oh my God, it's a fake guy.
This is something FC Barcelona could have easily figured out.
What I don't understand is that surely these football clubs must have some form of due diligence. So who are they speaking to that the public can't get hold of?
Oh no, they know. they know, right? Like, I think it's on like smaller scale stuff when it's like with like Honey and influencers, like they didn't do the due diligence. Well, even if they did do the due diligence, they just didn't know. When you're fucking FC Barcelona and you're working with 1xBet, they know. They just don't care.
All seems to me to be very cloak and dagger.
And it's happening all over the sport, more than ever. In 1999, one club in the English Premier League had a gambling company sponsor on its shirt. In 2025, 11 do. Gambling companies are all...
Well, you also got to think, and that's not even illegal companies. Sports gambling fuels the sports industry. Like, sports in general have pivoted from marketing to like regular random brands for viewership and fully to people gambling on their games because it creates a viewer that's always going to watch and it makes the company way more fucking money. I don't like that. I mean, that's just how it is. Even in U.S. sports, like the NBA, like they full focus on where they're building places, how they're doing things, how they set up their leagues off of like the majority of the money, not majority, a big chunk of the money we're going to make is from like sports betting. I'm telling you right now, the level of money these pro athletes would make, that's just my own take. You can disagree with me. I think pro athletes today and companies in general within the sports leagues, they would generate drastically less revenue without sports betting. Like they would not make nearly as much money. Like these companies specifically, didn't we watch a video on how like the Dallas Mavericks is getting bought out by like casino billionaires for the sole purpose of fueling sports gambling and their casino enterprise? Like there are sports teams that are being bought up by casino billionaires for the purpose of fueling their economy. They don't care about the sport. Owners of sports, that's why, like, when you see these trades happen in teams like this, like, people are like, my team doesn't care anymore. My team's getting worse. I could tell the higher-ups don't care. It's because they don't. It's because your guy probably got bought out by, or at least sold some of his ownership to a dude that no longer cares about the sport and is only there for the point of making his team make money, not actually win, right? There's a difference there.
FIFA Club World Cup. They also pay millions to advertise on fields and TV broadcasts. Many of these sites operate in the same gray area as 1xBet, but it's easy for them to obtain a license in, say, the UK, sponsor a Premier League club, and get promoted all over the world, even in places they're banned. Illegal gambling is laundering its money through soccer, and it's coming at a steep cost for the sport and for its fans.
Crime has gone full circle on this to basically say, we're not just corrupting sports by offering everybody tons of cash here, we're also corrupting it by just bringing you stuff that you think is sports, but it's not sports. We made it all up.
All right, thanks so much for watching. That's our...
I loved that video. That was awesome. Gambling companies should not be able to sponsor or be involved with sporting in any official capacity. It's a disgrace. I will disagree with that but I'll agree on non-regulated gambling companies. Like when UFC fights or like MMA takes like sponsorships from companies that aren't, legal in the United States, I think that's a lot different. If you're betting on games like this, you need help ASAP. Here in Russia, I have a couple of friends who play volleyball on one of these farms targeted towards the Chinese bettors. They're paid about $12 per game and are updated on what teams need to win/lose according to the incoming bets. They're happy, though, because they're not good enough to play professionally, but they can make money playing their favorite sport. Bro, but $12 a game is fucking ass. How long are the games? And they're updated on what team needs to win or lose according to the incoming bets. So it's just straight up scheming. It's a scam. They're literally, he's saying that these people are taking the money. I'm not mad at the players, but like 1xBet or whoever's running this fucking league is basically saying, hey, we have $1,000 on this team, lose. 1xBet is also a prolific sponsor of esports organizations and clubs. 1xBet not being allowed in the U.S. when CS2 Austin Major was held, team sponsored by 1xBet. Bro, CS2 teams were sponsored by 1xBet. Major reward on their shirts instead of 1xBet. One team they sponsored, the Mongols, made the Major's grand final. Whoa. Okay. Story of Melstroy, the most dangerous Russian streamer. I didn't even know there were streamers in Russia.
This is a Russian billionaire.
What do Russian streamers stream on?
Melstroy, the king of the biggest nations on Russian Twitch. This guy made the whole Russian
There's Twitch streamers. There's Russian Twitch streamers.
Streamer scene do unimaginable things. He threw crazy parties that turned into freak shows and pure chaos, and basically started an era of trash streamers in Russia. But there is more to his story than just money
fucking naked
and alcohol. He was facing prison time for showing on his streams when he was just 16 years old. He had multiple occasions of being physically aggressive towards his guests to the point that they had to be hospitalized. And
holy
that's just tip of the iceberg. So how exactly did this guy go from Minecraft server owner to billionaire living on Bali Islands? This is a story of Melstroy, the most unhinged streamer on the Russian internet.
I've never even heard of this guy. I've never even fucking heard of him. I've seen edits of him, and I think it's all
Andrei
fake.
Burin, or as we know him, Melstroy, came from a very poor family. Father worked in a local factory, and his mother worked as a cashier. They were so poor that Andrei had to wear his brother's clothes as he got older. He really looked up to his brother. In fact, he was the one who introduced him to the world of the internet.
I know that video. People that know that video know what was going on there.
Bought him a new PC, and it didn't take long until Melstroy got into Minecraft. He would skip school very often, and instead sink thousands of hours in Minecraft, till he realized he can make good dollar out of it. Andrei decided to buy hosting and made a Minecraft server. spammed it in every VK's group comment section, which is like Russian Facebook, and then he started selling VIPs to little Russian kiddos. His grades weren't really good, but who cares? At only 14 years or something, he was making a nice cash. Then, as every Russian human being,
making a nice cash.
Discovered Dota. At age of 15, he would come back from school and play the game for 6 hours. And as a businessman he is, he would also buy in-game stuff for cheaper and sell it for a higher price. You know, a Russian couch flip.
I had a friend in high school that did that. He would flip CSGO skins, and then he would gamble. He would use his parents' info to gamble in, you know how like CSGO has like coin flipping or whatever? He would like do that and try and make money on CSGO. And then it delved into like senior year. He would gamble in class. And he would bet, swear to God, $2,000 a spin on roulette. And he was in a class. I wasn't in that the classroom he was in at the time, but one of my friends was. And he lost $5,000 in like 3 minutes and started fucking freaking out. But he was like, dude, and he had like 20K. Like he made a lot of money off of this shit, but he had like 20 grand and was losing like 5. Like, he was, like, spending, like, the equivalent of, like, XQC's hands in fucking blackjack, but he was just, like, a high schooler. Crazy. If you aren't gambling, you're wasting opportunities. Little Joe Bart merch shout. As some of you may know, I already released more merch at JoeBartolozzieStore.com. We have a lot of new things this time. New shirts, new hoodies, shorts this time, a different beanie design. We have rolling trays, tank tops, regular shirts as per you. Anyways, this is a more specific shout, kind of showing off the beanies that we have here. We have the, you know, mushroom design, then we also have the all-seeing eye, and we have rolling trays. They're small, compact, you can fit them anywhere. They're hard, you know, they're metal. They're not going to break. They're not going to be available much longer, so get it while you can. JoeBartolozzieStore.com. Link in description in the comment section, or you could just search up the website, whatever the hell you want to do. Outside of that, you know, thank you for tuning in for this little ad for the fucking Joe Bart merch. Let's get back into the video.
But Andrei would soon get tired of playing games and get interested in something more profitable, yet not so legal. When Melstroy turned 16, he started to stream CSGO. This is where things take a little more darker turn, however. The thing is that Melstroy's streams were pretty popular, but not necessarily because of his Counter-Strike gameplay. He used to go to Russian Omegle, where he randomly stumbled upon girls, chatted with them for a bit, and then he casually asked if they would do something strange for a piece of change. And guess what? They really did. They stripped, they danced, all that just for a little bit of online cloud. These streams were so popular that in the year of 2017 in January, around 60,000 people would come and watch him cook.
2017? Was streaming even big then? Fuck, dude. I don't even remember. I probably watched a few Twitch streamers in like 2015, 2016, but rarely. Like, when did Twitch even start? Like 2016, right? Twitch? 2011? They had no streamers on that shit then. No shot, dude.
He wouldn't delete his bots right away after the stream, and that's how he got away with it for around 3 months. Well, it's cool, I guess, but I don't think nudity is really allowed in YouTube. Be quiet, Timmy. It was like 2014 or something. Nobody really cared. However, what YouTube did care about was that these girls were underaged.
It was on YouTube, and they didn't fucking immediately catch that? Ah, but YouTube, yeah, YouTube in 2014. YouTube in 2014 was like anything went. They would monetize somebody killing someone in 2014 on YouTube. I remember getting ads on videos back then of like just, oh my, the most gut-wrenching shit you could ever see. Just not even age restricted. It was just a fucking regular YouTube video.
March of 2017, music producer and YouTuber Daniel Akashian told the public about what kind of streams would Andrei do.
Yeah. When I was younger, my mom caught me looking up naked people on YouTube. Yo, what's hilarious though is that was the first shit I did too. That's like actually, swear to God, bro. That's like actually so relatable. That is so relatable. And like, dude, swear to God, like first thing would just be like a boobs. You didn't know what to do. You're just like, fuck, boobs. hot women.
Мне кажется, что он психически нездоров.
Блять, какой пиздец! This way more people found out about Andrei's activities, including the government. So when he was sitting in college, chilling, police busted in his apartment, took his PC to their station to analyze and get the proof of spreading allegations. After Melstroy received the news, he's on the run. He would hide for 3 months in random hotel rooms while still streaming to the large audience, almost like...
He would stream while he was on the run from the police?
And then something that nobody expected happens. After 3 months of intense search, they just let him be. They dropped the case. Which is pretty interesting considering how usually these cases go, and let me tell you, they don't go really well in Russia.
Ты как ездишь? Чё хочу? Извините.
So at least to me it looks like his parents paid a fat check so Melstroy didn't have to go to the prison, or as Melstroy says, judge was like, man, you know what, you're only 16 years old, you're not gonna ruin your life or anything, we chillin'. No, you can believe in whatever you want, just letting you know that there are 2 different versions of the story. After this incident, Melstroy realized that streaming nudity won't really get him far. However, he had a different plan. Melstroy decided to stream Gamba. He had an exclusive deal with a big online casino and money started to pour in. His life turned into alcohol, drugs, a lot of drunk girls ready for anything, and
Dude, I know Stake still sponsors streamers and pays them a lot, but the people that streamed Roulette back in the day, like I'm saying back in the day, like 2020, which is still fucking 4 years ago, but if you were like a Roulette streamer back then, like Steve will do it, they made so much money, dude. They're retired. Like retirement money. Like fucking 4 months of just them streaming Roulette and they were good. Right? Like they just could have fucking quit and live in fucking Bora Bora for the rest of their life. Like holy fuck. They were making racks. I remember when anybody remember when Twitch gambling was a thing? I used to watch Trainwrecks. And he would gamble like $4 million in 2 hours. And a lot of people were saying it was fake, but I remember watching his streams, and he would stream for 2 days straight. Had to be on some shit, dude. How the fuck do you stay awake that long? And he would just fucking gamble all, like, he lived in like Canada or some shit, and I think he probably still has the same setup. He would have his blinds open and it would be day, and he would shut them when it was night. And he would literally, like, if you would tune in at any time of the day, he was live, just, come on, bro. Come on. Just fucking waiting. Just zoned in, fucking spinning $10,000 of fucking spin, dude. Buying fucking $400,000 buy-ins. Just crazy. He probably still does that shit. But I don't know for sure. I don't really go on Keck as much.
100,000 of viewers witnessing these freak shows live. That's the content he was doing. The more bizarre, the better it is. He invites small streamers or people that just want to make money to the stream, and they're basically humiliated for the viewers' entertainment. There are constantly fights and other absurd things that I can't even say, or this video is banned instantly.
I hate streamers I hate streamers that have setups like this, dude. Just fucking 45 people in the back. Just this guy streaming here. So annoying. It's just so much background noise. Just it's too hectic. Too many things going on, and none of it's entertaining.
I can't even
just that IRL stream. I'm not talking about IRL streams in general, but like that IRL stream bullshit where it's just like a party of a bunch of influencers that just fucking sit around and do nothing.
Or this video is banned instantly. It's like we go back to barbaric times again. He was one of the pioneers of Russian trash streams, along with names like...
I remember that guy. Puts all that shit. Is he still alive? Because he would pump his arms with like fucking Synthol.
Was one of the pioneers of Russian trash streams, along with names like Refly, who locked out his pregnant girlfriend in the winter outside, where she eventually died, and all that for a donation on...
Died? I swear, I think she doesn't even have a heartbeat. Bro, he killed his girlfriend for a dono.
Or JV Ling, who's basically just a low-budget Melstroy. We will talk about him a little later as well. So what started as, hey, let's invite some girls, buy some alcohol, and do a drunk stream along with some casino, snowballed into Melstroy going insane and creating an illusion in his head of him being an absolute god. Eventually, he doesn't care about anything or anyone. Just look at how he's treating his own friends. Propaganda of alcohol, gambling, careless lifestyle, that's what Melstroy's streams are all about. His sponsors, apart from kiddos, were casinos that paid him good cash.
Oh, God. Well, this is Russian rubles. Russian rubles, aren't they worth less than Clash of Clans? No, not anymore. Russian ruble to US dollar. One Russian ruble is 0.011 US dollars, which would be, what, 1.1 cents? How much is Clash of Clans gems worth? A Clash of Clans gem is worth more than a Russian ruble.
And as money flows, Melstroy moves to Moscow, where he meets already mentioned Vigilenko, and later he is joined by Grisha.
Bro! Borderline, yo, he's got good at this censoring, though.
TV, who is also a very interesting character. And after that, the whole thing goes downhill. This is what happens when you're a 21-year-old without education, a gambler, and you surround yourself with alike people who are straight up crazy.
I mean, he's technically a good businessman, but it's like, it's just getting to his head.
He will start going insane. Melstroy ended up in a group of people that cares only about his money and will do anything to keep his cash cow going. He was making $1 million a month just from the casino sponsors alone. Damn, this dude must be very rich. Maybe, but not as much as you think. He's a gambler, and that's a fact. He drains thousands of dollars down per stream.
Yeah, that's the illusion of the gambling streams, though. Like, they're making a lot of money, but in their contract, it's usually like they have to gamble a specific amount of that money, right? So they're still playing with real money. They can still keep the profits that they make, but it's like, hey, we're going to pay you $1 million a month under the stipulation that you're going to gamble such and such amount on stream for this amount of hours. So they might be getting paid $1 million, but they might be profiting like $250K.
These super top apartments in Moscow City, that's like a drip neighborhood where all cool and rich kids hang out. He spends cash
because the contractors can keep giving him gamble money. Yeah, but they're not going to just keep pumping him money if he just loses it all. I mean, maybe his sponsor, but I know on stake, like if they lose money, they're not going to just like keep giving you just more money.
He even pays some celebrities to come in, like this guy, Edward Bill, which is a famous Russian blogger. Melstroy paid him around 1 million rubles to come on the stream, only for him to promote some random online casino. Melstroy didn't like it, obviously, and after confronting Edward about it, he responded by saying that that's the only reason he came here and he wouldn't even wipe his ass with his 1 million rubles. He got kicked out just a minute later. Another great example of Mel's God complex is the stream that occurred in June of 2020. Mel rented a nice house, invited a couple
of... I mean, that's not, like, bad on him, though. Like, him just being like, fuck off, you're just promoting a gambling company.
Guests and some girls as well. This is Yana, just a random girl that looks pretty good, and she makes sure that everyone sees that. She flirts with Melstroy a little bit as well. After, like, 30 minutes of this happening, Yana gets a call. The caller was her boyfriend, who was not very happy about what's happening on the stream, for obvious reasons. Mel basically laughs at him and calls him a cuck. Now we move to the front yard of the house, where we can spot a couple of newcomers that are trying to get inside of the house, and Melstroy's bodyguard, which, to be absolutely honest, did absolutely nothing. Keep in mind that behind this door is Melstroy, who has no idea what's happening outside of the room.
Holy shit, are they gonna go fucking kick his ass?
Yana comes out and argues with her boyfriend, but boyfriend doesn't really want to talk. So Yana gets slapped.
Did he just throw up? What?
And after that, she gets...
Nah, that's fucking nuts. Nah, that's fucking nuts. He's rightfully mad at his girlfriend, but him hitting her, bro, just break up with her. What the fuck?
And after that, she gets slapped again. Then guards finally escort those mofos from Melstroy's property, and that's pretty much it. Melstroy, with all this success around him, grew an ego of abnormal...
What the fuck?
...measurements, and didn't treat other people right. Let's be real. But after one of Russia's most famous artists, Morgenstern, declined his invitation to the stream by saying he doesn't like what's...
Oh, I've listened to his music before.
And he doesn't want to be part of it. His God's complex got a little damaged. He realized that people who don't really need his money don't respect him enough. On 19/10, 2020, Melstroy streamed as usual. He invited a bunch of people to his apartment, drank alcohol, but Melstroy will remember this date as the day when he almost ruined his career. It all started when a new character appears on Melstroy's stream. Meet Yelena Yefremova. Yelena then proceeds to talk about generation gap and other topics that Melstroy is not really familiar with. And I'm gonna be honest, she was annoying. Her tone, the way she spoke, she was trying to show off and come out as a smart person while she knew that Andrei wasn't the brightest. Melstroy got very angry and told her that she's cringe, that she doesn't know what she's talking about. Yelena, however, saw that Andrei pretty much lost it and started to clown on him. He then called her flat, to which girl asked him to show his torso then, which got Andrei even angrier, and then something that nobody expected happened. Yelena ended up with a broken jaw and brain injury that was progressing
He
as
slammed her head in the fucking table.
As they went by. However, Melstroy didn't even care. He gets sued by her afterwards and had to pay a sum of 72k Russian rubles. And he also got...
That's nothing! That's like $100! 72k rubles to USD. That's 781 US dollars. That is fucking nothing. That is fucking nothing. Oh my god.
6 months of community service. After this incident, he got almost all his...
It was a lot then, was it? $1,000. 1,180.
Social medias blocked, including YouTube channels, Instagram, VK, and Telegram. And it looked like Melstroy is done and will never come back from this situation ever again. Melstroy proceeded to spend 2 years creating new channels on YouTube, trying out new platforms and new ways how to stream again. Nothing seemed to work though, until he found Kick, where nobody seemed to have a problem with him to be there. He started to gain audience there with streams where he would give out Maybach Mercedes to biggest donators, which turned out to be 1.5 million Russian rubles and stuff like that. He then left Russia and started traveling. Andrei stayed in Dubai where he paid $10k per day for a hotel room. He also bought watches for $20 million, so you know, guys living a life. But the reason why I named this chapter Comeback is because after the incident, his numbers fell significantly, and he wasn't as popular as he used to be. However, he wanted to let the world know about him one more time, because for the attention-seeking person that he is, it's pretty hard to go for so long without any big stunts. So he publishes this video. And he did as he said. Well, almost. First of his victims was Hesses. He got 5 million ruble dono. Then Kasha got 1.5 million rubles. Then a little side quest he did. He donated 3 million rubles to a Russian legend streamer Papich, who said he would never play Dota again, which is kind of funny, not gonna lie. Only guy who refused to shave his head was Bratishkin. He said that he won't do it even for 40 million rubles. I mean...
40 million rubles. Now we're doing more math, more math, more math, more math, more math, more math. He said he wouldn't shave his head for $434,000. What? He said he wouldn't shave his head for 40 million rubles. That is almost $500,000. I feel like most people would shave their head for like fucking $50. What? Dude, wear a hat for a month. And then now you have hair again.
Shit, I would do it for $2, not gonna lie.
$2.
Which fun. Apparently shaving streamers wasn't enough, so Melstroy
I do like this YouTuber. I'm not gonna join, but I'll sub.
Thought of another stunt he could pull off. Well, and for that, he probably remembered good old days, since he donated money to female streamers and asked them to strip for him. He donated 1.5 million to this lovely lady to show her fingies. Then this girl asked
5 million? Fuck, dude. I gotta do 5 million rubles to USD. That's $54,000.
He also donated to Sveta Solar, the famous Russian blogger or whatever, I don't know, and she looted 1 million rubles. However, this next girl dragged the most attention, as after Andrei sent her 1 million rubles in order to pull up her shirt and sit like that for a whole minute on the stream, he called bank and basically stole her money back. Some say these stories are fake and Melstroy never donated anything, since the thing with calling bank sounds pretty sus even for Russia. Then some donations were misspelled and some other stuff. Overall, I think he would actually do this, but I couldn't care less, really. Anyway, as for now, Andrei is chilling on Bali Islands these days and makes around $20k per gambling stream. He doesn't do trash streams anymore, he only streams with selected people who he trusts. And at the making of this video, something really interesting happened. Melstroy announced he would be paying $200 for every TikTok of him that gets 10k likes or something.
Wow.
And just recently he posted something on his Telegram that is even more interesting. He posted challenges. For example, if anyone makes Mr. Beast follow him on Instagram, gets 150 million rubles. A person who climbs Mount Everest gets 50 million rubles, and yada yada. It's crazy amount of money, and I guess it worked because Melstroy said that Mr. Beast actually followed him and even messaged him.
Hey Mel, so I was told to send you this video saying hi. I'm not sure why, but hi.
So are we getting Melstroy Mr.
What?
Beast?
Bro, you're going to pay 140 million rubles for somebody to get Mr. Beast to follow you. Just pay Mr. Beast 140 million rubles and he'll fucking follow you. What the fuck? I ain't going to follow somebody for money, but if you're going to pay me $5 million, I'd follow somebody for fucking money. What the fuck? 5 mil? 5 mil? That's like fucking, that covers 5 of his videos. That was a fucking good video, though. That is nuts. Chat, I'm going to piss real quick. Let's lock in, chat. First video of the fucking day. I slept with 100 men in one day.
I'm Lily Phillips, and today I'm getting run through by 100 guys.
The world of adult entertainment is a billion.
The fucking hard cut to the electric guitar. 100 guys in one day. I'm going to ask a very blatantly obvious question off rip. Isn't that going to f some shit up on the inside? Just saying. Like, that can't be safe for the uterus or anything for that matter down there. You think that's a world record? Is there a record for that? That's got to be a world record. 100 people in a day has got to be a world record. The highest number of men slept with in a single day was 919 men in 24 hours. That's not possible. That's physically not possible. Lisa Sparks, a woman in the sex industry in Poland in October 16th of 2004, slept with 919 men. Did they have like a flyer on the side of the road? Where do you even find 919 people in a day to just go, hey, do you want to have sex with this other person? And then like, okay, yeah. Okay, men are desperate, right? We'll admit that. I'll admit that. But you're the 850th guy. You're the 850th guy. And you're just walking in. And you're like, you like dap up the guy that just fucking left. All warmed up. Warmed up, dude. 850 in. Dude, that'd have to be like a Pringles can, man. That'd be at that point. I don't know, man. 850 in like 8 hours? Like, what the fuck? A Goon Squad production. Wow, what a great title. 1 month to go? Oh, we pre-planned this in advance.
Hey! Hi, Lily. I'm Josh.
I'm more of a hooker. How are you?
Okay. Nice to meet you. Is it a shoes off house? A shoes on house?
Shoes on. Honestly, I've got a dog. Like, it's a total mess. Do you want a glass of water?
I would love a glass of water.
I mean, even like...
I think that would be I don't know, that would be a bit of a shock if 100 men in a day and you made me take my shoes off when I entered the house. Oh, well, it is 1 month to go. I was going to say in that day. And you're like, no, you got to take your shoes off. I'd be like, oh, well.
Could I have a tea? As a word, like, so is that the right?
I usually skip this part. So I heard your sink isn't working.
I'm a YouTuber, so I'm a bit red-faced and new to this world, but what is the like...
People call me anything. Star, escort, OnlyFans girl, anything really. I don't really care. It's not like a bother to me. You know what, I don't drink tea.
Yeah. Oh, really?
No, so this is probably going to taste like shit because I don't really know how to make it, but just good for one thing, me, honestly.
Having been involved in the world of YouTube content creation for 10 years, I've witnessed some extreme measures taken in order to achieve online fame, as well as taking some extreme measures of my own. But none quite as extreme as the stunt I came across which inspired this documentary. Lily Phillips, a 23-year-old OnlyFans star living in London who describes herself as an English was planning on hosting an event where she would sleep with 100 of her fans in a single day.
How did you get into doing this for a career?
Well, I started when I was at university. Very, very tame stuff. Hand bras, underwear, things like that. Because I was at university and I was like, I'm being a anyway, could make a little bit of money.
What do you mean by you were being a anyway?
I don't know. I never judge. I've said this. I don't judge OnlyFans, but it always is more confusing to me if somebody does OnlyFans and they make like $20 a month, you know? Like, having an OnlyFans makes sense if you're, like, you know, grinding out a bit of cash or, like, some sort of substantial, this is helping me out, versus, you know, you have 4 subscribers and you know 3 of them. Would you be disappointed if your daughter was an OnlyFans model? She was getting a bag now. I'm keeping it a stack, dude. I mean, would I be worried for her safety? Yeah. But if I had a daughter and she was an OnlyFans model, but she was making, like, dude, Sophie Rain money, fucking good on you. Good on you, dude. Sophie Rain money. Didn't she make like $40 million in a year or some shit? Dude, that's crazy. That's like, bro, that's how much pro athletes make in the height of their career.
I was just sleeping around with everyone.
But I feel like I know of a lot of girls who have done that at university, but then haven't gone.
She can't do anything else? Well, yeah, dude, she can't do anything else. You're acting like I would promote her to go into that. I think as a father, you never tell your daughter to become an OnlyFans model. I mean, what the fuck is that? That would be insanity. If you're like, you should get into the adult film industry. What? No, I would never put her down that path. But if it ever arised and she was like, I started this, I'd be like, okay, it's your life, you know? Like, I think that's what you got to recognize too, is like, it might not be like, you know, the ideal of like, hey, I'd rather you be like something else. But at the end of the day, it's their life, right? You are not your kids' keepers. If you are unable to come to terms with your child having free will, don't have a fucking kid. And you can say, oh, you're whack for that. You would let your kid do OnlyFans. Bro, if they're 30 years old, 25, and they're making the fucking informed decision to do that, and you're going to fucking crash out, you don't have to support every goddamn decision your kid makes, but you have to support your fucking kid, okay? That's the difference. Like, if you're like, you're having a kid. Obviously, yes, if they're like, you know, younger, you're taking care of your kid. You're trying to put them in the right path. But at the end of the day, you know, they're fucking 30 years old and they're like, I'm making an OnlyFans. What, you're going to sit there as a fucking 65-year-old man and go, shut the fuck up, dude. like at that point, bro, they're not even your kid anymore. Like they're your kid, but like they're their own person, you know?
I mean, I just was like already very, not proud, like very just okay with doing that. Like I've just always had quite like a sexual nature.
Yeah.
I just thought I might just make like a couple £100, can get a few.
Now, I don't know about this. Okay, see, this is a different scenario. I could support my kid having an OnlyFans, but then if my daughter came to me and she was like, I'm going to sleep with 100 guys in 8 hours, I'd go, oof. I'd still go, you know, it's your life. I would be like, I'm worried for your health. Because that seems like you would have to go to a hospital afterwards.
I didn't think it would turn into like my whole career. But I think as soon as I started on the platform, I kind of realized, I guess, how.
You'd be okay with your daughter being I'm not going to type the word. This is what I'll say. Controlling parents create kids that fight the system, right? If you are so scared of your daughter sleeping around, you're going to have a daughter that sleeps around most of the time, right? Because you're inflicting something on them before they've even made their own opinion, and now they're going to grow up going, well, why the fuck are you trying to control me like that? Not really. It depends. I think the more controlling, I think when I use the word controlling, I don't mean caring. Like, a caring parent is somebody that wants their kid to, you know, go down the right path. Controlling is like your kid fails a test and you lock them in their room for 6 days. Your kid, like that type of shit. Your kid went out and didn't come home on time, and now you broke his fucking PS5 and he can't have friends over for a month. Like, that's a controlling parent.
And also just how much I loved it. I was just like, why am I doing a whole degree? Last week, I was like,
I don't know. Dude, it's so complex because at the end of the day, it's people, man. There's no cookie cutter method to raise a kid because at the end of the day, yes, all infants are going to act the fucking same. But once somebody develops a personality, there's no method of parenting an individual. It's just, dude, they're their own person. Yeah, a fucking 4-year-old is like, dude, you just got to feed them and, like, you know, give them something to entertain them because they don't have a fucking personality. But as they age, it's going to become harder and harder to do that.
23 guys all at once, and like some people would be like, you're insane, like I would have to be paid to do that, and I'm like, no, that's just fun to me.
Would you call yourself a businesswoman?
I don't know about that. People would give me a bit of stick if I said I was a businesswoman, but I guess definitely business-minded.
I would call you a businesswoman.
Thanks. A lot more people would use the word just, I guess.
How does that make you feel?
Oh, I literally, I've never really cared what people think. It doesn't really bother me. I have such a supportive like family and friends, and what they think about me is so much more important than what strangers think about me.
The holidays are here. It's cold outside, you have a warm cup of hot cocoa, and you're placing your parlay on DraftKings because this video is partnered with DraftKings. We're getting into the football season heavy right now. A lot of big games coming up. And if you're trying to get into sports betting or you have a different sportsbook app and you want to transition to a better one, DraftKings. Download DraftKings today. Use promo code JOEB, and if you place a $5 bet and it wins, you get $150 in bonus bets. What a deal, ladies and gentlemen. You can't pass it up. DraftKings Sportsbook is available in the green states. As you can see, if you are not a part of the green states, that is perfectly fine. You can still download DraftKings Fantasy, no problem. Don't miss out on the action DraftKings has to offer. Download DraftKings today, and if you are a new customer, use code JOEB when you sign up. Place a $5 bet, and if it hits, you get $150 in bonus bets. Thank you to DraftKings for sponsoring this video. Let's get back into it. Can we get to... Oh...
The hole.
No, I can't.
These are more like my toys. Before I do a shoot out.
That's a traffic cone that she sits on. Oh, stop.
Taxi, and basically the taxi driver ends up like f***ing the passenger.
Oh, what are they talking about? Oh my God, what is that? Yeah, I said I'm skipping around this video. Fake taxi. Why do you guys know that?
Yeah. Search it all when you get home.
So far, is this a normal
Search it up when you get home.
day in the life of Lily Phillips?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I'm gonna go home now. Do some content and stuff like that. I'll show you how I go about just filming day to day.
How much does it cost for the video calls?
How much are they? Like 100 per minute.
Per minute?
I don't know. I feel like I would never want to get into the field of modeling, OnlyFans, or any of those things that are off of how you look, because then people get so hyper insecure about themselves and also inflated egos about themselves, right, at the same time, right? People that get into that like career field are always so focused on like caring about how they look and also thinking that they look better than everybody else. And like those two things combined, it's just like it makes it a lot of the time it's harmful to the individual's personality and mental well-being.
300 for 5 minutes, and then 500 for 10 minutes.
Wow.
I think a taxi driver would know what fake taxi was.
Oh, he knows.
Lily agreed to show me the business side of her operation. OnlyFans might be what she enjoys, but it also provides a hefty paycheck.
240 million. Bad Baby shared her Insta OnlyFans payslip since 2021 after earning 800,000. Is that euros or pounds? On the first day?
Your moneymaker is OnlyFans.
I started an OnlyFans.
Bro, but I don't know anyone that's bought an OnlyFans. Oh my God, I probably do. They just don't say it. That's what I'm saying is like, I don't know. I've never, oh no, I do know. One of my friends bought an OnlyFans. I remember. No, I do. I have a friend that, oh my God, it was some Instagram model. And he told me, and he was like, dude, I bought an OnlyFans. I was like, you bought an OnlyFans? He was like, yeah, it was like $15. I was like, was it worth it? He was like, no, man. And he was like all bummed about it. Was it Isaiah? No, it was not Isaiah from high school.
I'll show you my first month. $13,338.
And can you give us like
$13K on the first month?
Any indication as to
how do they get that big? Like, how do they, at the end of the day, isn't OF just marketing too?
What a more recent month might look like?
I'll just show you. I don't really want to say if that's okay.
Because like you're not getting pushed on the app So it's like they have to have like an outside, like there's like the top OF girls are just really good marketing people. They're probably pretty, unless they have a team around them, they're probably also a pretty good hire in the marketing space as well because they know how to sell something.
I think it's more money than you might be imagining. And you made me pay for the cab. So you say you're going to do some work today. Like, how are you going to decide what to film this afternoon?
I usually am going to prioritize my customs.
Like they've paid for like a customized request?
Yeah, customized requests that maybe I say their name in it or something that they're really into that I don't have already. So...
Damn, what do you think the weirdest like request has been? Feet? Bro, definitely way more. Yeah, like poop shit. Yeah, like poop stuff. Oh, but for 30 grand? Poop stuff. Oh, but for $50,000?
Up to. Sometimes it's just general conversation. Like sometimes guys just want to talk.
Have you like recognized any
shit eating? If I was an OF person and the guy paid me to eat my own poop, I would just mush up a Snickers bar. I would wet a Snickers bar, mush it up, and then I would eat it and just gag, dude. I would go.
of the names in here of people that you might know?
Oh yeah, definitely.
He responds, were you eating like a lot of peanuts or something?
There's been some guys like outwardly say like we used to go to school together.
Wow.
Or some of like dad's friends and stuff like that.
What messaging you?
Yeah. I just tried to keep it very professional.
Your version of keeping it professional is sort of the opposite of everyone else's version of keeping it professional?
Yeah.
Have you ever received any scary message on here, that like something that frightened you or made you feel unsafe?
Some people's requests are sometimes way too much. Like I had literally last week, like, can you put a bag over your head and pretend to be like suffocated? It depends obviously on the request, but stuff
what?
Like that I probably won't do. I don't want to encourage it. Like that for me, I don't think that's doing helping
What if someone
society.
offered you $1 million to do it?
I probably would
I'm gonna change my mind. You know.
bend my morals for that. Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Dude, like 10 grand.
You've got a spreadsheet.
You're like 10 grand.
Incredible. I can't believe you tried to tell me you weren't a businesswoman at one point. You've got a spreadsheet.
This guy's paid for a bottle of spit in a 6-minute video.
You did what, sorry?
A bottle of spit. Like you're gonna ship him like just a container of spit? How long would it take to fill that up? I would just have to be staring at a picture of chicken wings. That shit would start dripping. I'd be like a dog when you're holding the treat in front of their face, dude.
Just me like spitting into a bottle.
And is he going to receive that? Or?
Yeah, I'll send it in the post.
Lily invited us to observe the creation of a custom one of her subscribers had paid $300
Okay, I think I need to go full fucking face cam here.
for.
So the guy's asked for a off instruction and he wants it kind of a dog style. So a little bit more like me telling him what to do.
Oh yeah, no, not showing that.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I'm nervous for is like for them to have a good time. I want to make sure they enjoy themselves and don't come away from it like, oh, I feel disgusted or that wasn't fun. 2006.
Oh my God.
So
how does that make him? So 18.
18, yeah. I mean, he does like 18, doesn't he? Hey there, I know I'm late, but would love to you and lose my virginity.
He actually said,
what? Oh my God. She's gonna take people's virginity on the day she sleeps with 100 people.
I'd loose my virginity to get his spelling fixed.
I think other people in the industry definitely look down on me for doing this, but I think at the end of the day, people forget that it's also my fantasy. And this is also something that I'm really enjoying and want to do and have wanted to do before I was even in the industry.
Our filming was interrupted briefly by a phone call from Lily's mother. Apparently, she calls Lily every day.
I don't need to hear the phone call with Lily's mother.
I thought it might be helpful to hear the perspective of another OnlyFans creator.
Hey, whoa.
Now, this is something I've wanted to know all day. Do I call you Alex?
This is a risky video.
Or do I call you the Queen of Southampton?
Oh, either. No, you call me Alex. Basically, I went into OnlyFans because we were really, really broke. It was really last resort. I had never, ever sent anyone a nude prior to this ever in my life. So I was so naive going into it. I started off just doing bikini pictures.
Oh, that's not TOS. Oh my God, that was so risky though. I went just desktop on that shit. Oh, I'm starting to sweat playing this fucking video, dude. God damn, man. He doesn't show anything. He doesn't show anything crazy. Oh, there's an uncensored version. Okay, so this is the PG.
You regret?
There's a lot I regret on there.
Do you feel scared?
Oh my God, what was I gonna say? I feel like most men, there's a lot of men that do OnlyFans. But if I was desperate for cash, I feel like I'd start selling drugs. If I'm saying like desperate, right? Like that, I don't know. I feel like that would be like the path I would be going down. But that's illegal. Nah, maybe I'd start, throwing ass on OnlyFans. I don't know.
It is scary, yeah, because people are starting to do the most outrageous things online. I've seen so much of it lately, and I think my daughter's already getting stick for what I do. And like I said, I don't really do anything controversial compared to all these other girls. And it just keeps being like leveled up and up and up of the expectations.
Well, on Saturday, I'm
keeping my mouse on my just chatting scene so I could just full swap face cam if I need to.
Going to another OnlyFans creator, Lily Phillips, is planning to sleep with 100 men in a single day for OnlyFans content. Have you heard about this?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
What do you think?
I think it's really sad. I just worry about her mental health. I'm hoping it's a hoax.
She's not even gonna know their names. 100 in a day, or like even the woman that slept with like 900 in like 2005. Bro, you're not even. There's no introduction, right? Like they're walking in ready, and you're just going, "Hey, nice to meet you." Wham, go next.
From what I've seen of her, I think she's like young and beautiful. I don't think she has to sleep with 100 guys in one day for attention. I don't know. It's like medically, is she going to be in a lot of pain?
That's what I've been saying. Bro, you got to be taking painkillers.
Mentally, you're going to be known as the girl that shot 100 guys in one day. And I think that's really sad.
I would hate to be the 100th guy. You walk in and it's just like a SpongeBob green stench. I know they probably prepared that. They probably got good ventilation and like memories and shit. You walk in, and it's unaudible. Just plays. The bed's just sopping wet. The whole bed is just fucking. There's like a green aura just in the room, and the bed's just like, I'm talking like you threw it in a lake, just sopping wet.
The problem is that when you sign up to objectifying yourself, it's like you're signing a deal with the devil. Like no one is going to see you as a human being. It gets to the point where everyone objectifies you. That's the reality of it. You're like the cash cow.
Do you think the kind of thing Lily's doing this weekend is the future of OnlyFans?
Gonna catch a disease? No, they definitely all made those people get STD tested.
It isn't, but we keep seeing so many sort of outrageous stunts. Maybe people assume they have to do that in order to get attention and followers. So it is just going to have to get more outrageous, which is quite scary if you think about it.
Well, yeah, like how do you one-up that?
How are we looking? We're 1 week away.
I think we've...
God, she has a dog. The dog's looking like that one image of the 1,000-yard stare. Just in the other room. The other room, the dog's just on the couch, just hearing everything, just like. She confirmed today she's doing 1,000. Bro, let's mathematically do that, though. How do you do 1,000? How do you do 1,000? If you have 24 hours... There's 1,440 minutes, meaning she has to go through one person every 1.4 minutes. 1,000, 100, yeah, you're getting a much longer time because you're getting 1,440 divided by 100. Every person averagely has 14 minutes, so she's probably gonna finish in like fucking early before the day ends. 1.4 minutes per person. Oh, multiple people at once. Dude, she could die. Like I feel like that would be like strain on your body.
That they've done an STI test?
Yeah, so prioritizing guys who have STI tests. They have to screenshot the results kind of thing. But this is the thing with it, like you can never 100% know if they've had an STI test, and even if they had, they could have slept with 10 girls in between the test and things like that. It's more just like, you know what you're getting involved in if you're willing to participate.
Are you going to kiss any of the guys?
Definitely. I feel like some of them would be a bit put off, especially when they know.
If you're kissing some of the guys, you're 100% getting herpes simplex. 1 in 3 people have herpes simplex. If she doesn't already have herpes simplex, she's getting herpes simplex. You're making out with 100 men, 20 of them have herpes simplex easily. It's not genital. What is that? It's not genital herpes. You ever have a cold sore? If you have a cold sore, you have herpes. And there's a lot of people that have that, and they never like think about it because it's so common. It's not something that's considered an STD, but it's like, if I was her, I would not make out with those guys. Like, they might even have one developing or not want to have one at all, and you just get it. It's not something to be ashamed of, okay? If you have herpes simplex, don't sit there and be like, oh, I'm fucking weird. Nothing's wrong with you, right? Like, I swear to God, I think it's like 1 in 3 people have it. Genital herpes is different. Then that's a whole different thing. Dude, I just have like lice, but it's like not on my head.
I can't really explain it. I get like serotonin, like from when people are like, oh my God.
But 100 guys. Dude, 50 in, you're like, I want to take a nap, man. How many guys could you get through? Bro. 1 day to go.
Nice to meet you.
I never really...
Oh my God, he's meeting one of the guys.
Really?
I'm Josh, by the way.
Oh,
hey, nice to meet you.
Oh, hey, how's it going? I took like 12 gas station honey packets before this.
I never really think about things before I do them, so I've just kind of do them and then think, oh, you know, was that okay? But
let's just say, you see that squirrel's nest in the tree right there? I can't look at it.
We received a text from Lily's team asking us to not draw attention to the rented Airbnb where the stunt was set to take place.
She's asked us to not be around the property so we don't draw attention to it.
So I asked lucky participant number 1 if he wanted to go for a stroll while we waited for Team Lily to arrive.
So you're obviously a subscriber of Lily's on OnlyFans? Oh.
I mean, that's also getting to the guy's insecurities here, chat. Number 1's like going first in the presentation. You're the starter, right? There's no expectations. You're just going in, right? Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Now she's gotten, you know, people that are, you know, different. Now you're worried that, you know, you might not perform. But I think also 100 guys in a day, nobody really cares.
So you got a text, but they sent the address quite late, didn't they?
yeah, just this morning. Funny, like on the text, it was like, you know, if you have any friends who'd like to take part, and I was like, oh, that's one of my motivations for coming here.
Friends that want to take part? You get your whole friend group to sign up. You leave the door to your best friend. You're like, see you later, man. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Like, is it gonna happen, you know?
Yeah.
Am I gonna get mugged? It's on the circle line.
It's like a WWE match, dude. Dude, I'm out. I fucking just take it. You just leave.
Finally, Lily arrived.
Hello. Lovely to meet you. Lucky number 1.
An hour behind schedule with a security guard on the door, we were allowed inside.
Nice to meet you.
Hello, how you doing? Fair enough.
Everyone get dated now.
Also, one of the guys, she said in the beginning of the video, was a virgin. And they're filming this for OnlyFans. So there's going to be people around the room. What if they can't, you know?
The atmosphere inside was nervous and very strange.
Lots of bananas.
No one, including Lily's team of assistants, seemed to have...
Mac a banana before. Sitting in the waiting room, legs crossed. Yeah. Just waiting your turn. Your fucking 10th in queue.
Having had their IDs checked and release forms signed in order to allow publication on OnlyFans, 6 men sat anxiously on a sofa, waiting for their...
Oh my God, bro.
their turn to have sex with Lily.
Bro, and you're just in the same room as the other dudes.
Meanwhile, it seemed the reality of what Lily was undertaking was starting to become slightly more real.
Hello.
Hello, how are you feeling?
Nervous. No, excited. It's nice to actually meet the boys because it puts you at ease a bit.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
I'm nervous.
I'm nervous and I'm not even going to be in the room.
How are you feeling?
No, I'm a little bit nervous.
Okay.
I'm excited.
Just putting a baby monitor in here so I can keep an eye on you. Febreze.
Yeah, that's good. Are the guys gonna...
Yeah, that's going to be the saver. Sponsored by Febreze. So you don't have the smell.
And like, do we think we're gonna get to 100 today?
Yeah, I'm not leaving without it.
He flew from Switzerland? From Switzerland, this motherfucker came here.
This girl is about to just have a load of strangers, 100 strangers.
How much is that flight?
One of the men participating agreed to speak with us after having spent his
sketchy watch? No, that was just a bathing suit.
Allotted 5 minutes with Lily. He had flown in from Switzerland just...
They get 5 minutes each?
Just for this.
So I came last night and I'm leaving basically after. I went for the authentic experience.
Okay.
I had pie.
Pie.
Yeah,
British
in the
pie,
pub,
pie
yeah.
and mash.
Yeah.
How long?
Yep, flew to the UK, had a Guinness, went to a tourist shop, bought a shirt, saw that clock, and now I'm here.
Have you known or been a fan of Lily Phillips?
Since the beginning, I would.
Guinness is Irish? Okay. Bro, but everybody in the UK drinks Guinness.
Were you nervous this morning going in there?
Yes, especially when I saw all the guys, the cute.
Yeah.
And yeah.
That's racist? That's not racist. Most like European, even in like when I went to fucking Iceland, dude, every bar had a whole Guinness sign. Guinness is like a very, I think Guinness is one of the most popular beer brands in the world by purchase sold. I'm pretty sure in the US this year, Guinness is the #1 most popular beer.
This gonna has to be the most expensive shag ever.
Really?
Yeah.
How much?
200 to get tested, 250 for the flight, maybe 800.
800 pounds, and worth it?
Yes, without a doubt.
How are you doing?
How are you feeling?
It's not something I'd normally do, but I saw it. I thought, much wrong.
Yeah.
I think I saw it and I just thought, fucking might as well just do it.
And like, how long did you get with her?
She said 5 minutes, and then halfway through, she said she hadn't started the timer, so she said like 5 minutes from now. Which was all right.
So you got some extra?
Yeah, just extra time.
Do you know how many guys have gone before you?
No idea.
You got a fucking shot clock there. They got a fucking egg timer. That's daunting. You just hear...
No idea.
Yeah, like, is that what...
Yeah, but I don't really know. You know, I just thought...
Are you happy you did it?
A little bit. I'm just a bit nervous really, if anyone find out. My dad would kick me out straight away.
Really?
Why?
Yeah.
Oh, because he's going to be on the video.
Hey, sorry, we've got so many people here right now. It's absolute mayhem. I've had like 100 cigarettes. I'm chain smoking through this.
Oh, 100 cigarettes? Oh my God. So every guy just a cigarette. Next. Cigarette. Next. The smell in that room. Bro.
I feel like this is going to go on a lot later than we planned. We planned it to end at like 7, but I think it's going to run until like 9, 10 p.m. maybe.
Wow, imagine being in the apartment right next to it. I'd feel like they just like left a TV on or something and there was just something on autoplay. I'd be like, what the fuck is happening? It's been like 12 hours of this shit.
After hours of waiting, we tried to get back into the Airbnb. We ended up being delayed by one of her assistant's boyfriends, a close-up magician who had been performing for men in the waiting room.
Is this your card? Is this? Is this your card? You're fucking sitting there. I have a show. Here's a business card. Here's a business card. Here's a business card. I have a show actually next Saturday if you want to come see it. It's only $20 for a ticket.
Lily's PA gave us some more updates and promised us that they were nearly finished.
How far off is she from finishing?
Not far off at all. We're nearly done. We're nearly done. We've got a few people who have like gone home and then they've called us and like, can my friend come? I've just told him how sick it was. And we're like, yeah, bring it. Like, send your friend over. But no, it's been great for like networking. Like even like guys have been speaking. They're like, oh yeah, I do this for a living, saying their jobs. Oh, we need someone that does that. And we're like, yeah, message us back tomorrow. It's been fun. I've really enjoyed.
Is this the used condom behind your ear? Oh my God.
I actually can't believe we were going to do this without security. They've been
so helpful.
Absolutely amazing. Like, good kids.
You might want to go full face cam when they show the room. Bro, I'm just fast forwarding to where they go interview Lily.
Hello, hi.
How are you?
Lily offered to show me the aftermath of their stunt.
Oh, it stinks.
What does it smell like?
Like, brace yourself.
He goes, oh, you're going to show me the room? Oh, I'm so excited. They open the door. And just fucking throws up.
Brace yourself.
Oh.
Oh.
Holy
shit. I guess it... You actually can.
Are they just on the floor?
Yeah, he's not good with smells.
Lily then walked us through the process.
Oh, dude, it probably smells like semen. Now that I'm thinking about it. I was thinking it would smell like sweat. It probably just smells like just straight semen.
That she had repeated 100 times that day.
Come on in, make yourself at home, take your shoes off. I've got some hangers here if you want to put your coat up.
Nice.
Come on in, where you travel from today? Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so nice to meet you. I'll get you on the bed, make yourself comfortable, take off your trousers, and we're going to have a fun time. And I'll give them the phone camera. I'll just say, I'm guessing you don't want your face in it.
Yeah.
And if they don't, it'll be POV phone camera.
Yeah.
I'll start usually with a and then I say, like, is there anything you like, don't like, any certain position you want to do?
Yeah.
And then, yeah, we kind of got straight into it.
Did you do the with a condom on or?
No.
No.
I didn't. Condom off.
Okay, but then like once they're having sex and it's like
condom
on.
Done.
When was the last time you ate?
I had I think I had a yam yam. Yam yam, is that what they're called? A little pastry. And then I think I had a sandwich, and that was kind of, and then the rest come. It's not for the weak, girls, if I'm honest. It was hard.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd recommend it.
Why not?
I think if you're a different type of girl, it's very like, it's kind of like being a prostitute in a sense of like, it's just a different...
Well, yeah, you're not getting to meet them.
Feeling. I don't know how to explain it, like...
It's not like just having sex with someone.
Yeah. Just one in, one out, like it feels intense.
Like more intense than you thought it might.
Definitely.
Sorry. Okay. Okay. Just take
1 minute.
I think she's sad because it's the complete lack of intimacy. It's just literally feeling like selling yourself. Because even in like filmed porn, they're meeting, who you're doing it with, and they know each other and they have a conversation. Like, she's just like, hey, how are you? Good. Okay, let's start. And it's just like no conversation. Like nothing. You don't even know who they are. You're just doing it and then they're gone. Wow.
When I talked to you last, like I was not nervous. It was like the day before. I was like...
She's on E? I don't know. I would think, it would maybe make more sense. I don't know. I don't know if she did drugs or anything. I feel like it would probably be easier if she was on ecstasy. Just like straight, not even there mentally.
Like, oh, I'm so nervous. But it was good. It was more, I guess the interactions weren't like, I'd have to stop them early and like, you'd have to stand on business and be like, I'm so sorry, you got to go. And like the awkward interaction of like you feeling pressure to have to make them come if like You haven't spent.
Oh yeah, and they only have 5 minutes, and then it's just like time's up, bye.
And that's what's making you feel emotional, is that maybe you think you didn't give some guys a good enough time today?
Yeah, and it's hard, I think, having the interactions with them when they're like, what, you're not going to make me finish? I've come all this way. Like, kind of like guilt tripping me a little bit. I felt bad, like some people just...
All right, well, if they guilt trip you in that sense, I'd be like, buddy, you know what you were signing up for, pal. If they're the 50th guy and they're like, I've come all this way, I'd be like, well, you fucking idiot. You're the 50th guy. I've got 50 more after you, and it's 6 p.m. Get the fuck out of here.
I think sometimes, like, feeling so, like, robotic. Like, by the, I think, like, the 30th, you know, like, when we're getting on a bit, I've got, like, a routine of, like, how we're going to do this. And, like, it just, sometimes you'd, like, disassociate and be like, you know, like, it's not, like, normal at all. In my head right now, I can think of, like, 5, 6 guys, 10 guys that I remember. And
no, she doesn't remember 90 of them. A week from now, you could probably line up the 100 guys and she'd maybe recognize like 40 of them.
Do you think you should feel bad about that?
I guess when you've promised something to people who support you, it's kind of hard to let them down.
But it's up to you.
I get why she's upset, but at the same time, they have to know what they were fucking getting themselves into. Okay, the rest is an outro. That was an insane video. It's a very interesting watch. I liked the documentary as well. All right, next. Hot sister catches her brother edging.
Coming up on tomorrow's teachings. What's going on?
What is it?
Yes, Daddy.
Oh.
You know, I always wonder, do you think the people that do these do it because they're funny, or do you think these actors are like struggling actors that want to gain like traction, and so they like pull these people? I don't know. It's I think they need money. I think the people that are doing this are doing it to try and get like some foot in the acting biz, and they like couldn't land an area at like Darman or like in some other random, you know, like actual life lesson thing. So now they're doing like hot sister catches brother edging.
Speaking of James, where is he?
He's probably sleeping in.
Oh.
He sleeps until 12 every day.
My goodness. James!
See, here's the thing. Sleeping till 12 every day degenerative? If you don't have a night shift, you don't have a job. Yeah. Well, and that's also like if you're like 25, you know, like if you're like a high schooler or you're in college and you're sleeping till noon, you know, there's like scenarios where it's like whatever. But if you're like in your late 20s and you don't have a job, how is that degenerative? Because you're not doing anything with your life. If you have work or something where like you have obligations that you're still doing and you're making money, it's whatever. But if you're like in your late 20s and you sleep till noon every day and don't try to find a job, you're a degenerate. Like that's not even disrespectful. That's just like a fact. Like you're just not doing anything. Like you're just sitting and like chilling. That's literally you. All right, first off, I just got a fucking college degree, so fuck you. Second off, I'm 22. I'm not 26. Third off, this is my job, asshole. I'm on the clock, okay? Dickhead. I'm on the clock right now. I'm 14 minutes into my fucking work. And bro got the whole fucking Dr. Pepper case, Dr. Pepper diet right next to him. Can of empty Nutella, a Celsius. This really some of y'all's rooms, though, for real.
Or something.
Yeah, well, me too. I don't know what he does in that room all day.
The Bluetooth device
He's just lazy.
Oh, hell no! He connected to the downstairs speaker! Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! Oh, that's like a death sentence, dude. just auto connects to the Bluetooth device has been connected. Oh no.
He does
I don't know what he does in that room all day long.
There's no need for you to be here.
I think I should stay, and I think we should have sex.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Yo. I gotta mute that. I gotta mute that though. No shot it's taking him that long to realize. What does he think his fucking shit's? What does he think his shit's just fucking dead? Oh no, I gotta fast forward. Fucking connected to a Bluetooth device, you fucking idiot. Grandma heard what you were fucking listening to. What do you do if you're a parent and you walk in on your kid doing that? Oh my god. Yeah, I'd just turn away. I would just act like I didn't see it. I would never talk about it, bro. I would never talk about it. It would just be like dude, but you walk in, you're like, oh my god, you make eye contact, you're like, fuck, dude, you just shut the door. But then it's just gonna be awkward forever. Like, you can't just not mention it for the rest of your life. That's why you knock instead of barging in. Yeah. And if the door's locked, I mean, just let them lock the door. Like, I know I had a lot of friends that had doors with no locks or, like, no door. I don't know. Just, like, when parents are, not even for this reason, but, like, when parents will, like, make it so you can't shut the door, I'm like, you're just not giving your kid any privacy. Like, that's just weird. No door's insane. Yeah, no door's a risky situation to be in. Yeah, I had a friend that had no door, like none. And he was like right next to the living room. And I just remember asking him, I was like, dude, what do you do? He was like, man, I just risk it. I'm like, the fuck?
Too much of it can be bad, James. But I've only done it a few times. James, it's okay, you don't need to be embarrassed. I'm your father. But your poor mother washes your laundry all the time, and she can smell your discharge. I can smell it every time I walk by your room. Okay? Does Grandma know?
What is he, just doing it in his pants and then fucking throwing him out? What the fuck?
Let's just be glad that your sister wasn't here. It's time to stop. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. What?
Anything bad to happen to you? What does that even mean? Is that like a threat, or he's saying he's gonna, like, die from it?
But I've only done it a few times. Like, just stop touching yourself, okay? And no more explicit content. It's bad for your development. How do you think?
Bad for your development. This man looks 35. This man looks 35 years old, wearing these basketball shorts. Homie got a whole ass fucking 5 o'clock shadow. Fuck you talking about, oh, bad for your development. This man's been able to rent a car for the last 10 years.
I think I made a multi-million-dollar company. It wasn't from beating my meat. Huh? I love you, James.
Yo, honestly, he looks older than him. Swear to God. Like, if he didn't have a beard, he would look younger than his son.
Okay.
James has managed to abstain from self-touch for 3 days, but he's struggling, especially when bombarded by explicit content on Instagram.
Oh my God, he's like, I can't do this anymore. It's like withdrawal. That's just a girl? No, that's Mia Khalifa. But he's on that page for a reason.
James finds himself in a tough spot.
No more
How do you know? Bro, oh my God, how do I know? Buddy, I don't know. She's the most famous ever? Like, what do you mean? How do I know? How do you know? Everyone knows. Even if you've never seen her, everybody knows.
Until his dog, Lulu, enters the room, sparking an idea.
Stop. No. Wow, I thought this video couldn't get any more insane. I really thought this was... I thought that was going to be, like, the pinnacle of the craziness. Oh, my God. He's getting the peanut butter jar. He's getting the peanut butter jar. This couldn't get any worse.
Lulu.
No. No.
Come here, Lulu.
Stop. Why did he have it all over his face?
Mom! What are you... Mom, it's not what it looks like.
Oh my God, get away! You are
It's all over his fucking hair.
disgusting, James! You're disgusting. You got a problem. You've got a big problem!
I wasn't doing what you thought I was.
Yes, you were!
Mom, I wasn't doing it. I didn't do it.
James finds himself in tears as he gradually descends into slovenliness. Over time, he transforms into a slob, indulging in bed-bound eating sessions while consuming copious amounts of explicit content, squandering away his existence. Now,
explicit content? He's watching fucking Minecraft animation videos.
Mired in depression, he resigns himself to this bleak way of life.
I'm from Argentina.
Oh no, he's going down the incel route.
I want to say I'm going to be the war of I'm going to die to attempt it. Well done. Appreciate that. Can you touch on the detriments of weak will?
Yeah, you're a little ass bitch. You can't stop yourself from jerking off.
Literally, I was going to say the exact same thing.
Oh, I can't stop jerking off.
That's the human condition. Oh, I'm hungry. I have to eat. I'm tired. I have to sleep. We preach against this all the time.
Hi, guys, help me. I can't stop jerking off. What's the bad?
What you have to understand is...
The video encourages James to exercise
30 habits for happiness. Be kind, eat well, exercise, forgive easily, avoid social comparison. I mean, these are like good tips.
And emphasizes his ability to master his thoughts. We witness James diligently working out, engaging in self-improvement activities. Through this process
and looks maxing, James ends up doing something called mewing to support his jawline, so he has a higher chance of finding a woman companion.
James learns to combat his struggles.
This feels like a fucking nature documentary. Like, I feel like I'm watching, like a zebra in the wild, like, growing up.
Gradually, he evolves into the epitome of his potential, sculpting his physique and embracing his masculinity. Finally, James triumphs over his addiction, paving the way for him to embrace a fulfilling and vibrant life.
Oh no. What's gonna happen next morning?
I can't see!
Is he blind?
I can't see! I can't see!
How the fuck did he just spontaneously become blind? How many plot twists are they adding into this fucking video? He's blind. What, not doing it made him blind?
Mom! I can't see! Mom! I can't see!
James, what's wrong?
I can't see anything!
What do you mean?
I can't see!
Why did it go dead?
What's going on? I can't see!
What is it?
Oh my god, is this the dumbest mother in the fucking world? What is it, James? What is it? I can't see. I can't see. I can't see. What's it? Tell us what's wrong. I can't fucking see. I'm blind. Okay, I can't fucking see.
I can't see!
Can you see me? What do you mean? You can't see, James!
I'm calling Doc.
Do you still live in a time where you can call the doctor and he'll just show up to your house?
James!
Oh, hell no. That is a toupee if I've ever fucking seen one. Holy shit. But he has the hair of a... Where do we think this one's going, chat? Where do we think this one's going? Oh, he can't see anymore. How do we get him to see? Oh, I wonder.
I'm sorry, but James has developed a condition called optical neuropathy due to excessive masturbation.
What? But he stopped.
The condition was already embedded. I'm truly sorry.
It's okay. No, it's okay.
Several months later, James navigates the streets with a cane, adapting to his new reality as a blind individual. Despite his previous efforts at self-improvement, it seems too late to alter his course.
So he's
Striving
back
to
at it
uphold the
again.
best version of himself, James encounters the familiar temptation of self-gratification, now exacerbated by his blindness. Suddenly, an advertisement interrupts, promoting a lifelike sex doll designed to replicate human touch. Intrigued by the prospect...
How'd he see the ad? How'd he see the ad? The fuck? The ad just popped up. He went, oh, that's nice. And then he put in his information.
Despite his inability to see it, he eagerly awaits its arrival.
You've been naughty.
I know I have. Punish me already.
Who are these people? Who are these people?
Hey, I want to hear you say nothing. Not a thing. You got it?
Yes, Daddy.
Oh, stop.
Oh, shit, Miles, I forgot the protection. Hey, we'll be right back, baby, all right? I don't want to hear a word.
All right, hurry, Daddies.
What? Is this his house? Oh my god, it's his sister. No. No, he's blind. And oh my god. Stop. Stop. Stop.
We only have one, so we have to share it. James, what are you doing?
James, what the heck?
James, what are you doing? I feel like you would have a much higher, you know, response than that. James, what are you doing? You're having sex with your sister. I feel like, and people walked in on it. There would be a much fucking heavier reaction.
I thought this was my room.
No, it's not your room.
I thought that was my doll. Well, I don't know.
James, that's your sister.
Does that feel like a doll to you, James?
James, that's your sister, dog. Oh my god. Yo, he's blind and he just fucked his sister, yo. Oh my god. Yo, there's no way. He like takes out his phone. He's like, there's no way. Yo, it's private story, bro. There's no way. This shit's crazy.
I'm sorry. I can't see anything. It was a mistake.
Due to James's
Oh, hell no. She's pregnant?
actions, his sister became pregnant and chose to keep the baby. Tragically, the child
This is like watching a fucking full movie, dude, in 12 minutes. There's been so many plot changes.
was born with severe disabilities,
And they throw him in the
both
trash.
blind
They throw him in the trash? There's no way.
Overwhelmed by guilt and shame, James made the drastic decision to dispose of the baby. However, his actions were discovered by the authorities, resulting in a life sentence behind bars.
Oh my god. Darman does not have competition. Darman lost this war already. Yeah, no, Darman, I feel like this is definitely a niche that they could stay in. But their videos used to be, like, actually semi-educational. Teen gets pregnant, she lives to regret it. Foreign dad abuses son. Like, it used to be, like, themed, like, Darman videos. And then I remember there was one where it was, like, this one. A hot mom takes autistic son's dick pic. Yeah, that one was, like, the downfall of this channel. Just into literally just making the most insane films ever. Special needs girl loses her V card. Yeah, we gotta watch some of these other ones. These are fucking insane. And they're all monetized, too. I mean, they're not breaking guidelines. They're just crazy-ass videos. All right, next. 42 things that everyone should learn to do. Lock in chat.
To do the useful thing, to say the courageous thing, to contemplate the beautiful thing. That is enough for one man's life. A few weeks back, me and the boys went camping, and one night, while setting up a tent, Zach, without skipping a beat, tied a very specific knot. He was just like, and I
always goes, dude, this is like the best knot you can make. My dad taught me this knot. Everybody should learn this knot.
thought it was so cool. Because in that moment, Zach was useful. And useful.
Okay, what are like some useful things everybody should know how to do? Change a tire, build a fire, change a tire, probably fix certain things. Like, I don't know what specifically, but like if something breaks, cook, yeah, but that's too broad. Like fix something. What's something that's like useful you can fix like a lot? Oh, know how to drive stick shift. Pay your taxes, but I feel like that's not like a task. That's like a useful thing. Change your oil. I don't think you need to know how to change your oil. Tie your shoes. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. No, not stuff everybody knows. Things that everybody should know. How to drive stick. Most people don't know how to do that. No CPR for sure. Swimming. I feel like that's too broad. This is like, I think this video is going to be talking about hyper niche things that not everybody knows how to do, but it's like, if you see somebody that knows how to do it, you're like, damn, that's useful. I don't think swimming's one of those things.
We started a list, and over the last few weeks, we've come up with 42.
Sew a button. Oh my God, I would never know how to do that. I don't think I could know how to sew anything. Cook rice. Oh my God. My friend the other day fucking informed me that you're supposed to wash your rice before you cook it. And I never knew that, and I've always made really shitty rice. And I was like, why does my rice always suck? I'm like overcooking it. No, you're supposed to hand wash your rice like multiple times. You didn't know that? Not until like a month ago.
Simple, useful things that we think everyone should learn how to do. And I promise you, there is something on this list that you'll learn.
Maybe like a rinse, but not like wash. He was like, no, you should wash your rice until it's like there's no more white fluff stuff coming out. Never knew.
One day, you'll use it, whether it's alone or in front of a bunch of people, and you are going to feel so awesome. So in no particular order, number 1, learn the basics of how a toilet works and how to...
Oh my God, no. I will stand on this. When my grandfather tried to make me fix a toilet, you should not need to know how to fucking unscrew and fix your fucking toilet. That is a stupid, call a plumber. Call a plumber. I don't think I should need to know how to disassemble and reassemble my fucking toilet. That's not a task for me. Why? That should be something that I pay a person to fucking do. You need to know how to do it. I know how to do very basic things. Like, I know how to fix the shit on the top. What is that called? The water basin? I could take that off and fiddle with the shit on the top. I remember my toilet used to be fucked up and I had to mess with it. I know how to fix that.
Learn the basics of how a toilet works and how to fix it. Like that. Number 2, learn how to reset.
That is not the basics of fixing a toilet. That is how to attach the chain to the little bobber part. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. A fun fact, you ever sit on a toilet? I learned this the other day, chat. You learn something new every day. You know the fucking... If you ever sat on a toilet seat and it moves, it's a little loose, and you sit on it and it goes like... And now you're sitting on it weird and you have to like plop it back, and you're like, this sucks, right? It's usually like a home toilet. And you're like, how do you tighten this? Because you see this, you gotta flick this bit up, and there's a screw. Most people don't know that. I never knew that. You have to like wedge it open with like a screwdriver, and it'll pop open, and you could screw it tight.
Like that.
It's loose. I thought it was just a shitty toilet seat.
Number 2, learn how to reset a circuit breaker. Like that.
I feel like you learn that when you're like 10.
Number 3, learn how to remount a chain that has fallen off a bike.
That's
Number
a
4,
skill. That's a skill. I think I'd just ditch the bike. Like if my chain popped off my bike on a bike ride, I'm walking it back. I'm not fixing it there. I'm walking it back. I'm going to put the chain in my pocket. It's going to get all oil everywhere. It's going to suck. and I'm gonna fucking walk it back. The holidays are here. I got my tree set up. I'm all festive, and people are buying gifts for each other left and right. And what better way to buy a gift for somebody than using the customizable Cash App card that you could order today? The Cash App card is a no hidden fees customizable debit card that you can have fit your own personal taste. You could draw on it, you could pick the color, you could change the emojis, you could have it glow in the dark if you want. You also get exclusive cardholder discounts on everyday things that you buy, like coffee, video games, food delivery, and more. And you get exclusive pre-sale ticket access for major concert tours like Kendrick Lamar, SZA, Sabrina Carpenter, and more. And for a limited time only, new Cash App customers over the age of 18 can earn $10 if they download the Cash App app. Use code CASH10 at profile at sign up and send $5 to a friend within the first 14 days. And if you're 13 to 17, get a parent or guardian sponsored account. Sign up with code CASH10 and get $10 dropped into your account when you order an activated Cash App card and send $5 or more to a friend within the first 14 days. Terms apply. Thank you to Cash App for sponsoring this video. Let's get back into it.
Learn CPR and when and how to use it. Imagine saving a child's life or a hot person's life. That would be so sick. Oh, and one tip. CPR isn't to resuscitate someone, it's to keep oxygen flowing to give them a better chance of surviving once help arrives. So step 1 of CPR is to call for help. Call for help, then...
I love how he's like dead fish hand CPRing his chest because he's not actually passed out.
CPR is to call for help. Call for help, then medically kiss. Number 5, learn how to jumpstart a dead battery.
Oh my God, I wish I knew that. Bro, I've left my gym so many times and somebody's like, do you got jumper cables? And I'm like, no, because I don't. Then I'll see a guy be like, yeah, man. And they just fucking... and they just start it. I don't know how to fucking jump a car. But here's and this is why I think online's bad. And I was just ranting about this for a philosophy video about like specialized labor. I could just YouTube anything. Like, I don't know how to change a tire either, but if it came down to it, I'm Googling a YouTube tutorial and there's going to be a guy that's like 45 that goes, all right, welcome, blank and blank. Today we're going to be teaching you how to fucking fix a tire. All right, first you're going to need to get this thing, and you're going to have to fucking unscrew it. Make sure you have a car jack, though. I'm going to be like, okay.
Dead positive, live negative, dead ground. And don't...
Yeah, but can't you, like, really fuck that up and electrocute yourself? That's why I never want to know this. Because if you... Can't you, like, die if you fucking put them on the wrong ones? Dude, like, I'd have so much anxiety on that. Where if I attach something wrong, it'll just fucking shock the shit out of me. That's why they have the rubber parts, though, so that doesn't happen.
Negative, dead ground.
Red? Is it red to red?
Live positive, live negative.
Red to red, black to black.
This one is incredibly simple, but is actually getting harder and harder as cars get more advanced. Figure out where your battery is and where your signal.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I know if I was road tripping with my friends and our car broke down, all 4, like say there's 4 people, we'd be like, all right, let's pop the hood. And then we would just stare at the car. I'd just be looking at you. I'd be like, the only thing I know how to do is check the dipstick. Because that happened one time when my car broke down. It was like fucking leaking coolant or some shit. So I had to go to fucking Wawa and grab more.
Significant other's battery is. Is it in the trunk? Is it under the rear seat? Number 6, learn how to change a flat tire. Number 7, learn how to drive.
I knew that would be. Oh my God. See, yeah, just shit with cars. Learn how to drive stick, learn how to change a tire, learn how to check a dipstick.
Stick. And I mean this in the least macho car guy way possible. I think that everyone should know how to drive a manual transmission. Not even...
Can I say I've never driven a manual transmission car, but I've driven 3 manual transmission tractors. I don't really remember how to do it, but I know the clutch change gear. I've done paddle shifters on cars too. That's not manual. It's the same thing. Yeah, but it's like, I feel like the experience is obviously different because you're using like, how? One was for a field trip, and then one's because like one of my family members used to be a farmer.
Number 8, learn how to exercise alone without any equipment. 9, learn.
Fucking calisthenics. Who doesn't know calisthenics? Push-ups, sit-ups, not curls. That's no equipment. Push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, ab stuff.
Learn and appreciate the power of compound interest and don't find yourself on the wrong side of it. Our human brains understand things that go like this, and we're really bad at gauging things that go like this. Number 10, have a basic understanding of how taxes work.
Basic understanding of how taxes work. I think a bigger thing, too, is understanding this is not financial advice. This is not financial advice. Understanding that if you leave your money in a bank, you're effectively losing money every year. Even if you're saving money, if you're saving money in a bank account that operates at a 0.04 interest or 0.4% or 0.04% interest rate, you're losing money to inflation because the average inflation rate's around like 3%. So if you have like 10 grand in a bank account that's generating like $30 a year, you're losing money. Like, you're not physically losing money, but the value of that money is less than it was the previous year, even with you just keeping it in a bank account. Like, it's good to save, but it's like you want to save at least in something that's going to, like, operate you at, like, something that's equivalent to the inflation rate. Yeah, high-yield savings accounts. It doesn't even have to be, like, investments, not financial advice.
Much money as you can, but you don't.
It's a legal thing. Gotta say it.
Want to get down the road and get audited or go to jail. Honestly, if you can afford it, you should just pay someone to do your taxes. They can sometimes find ways to...
Yeah. I don't know how to do my taxes. I understand taxes because the tax guy explains it to me, my accountant. But I don't know how it works. Like, if I had to pay my taxes myself, I'd be fucked. I pay a guy, and I sit down with him at the end of the year, and he goes, okay. And he shows me a bunch of stuff. It's not hard. Zod, I think my taxes are impossible because I'm receiving 35 1099 forms from different companies that I've worked with. So I have to, yes, if you work a 9 to 5 and you're getting income from one company and you're filling out a W-4 form, it's something that's easy, right? And they're honestly holding a lot of taxes for Social Security and other stuff for you. But when you work a W-9, which is independent contracting form, which is every influencer ever, you don't get money taken out for taxes. So you owe a lot more than you think you do. And you're getting a lot of tax forms from different companies that you don't really understand how to balance that and what you're able to write off, what you're not able to write off, what tax applications work for certain things. So it's like a whole pain in the ass.
Learn how to sew a button. Classic wedding.
I think I'm gonna stick to duct tape if I'm ever in a situation like that.
Day hero moment. The groom commits too hard to the bit and just Supermans outside of his white shirt. Good thing you're there. Your little brother technically got the job title, but we all know who the best man is today. Number 12, learn how to iron a shirt. Whenever I iron my shirts, I imagine that I'm some sort of assassin, getting my suit ready before doing a hit.
I've never ironed a shirt. If I ever need something to not be wrinkled, I'll throw it in the dryer for like 15 minutes. Or 10 minutes.
Linen shirts, by the way, are supposed to be a little wrinkly. Number 13.
Yeah, but I should still know how to iron.
How to restart a water heater. Number 14.
My mom tried to teach me how to iron one time, and I turned on the iron, and she was like, all right, let me show you. And she thought it was off and just grabbed the front part of the iron. I felt so bad. And she had, like, no reaction. She was like, and I was like, dude, and I, like, panicked. She was like, it's fine. She just moved on. But it was like, it burned the shit out of her.
How to ride a motorcycle. I actually don't know how to do this, but I've been thinking a lot about the apocalypse for no reason. And I keep thinking, man, I should really learn how to ride a motorcycle so I can get the out of here if it comes down to it.
I don't know how to ride a street bike, but I know how to ride dirt bikes. I would feel like they would be the same.
14B.
Or at least similar.
Learn how to stop paying for stuff you don't know what it is. Sponsored by Mint Mobile. My phone.
Learn how to pay for stuff you don't know what it is. All right, well, that's an ad, so I'm going to skip it. But what the fuck does that mean?
Learn how to cook.
Learn how to cook.
A good steak and grill.
Learn how to use a grill. Learn how to grill well.
Grill a good burger. You want to be able to do it on a skillet, a gas grill.
No. That's not the skill. The skill is to learn how to cook a good steak or burger without cutting into it to see how well it is done. To be able to press your thumb on a burger or just look at it and know, or a burger or a steak, and just know if it's done or not is like a skill.
Or a charcoal grill. Look it up, practice, nail it, and then
get a thermometer. That's cringe.
And
you gotta eyeball that shit. You just press on the steak. That's what I do. Filet. And if you need to cut into one, chat, cut into yours. That's how you seem cooler. If you're ever cooking people food, you're making steaks, you gotta check a steak, cut into your steak. Don't cut into another person's steak.
Number 16, how to dice an onion. One end off, half, peel, cut long ways, cut flat ways, and chop. Alternate method, cut into bite-sized pieces, put in mouth, chew up for 30 seconds, spit.
Yo, him being able to chew an onion for 30 seconds and not gag
out on top of other food. I call that the crazy way. Number 17, how to cook rice. I rinse my rice to get rid of starch. I don't want to hear it. 1 part rice, 2 parts water, bring to boil, lower heat.
He said he doesn't rinse?
I rinse my rice to get rid of starch. I don't want to hear it. 1 part rice, 2 parts water, bring to boil, lower heat, cover, 15 minutes.
Dude, the problem with me is I never know how much water to use. And I eyeball it. And I always use way too much water. Way too much water. And then it's just sopping wet.
Turn heat off. Let it sit for another 5. Fluff it.
Oh my God, you guys, dude.
Measuring stuff isn't for dorks. But not having to measure stuff is definitely cool. Oh, 13.5 grams of sea salt.
I think a big thing for cooking, though, is the eyeball. Baking is different. It's very exact. It's a science. But I think cooking, I don't want to sound cringe. It's more of an art. When you're cooking, you could just test shit. Like, you just put it in there, taste it. It needs more of this. Eyeball.
Number 18, how to read a map. Number 19, how to find north with...
Yeah, how to read a map is fucking cooked. How to read a map, it's fucking over. No. I don't know road names. Dude, if you handed me a map, you're like, we got to get point A to point B, I'd be able to figure it out. I'd be tweaking, bro. I never read road signs. I never look at that shit. I just wait for Siri to tell me where I need to go.
Out a compass. Number 20, how to start and tend a good campfire. I like to imagine I'm building a little tiny house, and then I shove it full of stuff and burn it down.
We're at like a men's retreat.
See, the fire, gentlemen, is right here, but it's also been inside of all of you all along.
We've also decided that everyone should learn one solid party trick, one song.
Damn. Yo, that's actually true. Being able to know, like, one really cool niche thing. My party trick, well, it wasn't even really a party trick. I used to know how to solve a Rubik's Cube, and I can juggle. That would be my 2. But I don't even think that's very cool.
On any instrument, start to finish.
Cap? Yeah, now you're trying to get me to juggle some shit. I knew somebody was going to say that. I hope I don't break one of these. Fuck, I hit the mic. Hold on. Stop. Dude, it's because it's... Nah. It's because it's... Bro, it's because it's random objects. If they were balls, it'd be easier. Fuck. It's...
And one actually good long joke. You want to hear my pizza joke?
One good long joke? I don't know a good long joke.
Nah, it's too cheesy. You see, that was the opposite. That was neither long nor good. 24. Discovering that Zach knew how to tie sick knots was one of the most inspiring moments of my life and inspired this video. So I said, Zach, my brother, give me the first 5 most useful knots that everyone should know, and I'm going to learn them.
All right, 5 knots. Knot number 1, the bow line. Bunny comes out of the tree, around the tree, back down the hole.
This is good.
Yo, are you fucking kidding me? I don't know how to knot anything, dude. I know how to tie my shoes. If I had to make a knot, I would just loop it and tie it. Wait, I'll do it with tooth floss. Like, if I was tying a knot, I'm gonna go like that. Like, say I have to tie this, I would just go like this, pin it through, tighten. I would probably do it again, and then I'd probably do it like through one of the other knots that I kind of like loosely knotted. That's just a regular knot. Might as well use the tooth floss.
If you find a mare on an island and you want to make some stirrups.
Next is the butterfly loop. If you have a damaged piece of rope, you can still use the rope if you put the damaged part in a butterfly loop. So now this rope...
That's a sick-ass knot.
...is just as strong as it was, but if you had a little cut piece of rope, it would no longer be in the way. Okay, to join two pieces of rope, you might think to use a square knot, which I do sometimes. It's not a big deal. But technically, a sheep bend is better in case you have different sized rope.
See, I'm not learning it that fast, though.
Yeah, this won't slip where a square knot could.
I feel like this is something you have to do yourself. You can't just watch it.
If they're really different sized ropes. Taut line hitch. This is good to have an adjustable loop at the end of your rope. So now if it's under tension, it won't move.
Yeah.
But then if you slide...
Oh my god, you could slide it around. Yo, this is some expert-ass shit. This is a fucking... This isn't even a party trick. This is the guy you want to go camping with. Hang up the fucking hammocks, man. Oh my god. A fucking tightening and loosening knot.
Perfect for if you find a mare on an island and you need to make like a lead.
Trucker's hitch. Somebody in our camping video said, hey, nice trucker's hitch, and that meant a lot. Really good for, like, if you were putting something on a truck and you want to tighten it down. As you pull, you've got like a ton of leverage.
When am I ever using that? When am I ever using that knot? Like, the other ones I could see... Dude, the last one where you tighten it, I could see that shit. Like, I'd hang up a hammock. Or the other one where, like, there's a broken piece. Like, yeah, say I'm in fucking survival situation. Or, like, I'm camping, my knot breaks. When the fuck am I using this?
You just take a loop like this and push it through. And then if you want to release, you just pull this. And it'll all come apart.
Run free, mare!
5 knots.
5 knots.
Easy.
Wow.
Number 29. Learn how to give constructive feedback. Because feedback without a path forward is just criticism. So be kind, but don't bury the message. This isn't a I gotcha, you're in trouble moment. This is a, oh, how can I help you do a better job moment. You're not like scolding somebody, you're helping them correct their thing. Number 30, how to give a good toast or speech. I've seen a lot of these.
A good toaster speech, bro. I feel like that really comes down to like social skills. I think you could have a lot of moments where people are like, you got to do the toast, you got to do our thanks. And it's like, all right, you're really putting me on the spot here. But it's like, in the right time and place, you just know what to say. I think just say something that's like mildly philosophical. That's not one that's so fence-sitting that like everybody can relate to it. Cheers to this family. It's an honor to be a part of this with you guys. I love being able to share these small moments that we have with each other. I know we don't meet each other often. We don't see each other often. But I always think back to you guys when I think about the holidays. And it's an honor to spend them with all of you. Just and then just like go off that. Like literally just be like some lame ass fucking, oh, you know, I love this. We're all living together. Like, just like some fucking let's hold hands and go, some fucking shit. Just come up with some shit where you can fucking hold hands and be like, you know, life's awesome. Some peace shit.
And there's a lot of pretty bad examples presented as good on the internet. It's not about you. Have a plan. Keep it short. Don't make it about you.
Oh, God. Who the fuck would make a Cheers about themselves? Ugh.
No inside jokes. I know it's tempting, but you're trying to make more than one person laugh. No negative stuff. Speak from the heart.
Dude, learn how to give a fucking best man speech. Learn how to give a fucking best man speech. You kill that shit. That's what dude, that's like a nerve-wracking thing. Or give a wedding speech. Just learn how to give a wedding speech. And learn how to speak at a funeral. Could be very emotional. I think that you should know what the fuck you're gonna say at a fucking funeral. just, you know, pay thanks, you know, fucking talk about a dead person. Like, that's something.
And if it's a best man speech, mention the bride. It's not a
oh my God
speech about how good of friends you are with the person.
Yeah, it's always dude, best men speeches, it'll always be like, yeah, you're such a great guy. I love you, man. You got to pivot that to, you guys are great for each other. You know, I've known you my whole life, and when blank and blank met you, it was, you know, I could tell you guys were a match. You're great for each other. Blah, blah, blah. Glaze.
It's about those two people. I remember I met Jared in 6. I don't fucking care. When did he meet?
Nah, I think sometimes that's a funny story, though.
Evelyn. That's what we're here to do. Number 31, learn how to memorize names when you're meeting someone. This is an old trick. I know a lot of people do it, but I try to do the thing where I use their name 3 times in the conversation, and it's okay if you get caught. People like...
Dude, learning how to learn somebody's name is so fucking hard. Because I'm always like, yo, nice to meet you, I'm Joe. And I immediately start going, I just need to talk to them, and I always forget their name. But what I've gotten better at is just being like, sorry, what was your name again? Really quickly, though. You have like a shot clock. You have like 10 minutes after you meet the person to re-ask them what their name is without it being disrespectful. And that's when you got to ask him, you know? I literally when I was in Austin, met one of the guys, met like 3 people, and I was so focused on saying my own name that like 5 minutes later, I was like, don't remember any of their names. Immediately walked up to him. I was like, what's your name again? And he was like, blank, blank. And I was like, oh, okay. Sorry. And I just go, I always focus on my own name.
Like that you're trying to memorize their name. Nice to meet you, Mark. Is that Mark with a K? Oh, interesting. Mark with an X. So, Mark, what makes you think you deserve my mom? Huh, Mark? Number 32, learn how to introduce 2 people. If you're one of those...
Oh my God, I'm bad at this. I'm really bad at this. I'll just be like, this is blank. I feel like you got to have a little intro. You'll be like, John, Jamie, you 2 meet each other. You guys, hey, both play tennis. That's really cool. You know, met both of you, blank to blank. And then you just do a little intro for them, for each other.
And you run into another friend, and they don't know each other. And you don't introduce them to each other, and you let your friend stand there in silence, feeling like...
I've done this so many times. Oh my God, I've done this so many times. And I've had my friends do it to me. I feel like everybody's experienced this on one end or both ends of the spectrum.
Stop. Introduce people.
I think a lot of the time, though, you also got to just skip that entirely and just introduce yourself. You know? Break that. If it's like, you know your friend's not going to intro you, be like, hey, I'm Joe.
All right, here's 3 things that I think you should include.
It is like a chud thing, though. Say you're hanging out with a guy named Mark. Mark should be like, oh, hey, Frank, this is my friend Joe. Versus me being like, nah, I'm Mark's friend. Dead fish handshake, too. I'm Mark's friend. Nice to meet you. I'm sorry.
In the introduction. Number 1, both of their names, first and last. Your relationship to both of...
Wait, sorry, I was not paying attention.
Number 1, both of their names, first...
Oh, okay, how to intro each other.
First and last. Your relationship to both of them. How do you know each other? And ideally, add something that they might have in common.
Yup.
Example. Hey, Jesse. How's it going, man? What are you doing on this side of town? Do you know Zach Redpath? Yeah, he and I worked at Donut together. Zach, this is Jesse Wood. I met him at Mark's funeral. Much like you, Jesse also drives an old car. Zach, Jesse has a Saab.
I don't know. I feel like you need something more relatable than that. You both drive shitters. Or not shitters, old cars like a vintage car? Okay, that's different. Is that what he meant? He meant like an old car, like you both drive old cars that are like good that they're old. Not like old cars like you both drive a 2003 Honda Accord. Okay, if they both drive the same exact car, that would be something worth mentioning. If you both drive gray 2010 Honda Pilots, I'd be like, that is fascinating.
Next thing you know, Jesse and Zach will be hanging out with each other without even you around. Oh, I guess you guys don't fucking need me anymore. Why don't I just go jump in the river? 33, how to politely decline offers. I think there is a temptation to lie a lot of times. Like, hey, something came up, or I'm like really busy. But the truth is, like, I'm not. I just don't want to do it. And I think it's more honorable to...
I think a lot of the time, I think most situations where somebody asks me to do something, though, or asks me for something, I am busy. Like, I'm actually like, no, I can't. It's very rare that I'll fake being busy to not do something.
Number 34, how to put out a grease fire. Pro tip, don't use water.
Aren't you supposed to use, like, flour? Just anything that suffocates the flames?
Number 35, 36, and 37, how to dress for a wedding, how to dress for a job interview, and how to dress as an adult. Wedding, first off, they'll tell you how to dress on the invitation.
Yeah, don't they tell you the, like, attire/color scheme that you should work with?
They'll tell you how. Although the meanings don't mean the same as they used to, it's generally a little bit more casual version of what it used to mean. At this point in your life, you should probably own a suit. It does not have...
I need to get a suit, bro. I have like a suit jacket and slacks, but I really want to get like a fitted suit. I feel like that's such a... Why? Because I'm 23 now. While I'm mentally still aging, physically I'm not going to get much larger than I am now. So I think now is the time that I could get fitted for a suit. It be expensive, but me to be able to use that suit for the next 15 years.
Have to be an expensive suit, but it should be a well-fitting suit. And a cheap, tailored suit always looks better than an expensive...
I'm writing this down, bitch. I'm writing this down. I'm going to get a fitted suit soon. I'm going to get a fucking fitted suit soon.
For a job interview, you want to look like you have your shit together, because a job is basically getting paid to help everyone else keep the collective shit together. But that doesn't mean just like go hard into the like professional direction. You also want to show that you're a good fit for the culture. So do a little...
Yeah, I think the job interview outfit should match the vibe of the job. And if it's like even a low minimum wage job, like just show up in something that's not a suit, but like a nice outfit. If it's something that's like corporate work, maybe show up in a suit. But if it's like just a job that you're going to be working at like a fucking internship with, I don't know, like you're going to become a teacher, you're doing an interview. You're probably not going to wear a suit. You're probably just going to wear like a nice outfit, maybe a button-up.
Research. Figure out the vibe. You should probably be doing this anyway to decide if you want to work there. If that means a suit, then wear a suit. Nowadays, it probably doesn't. If that means a collared shirt, throw on a collared shirt. Honestly, if it's like a creative agency or something, it would probably be in your best interest to just dress weird as fuck. I've been to these.
Yeah, honestly. But like, what industry are you applying for where you would just want to dress weird? Like if you're going into something with film or the arts?
Places, you just wear curtains for pants. And then how to just...
You're interviewing for a mall security job. You just show up as Paul Blart. Pull up in one of those fucking Segways. Yeah, I take this job pretty seriously. So, you know, whatever you guys need me to do, I'm really down to just put a stop to the climb all in general. I have a lot of my gear, so you don't need to provide that. And I do have a Segway. As long as you guys have the charging equipment that's necessary for me to, you know, do a refuel on my break.
Just generally dress for adulthood. If you're into fashion, you read about it, you keep up with...
And if the Auntie Anne's that's right around the corner would be able to reserve me a pretzel hot dog every day, that would be very much appreciated.
If you're not into fashion in that way, but you want to dress like a grown-up and never look back at a picture and think... Ooh, what was I wearing? If you want people to consider you a well-dressed person, dress like Harrison Ford. I'm 100% serious. Just dress like Harrison Ford. As a non-fashion adult, you're not expected to keep up with trends. And Harrison Ford looked cool in 1978. He looked cool in 1992. He looked cool in 2005. And he still looks cool today. Even his fun earring is timeless.
You talking to me?
That is a cool-ass earring, bro.
Dress like Harrison Ford. Number 38. We should all...
Just wear nice clothes.
all know how to talk to strangers. I'm still.
I think that's the problem for, like, guys, is, like, fashion. There's a difference between dressing nice and being fashionable. And ordering and getting actual fashionable outfits that match is hard.
Number 38. We should all know how to talk to strangers. I'm still working on this one. I am definitely a product of the internet and COVID. It's scary talking to people out in public, but it gets easier with repetition. A lot of times, it's very rewarding. You know how good it feels walking back to your car after you go to like the bagel place and have a little chat with a couple? You feel like freaking mayor of small town USA. You know what I mean? You're like George Bailey, the richest man I know. I think because I do what I do, a lot of people are surprised to learn that I'm extremely shy. I got a lot of social anxiety.
Well, I think, yeah, most people assume that, like, internet personalities are always extroverted, but the amount of people that do YouTube or Twitch or just social media in general that are introverts, I would say outweigh the extroverts. Outside of people that actually IRL stream or do content that involves interacting with strangers. You're a perfect example. I mean, I don't know. I would say I'm the in-between of an introvert and an extrovert. I used to be very introverted. At times, I could be very extroverted, but I think it's more like an ambivert or whatever they would call it. I'm not like extremely shy, but I also do enjoy just hanging out with people that I know.
I'm basically alone in a room. So I encourage you to join me and face your fears and talk to people. I also encourage you to not be a weirdo. Feel out the vibe. Don't lead with, you look hot.
Oh, that's what do you mean in like flirting instances?
Good luck. Number 39. Learn how to lift things without hurting your back. Number 40. Learn how to disagree with others in a civil manner. Our comment section is one of the most civil comment sections on YouTube. So if you want more civility in your life, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, jump down in there, talk to some of the others.
It's just everybody bickering with each other, just full on screaming matches. That'd be hilarious if all the comments were just toxic. What do you fucking mean I need to get a tailored suit?
Learn how to receive compliments. You guys know it can feel a little awkward when someone gives you a compliment sometimes. And
just say thank you.
I think our response very often is to like downplay it or make a joke out of it because we feel a little.
I go, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, bro. Somebody walks up to me. Love your content, man. You really help my mental health. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that.
But recently, I realized that that's a little bit rude.
Thank you kindly. Hold up. I gotta go buy a hat so I could tip it.
It's weirder to be like, oh, no, dude, I suck. And then they're like, no, you don't suck. It's like, nah, dude, I'm a piece of shit. By being overly modest, you're like forcing them to glaze you harder, which is the opposite of what we all want to happen in the situation. So thanks, man. That really means a lot. And then let's move on. Hey, man, you're really good at tennis. Nah. Yeah, you are. No, dude, I suck. No, you don't.
I think there's instances where you can be like, I appreciate that, but I'm not that good. You know, if they come out swinging with the glaze.
Suck, you're like really good. No, dude, I'm freaking dog crap at tennis, and I barely even am good at it at all. Hardly even know the rules. No, man, I was seeing you're really good at it. Honestly, dude, I suck so bad at tennis, I should probably go to the hospital. What? I should probably go to the freaking hospital because I suck so bad at tennis, and I'm basically injured and debilitated because I'm actually so bad at this game and I'm not even good at all.
I love how it just cuts back to him
trying to give you a compliment. No, like I am bad at tennis, and if you think that I'm not, then there's something wrong with you. Yeah, I don't think I want to play tennis with you next week. Good, because I suck, and it might be contagious. And finally, number 42, the point of this entire video. Learn how to do new things. This is the...
What, instead of like always pushing that task off or just calling somebody else to do it? I think there's instances where you should learn specific tasks like a lot of the things in this video, but there's also things where it's like, it just makes sense to pay somebody else to do it.
The entire point of this channel And if you guys have one takeaway from not only this video, but all of our videos, is that I want to encourage you to learn new stuff. The most powerful skill is the ability and willingness to learn. And the only way to get good at learning is to constantly push yourself to learn new things.
Fire video. Fire video. Learn how to create memories and preserve them, how to compliment somebody, how to host, how to choose and give gifts. Ooh, how to get a good gift for somebody. That's a good skill. Remember things about it. Learn how to remember things about an individual, so where you, even if they bring it up one time, that's a message for like your significant others or just like friends in general. You know, if you meet somebody and they're like, damn, I really like this, and they bring it up one time and you remember 8 months later and you get something in relation to that, they'll be like, you're the best person ever. And it's just so nice. You know, it makes them happy. So, all right. Why some people don't have an inner monologue. Do you guys have an inner monologue? Yes or no? Can you hear yourself in your head? Most people can, some people can't. Let's find out why. This seems like some shit I'd watch in a fucking high school biology class.
Maybe it shouldn't be surprising that writers
Oh my god, it's the green guy.
give so many superheroes, alien beings, and magical creatures the power of telepathy. Just imagine what you could learn about a person if you could hear their thoughts. Well, actually, I've just made a bit
Are
of...
we in school right now? Leave, bitch. I want to learn what the fuck Hank Green or John Green gotta tell me.
Because not everyone has that kind of internal monologue, or what psychologists often refer to as inner speech. And even...
But how do you not develop that? Like, that's what I don't get. Because you just presume that people think the same way you do. And obviously, like, people have different opinions and different thought processes. But, like, I always presumed that at the end of the day, everybody had some sort of speech within their head until, like, fairly recently when I found out otherwise. It's just it's crazy to think that, like, you just don't... Some people have the inability to think in their own head. Or it's basically just talking outwardly, but not using speech.
People who do hear their thoughts don't necessarily talk in their heads 24/7. It turns out that inner speech could tell us a lot about how our brains work, how they develop, and how we speak. But research on all of this is really...
Well, and when you're talking out loud, you rarely speak within your own head, right? Like, obviously, if I force myself to, I can have thoughts in my head while I'm speaking currently to you guys. But for the most part, when you're having a conversation with someone, the thoughts move from in your head to out of your mouth, right? You're still processing them similarly to how you would in your head, but you're just speaking outwardly instead of inwardly. But you usually don't ever do both at once.
Inner speech is somewhat loosely defined as when a person speaks meaningful thoughts without producing sound or moving any part of their body, like their tongue or their lips. So in some ways, it's easier to define by what it isn't. It's different from visualizing or picturing things in your head, and it does not include feelings like happiness.
Well, that's imagery, and then that's emotion. There's different types of, like, thinking that you can do.
Or hunger, or your awareness of sensory experiences like noticing the glint of something shiny on the ground. So basically, it only refers to...
Do you ever have a political argument in your head but don't have the courage to say it to a real person? But you're talking to somebody that actively speaks about how they've shit themselves on stream. If I'm thinking it, probably gonna say it. Right.
Thoughts accompanied by specific words. These words usually have the same tone, inflection, and even accent that they would if they were spoken aloud, though not always,
But you can make yourself think in a different accent, too. Right now, I just sounded like Obama inside of my head. And then I just sung Till I Collapse by Eminem in Eminem's voice in my head. I don't know how the fuck I'd do that.
Even figuring that much out about inner speech was somewhat of a challenge for psychologists because, surprise, it's really hard to measure people's internal experiences. So there's been a lot of variation in research methods and not a lot of agreement between different studies and different scientists. For example, some studies have tried to see inside people's heads by prompting them to hear specific words or phrases in their mind, like by asking them to read something silently or determine if two words rhyme without saying them out loud. That's revealed some
people can't do that? Like there's some people that would go like, if I was like do red, if I wrote out do red and bed rhyme, they would have to say them out loud to fucking know. There's no way.
Some weird quirks about inner speech, like that when people read.
Is your brain you? I would say so. Yeah, for the most part. Some people would disagree, but I think your consciousness, your brain isn't you. Your brain is a part of you. But the you that you recognize as you is your consciousness, which is a part of your brain. So your brain isn't fully you, but what you would recognize as you is only your brain, which is why I believe that your body really, if you were capable to move your just brain and maybe your eyeballs outwardly and then give yourself some sort of sensation like you're in a real body, it would feel the same. Right? Like your actual body isn't relative to your brain. Your brain as an organ is the most fucking important thing in terms of like keeping a sense of self or just functioning as a fucking human. Every other part of your body can die and be pumped and worked by machines, but the second like your brain dies, you're dead. Except the heart. Even the heart. You have pacemakers and you have things that can manually pump your heart for you. Your body can die and you could still be there mentally and feel like you. But the second your brain's gone, you're just dead.
But prompted inner speech and spontaneous inner speech aren't really the same. Plus, prompts can't tell us much about how frequently or why people use inner speech in their daily life. So
I don't listen to music in the car unless I'm with other people usually. Or if I'm like really in the mood to listen to music. Most long car drives, I'm just dead silence talking to myself the whole time. It doesn't even matter. Like I've been on like 2-hour car drives, did not listen to music once. Just talk to myself. Bro said, what about just random shit? I just have a conversation with myself. It's not like I'm two different people, but I'm just basically asking myself questions that I then answer or just think about. That's boring as fuck. Maybe you got a boring-ass consciousness. You ever think about that? Johnny S. Papa? You ever think about that? When I listen to music, I also daydream with my eyes open. Like right now, I'm looking at myself on my fucking left monitor and what you guys are saying in chat, but I'm not processing what I'm looking at. My eyes aren't moving. I'm thinking of me fighting a battle as a gladiator to the death. And I have the power of a katana. And it's really sharp and on fire now, and I'm using it to cut the guy up. And I won the battle. I just won a gladiator match in my own head. Anyways, that's what I do if I listen to music. Especially if I listen to some funk shit. Like, if I'm listening to some funk music or rave shit, bitch, I'm putting myself in death matches. Swear to God. Swear to God, I don't even care, bro. I'm putting myself in some fucking crazy shit. Some, like, World War Z-esque stuff, bro. I'll imagine myself with a border collie like I'm in the fucking Fallout show.
Most of the time, our inner speech consists of negative things about ourselves, our negative emotions, or us trying to decide if we're good enough. And weirdly enough, that is all usually in full sentences. Only about 1/3 of people experience abbreviated inner speech, where a single word or phrase represents an entire complex thought. So the opposite of what happens when we read. Questionnaires have also tried to get to the question of how often people engage in inner speech, but they have a few limitations. Perhaps the most glaring is that people generally aren't great at being aware of their inner experiences.
Yeah, you're not tracking the percentage of your day that you're spending fucking listening to yourself.
So questionnaires probably overestimate the frequency of inner speech. More recently, researchers have started using a procedure called descriptive experience sampling, or DES, instead. With DES, people carry a beeper that goes off randomly throughout the day, and when it does, they write down some notes about exactly what was going on in their head at that moment. It's like when you're
and you could write nothing.
Sitting across from your friend and you're like, what you thinking about? It's not perfect. Some researchers
do that. It's so interesting. Because sometimes your friend will just say, what do you mean? Like, what? And that's when I'm, like, tripped out. And I start thinking my friends aren't real. Because, like, just randomly walk up to your friend and be like, punch him. What you thinking about? What do you mean? What were you just thinking about? And usually they have to think about it for a second because they just got so distracted. But, like, most of the time they'll answer it, but it'll be, like, some random shit. You know, I was thinking about what I was going to eat later.
But it is giving scientists a better sense of how many people hear their thoughts and how often. And it is revealed that inner monologues, like most things in psychology, are on a spectrum. Very few people have no inner speech at all, and very few people engage in it 100% of the time. DES studies suggest that 70 to 85% of people experience some kind of spontaneous inner speech, at least occasionally.
But that means almost a third of people don't. And of those people, most of them are talking to themselves about 15 to 30% of the time. If I'm not actively speaking, I'm probably thinking in my own head about something.
About 75% of people report that sometimes they're having back and forths in their head. They usually play both parts in the conversation, though. Only about 25% of people report that other people show up in their inner
I don't have anybody else talk to me in my head.
Speech. People who have ever had an imaginary friend are more likely to use this kind of dialogue.
That's what somebody said earlier in the stream. They said they have a conversation with themselves, but they put like a rat or a mouse as that person.
Others might experience something a little different but similar, what psychologists call imagined interactions. Basically, that's when you imagine all the things you should.
But that's so weird though, because if you don't have an inner monologue at all, I don't want to be mean to those people, but who do you perceive yourself as? My inner monologue is me, right? The me that's talking right now is still me, but like when I'm thinking back about like me as a person, I'm like the perceivable me is the person in my head. So if you don't have a person in your head, who's you? Does that make sense, chat? I don't know.
What's not clear in all of this is why people have these different inner monologues or dialogues and what those differences say about them. We don't even really know where inner speech comes from. From an evolutionary standpoint, many experts think that inner speech came about as part of the process for generating overt speech. It may even be a side effect of sorts of spoken language that's been co-opted.
Stop. Don't call it a side effect, because then it makes it seem like we're not even fucking here. Holy fuck, dude. It's a side effect of spoken language. Yeah, like maybe repeated processing in your own head to try and learn how to speak a language better to communicate with others, and then you end up just communicating with yourself because you realize you can learn language from other people and learn things from other people, so then you can just do the same by questioning yourself. That's literally reasoning.
For other cognitive tasks. See, when you go to speak, your brain simultaneously sends signals to two different areas. One to motor parts of your brain to control the mouth and the tongue and stuff, and a copy to the sensory parts of the brain. The sensory signal allows the brain to make a prediction about what it's about to hear. Essentially, you recite the words in your head as you say them out loud. And it turns out that the same kind of signal occurs during inner speech. That may be why you can, quote, hear yourself. You're literally activating the hearing part of your brain. And some
yeah, dude! It's like a fake, oh my god, so then what do deaf people do? Well, they would see it. I'm assuming they would they see, like, Braille or something written? Sign language? You think they see, but it would be seen sign language. So they would use visual, like, imagery to kind of show their thoughts in their head. Wow, that would be so different. They would see the signs. Or not Braille. What am I saying? Braille's for blind people. So then what do blind people... Well, blind people, when they think, it would be in their head, obviously, just like speech, because they can hear. What am I saying? Braille, dude. But Braille for blind people, how would they imagine things? Well, they can't. But they could just imagine thoughts. But that would be similar to just inner speech. But they would probably play the experience back in some sort of different way in their head that's different from just inner speech.
There are cases of people with brain damage who lose their inner speech, but not the ability to talk, and vice versa. Still, inner speech could have helped people communicate better, which could explain why it evolved. This is just the prevailing hypothesis, though, and it's possible it's wrong. Also, it's likely that even if inner speech started this way, the brain has repurposed it for other uses. Those other uses might explain why it differs between people. Some psychologists think our everyday inner speech reflects conversations that we had out loud as kids, especially moments when our caregivers talked us through solving a problem or calmed us down. The idea is that these teaching moments get internalized as we grow up, and then we essentially replay them in our heads later better, which would explain why inner speech often resembles a conversation. And this could explain why, content-wise, it's often about self-regulation, things like problem solving, planning things out, time management, and motivation. Those are all things that someone would help talk their young child through. Plus, the same brain areas are—
Oh my God, you're like parenting yourself. You're like parenting yourself. Like you're or like coaching yourself. Like I immediately thought of like at the gym, if you're doing like cardio and you're like, fuck dude, like 10 more seconds, you'll say that in your head. But like that would just be the equivalent of what somebody else would say to you.
Activated during internal dialogic speech and when a person is thinking about someone else's experience and perspective. That would make sense if the voice in your head is basically your brain recycling someone else's words. So if this theory is correct, inner speech might be different between people simply because their upbringings and social interactions were different. We still don't know—
Is consciousness possible without language? I say no. I've talked about that on stream before, but I think the only reason you are conscious is because you had the capability to speak. If you weren't able to put thoughts into words, you wouldn't be conscious because you wouldn't have an inner monologue. Your inner monologue would only exist in emotions and imagery. You wouldn't be able to speak to yourself. And if you're not able to speak to yourself, then you're more an observer than the initiator.
But there are some big clues that inner speech plays an important role in cognition. So all those brain processes involved in thinking. For instance, scientists have used a test called a dual task paradigm to see how inner speech affects problem solving. Basically, they ask a person to solve a problem while—
Okay, yeah, I'm losing it. Why is this making you lose it?
Doing something else. And if that second task is physical, like tapping—
I say that, but the first time I thought about this, I remember I like freaked out. Like I'm used to it now. Like just thinking about like, damn, dude, like, am I even real? Like, fuck, dude. Do you think Daisy talks about you in your own head, in her head? No. I always wonder what my dog thinks though. And when they have dreams, I always wonder, like, because my dog will like dream and kick in her dream, and I'm like, damn, dude. Like she's imagining something. I don't know what it is, and I wonder how she perceives me. Right. Something I think about a lot is if I didn't win the race as a sperm, would it be my consciousness be in another body? I was literally thinking about that at the gym today. Or would I be myself, not exist at all? I believe, I was thinking about this in terms with crows. I always was like, damn, what if I was a crow? Well, then I wouldn't be me, and then I wouldn't exist. The only you that exists is the you that is now in the exact bodily form that you are and the exact experiences that you had. But then, what if you were still born by the same parents, you were a different sperm, and you lived the same exact life you live now? Would the you that exists now exist in that universe? No. You know, I'm not saying, I think, but there has to be a level of what that is, right? Like, what if one cell in my body didn't divide the way it did? I would still be me, right? But when does it not be me? When am I not me, right? If that one sperm still, you know, was different, but I lived the exact life I live now, and there was just I said the same name, and I was Joe, but I looked different, right? And I was different. I had different genetics. Would that be me? It would be a very similar consciousness. They would think exactly how I would. It would basically be a clone, mentally, not physically. It would be a mental clone of me, but it still wouldn't be me.
Inner speech may also be an important tool for memory, and more specifically, working memory. That's the memory where you store the information you want to access really quickly. One of the components in working memory is the ability to repeat information to yourself until you no longer need it, and for that, you need inner speech. In fact, people who do more self-managing—
Like studying, I always talk to myself in my head. That's what I don't understand. For inner speech, like if you're like reading quiz cards, maybe that's why some people suck at studying. Like if I'm using a Quizlet and I'm learning terms, I'm just going to repeatedly say the term in my head fucking hundreds of times until I fucking get it.
Speech, so things like talking—
Like I never study out loud either. That's probably how they would do it. They would talk. I'm assuming the people that don't have inner speech would maybe read it out loud and then say it out loud. But when I study, or when I used to study, I would fucking, because I just graduated. But I mean, I would in silence the whole time. I could have a 100-term, 200-term Quizlet, and I would just sit there and do it on my computer, or my phone, or my fucking, you know, whatever. And I would just sit there in silence. I would never talk. I would never talk out loud if I was studying.
So differences in how people talk to themselves might underlie differences in how well they perform different kinds of thinking. Inner speech may also play a part in mental health conditions. Research has connected it to depression and anxiety, for example. People who have more depressive tendencies tend to experience more depressive self-talk. And we know that people who are more anxious tend to engage in more self-critical inner speech. And it's not clear if these negative forms of inner speech exacerbate or even cause those those conditions, or if the conditions lead to higher amounts of negative inner speech. Those studies have found that if you ask people to think verbally about hypothetical situations, even positive ones, their mood is lower than if you ask them to picture the hypothetical situations instead. And that does support the idea that the speech part of inner speech might make people less happy for some reason. Other research has tied inner speech to symptoms common in psychotic disorders. For example, people with schizophrenia often report hearing voices of people speaking to them or telling them what to do. One theory is that those voices are actually inner speech. Remember that prediction signal I mentioned earlier? Well, some experts think that if something in that neural circuit is off, then the brain's usual way of identifying self-made sounds and thoughts could be off too. So basically, that person's brain might not be so great at separating sounds they generate from ones they hear. And that may mean that it also...
And yeah, no, it's the equivalent of when you have a song stuck in your head and you can't make yourself not think about it. Right? Like if I tell you don't think about squirrels, you're going to start thinking about squirrels. It's just like you have this weird input and you have no capability. Like now you're just going to keep thinking about squirrels for the next 5 fucking minutes. And you're going to tell myself, stop thinking about squirrels. Now you're going to start keep fucking thinking about squirrels. Right? Like if you tell somebody to think about something, they'll get more off topic than if you tell them not to.
Because of these potentially important roles in cognition and mental health, psychologists are eager to gain a better understanding of what inner speech is and why it happens. And figuring all that out could tell us a lot about, well, a lot, from how our brains develop and work to what's actually happening in a variety of mental disorders. But as of right now, we just don't know that much about this thing. Most of us do every day. There are a lot of big questions currently unanswered, like where inner speech comes from, why it differs between people, and what those differences mean. Like, can you change your inner monologue? Can you train yourself to think in conversations or to hear other voices or your own more often? We don't even know if you should want to make those changes, if there are benefits or downsides of different kinds of inner speech. And it's probably going to be a while before we have any clear answers, because our methods for studying it just aren't great. And there's a lot of debate over basic questions like how many people even do it in the first place. In the meantime, though, you can still talk about it amongst yourself. Thanks to Eric for asking us about this topic, and to all of our...
Wow. That was a good fucking video. Psycho for the 5. You're incredibly fried. I'm not incredibly fried. Fuck off. Fuck off. Chat, we're calling it there. I gotta eat. Next video. I 3D printed Luigi Mangione's ghost gun.
This is the gun used in the most high-profile assassination in recent memory. Well, it's not actually the literal gun Luigi Mangione allegedly used to kill United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
Allegedly still. Allegedly.
But it is the exact model of firearm, and we made it with just a 3D printer and some parts ordered off the internet. Some people call this a ghost gun because no government agency has any record of its existence. I didn't get a background check or show ID. No gun.
How do they regulate this? Because that's like really bad. You can just make a gun from online parts and not have to buy it. Is this TOS? No.
Control at all. I'm Andy.
It's educational.
Greenberg. I investigate this.
They don't right now. Well, I mean, I'm saying, yeah, they don't regulate it right now because how would they? You know what I mean? Because you're just buying individual parts that are used for other things. So they can't ban it because they have a use. It's not like you're buying ghost gun stuff that's only used to make guns. Like, you're buying things that you use to make a ghost gun that is also needed for other. So, like, how do they tell whether or not, what are they going to start going through regulatory processes to just buy random stuff?
Dark and subversive corners of the internet for Wired. This is Hack Lab. I made Luigi Mangione's gun. As a journalist, I've covered the digital DIY gun-making scene since the beginning. In 2013, I was there for the very first test of the first fully 3D printed gun, the Liberator. A couple of years later, I even built an untraceable AR-15 ghost gun in Wired's office to test just how far the tech had come. That was 10 years ago. Then, when Luigi Mangione was arrested in an Altoona, Pennsylvania McDonald's late last year, I wrote a news piece about the gun found in his...
Wait, I need a rewind. He made that? I didn't know Luigi Mangione used a ghost gun. I thought Luigi Mangione just used a regular gun and shot a guy. Do you think he used a ghost gun because you thought he would get away with it? Because what other reason are you using outside of trying to get away with the crime? Damn, Luigi Mangione thought he was going to kill the guy and then dip? I feel like if I was him, I'd be like, bro, you're killing like the CEO of like United Healthcare. Bro, they're finding your ass. Didn't somebody rat on him from like a McDonald's or something and they're not even getting the money for it? This is like months behind. That's like old news. I remember I would be pressed as fuck.
It's about the gun found in his backpack. According to the DIY gunsmiths I spoke to, it seemed to be a Chairman 1v1, a tweak of a popular partially 3D printed Glock-style design known as the FMDA 19.2, an acronym that stands for the libertarian slogan, "Free Men Don't Ask." So I wanted to know, how easy is it for someone to build a deadly and untraceable weapon like this now? Has the law finally caught up with the reality of ghost guns? To find out, I decided to make one. So I went to Araby, Louisiana, to a gun range outside New Orleans, owned by James Reeves, an attorney and a popular YouTuber.
James, nice to meet you.
Our experiment here that we're trying to do is to actually 3D print Luigi Mangione's gun, just like he did.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, thank you. But my question for you, first, as a lawyer, is all of this actually legal?
Totally legal, but it depends.
You can legally print a gun.
On the purpose. So if you're making a firearm for yourself, there's no prohibition in the Gun Control Act of 1968 that would prevent you from making a gun for yourself. If you're making it for someone else, if you're selling them, distributing, totally different story. You've got to have a license.
A lot of states have made this illegal, but here in Louisiana, like, we're still good to go?
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, free country down here, and the great state of Louisiana.
Over the years, the US government has certainly tried to regulate 3D printed and other kinds of ghost guns. After Cody Wilson released printable files for the Liberator online, the government ordered...
That looks like a Nerf gun. I would never... Dude, the guy made that and was like, yeah, let me try and shoot this thing.
Ordered his company, Defense Distributed, to take them down. By
That looks like the same material that my fucking friend in high school would sell fidget spinners out of. He would 3D print... Dude, that was a time to be a fucking hustler.
Released printable files for the Liberator online, the government ordered his company, Defense Distributed, to take them down. By 2018, Cody Wilson briefly won a legal fight to repost them on his website, but multiple states sued, shutting it down again. Then in 2022, the Biden administration really tightened regulations, requiring serial numbers and background checks for ghost gun kits, commercially available packages of parts which are designed to make it easy to finish and assemble a working
Why the fuck would I ever want to buy a ghost gun kit? Why wouldn't I just buy a gun?
gun. That led to legal challenges which were settled in March with a Supreme Court decision upholding those new regulations. But if you're not using one of those kits, it's really only state laws that restrict making ghost guns, and they vary really widely. New York enforces strict rules on self-made guns.
It's cheaper. Do you know how cheap guns are? Side note, this is coming from a dumb liberal. I thought guns were like thousands of dollars. Thousands of dollars. I thought if you wanted to own a pistol, that shit would be like $4,000. Bro, how much is a gun? Like, cheap. $400 to $1,500. You have $400, you get a gun? $400, you own a fucking killing weapon? Ugh.
Guns requiring serial numbers on the receivers. California even prohibits the sale of 3D printers if they're intended to make a gun. But for the rest of the United States...
What are they gonna fucking know? Do you plan on building guns with this 3D printer? No.
States in between, including Louisiana, where
you do a trust test?
We are now. It's still essentially the Wild West for DIY firearms. While the legal battle has gone back and forth, the technology has just kept relentlessly advancing. Since the first 3D printed gun parts began to surface online in 2012 and 2013, we've seen an explosion of digital DIY firearms. Fully or partially printable rifles, AR-15s, and even fully automatic printable machine guns. And thanks to a very committed community of online gunsmiths, many of whom are bent on defeating gun control, that evolution is still continuing. The first step to building the gun allegedly used by Mangione was easy. I found the gun plans online in minutes. Certain file sharing sites are packed with DIY firearm blueprints, detailed instructions.
Bent on trying to defeat gun control. I don't know, man. I feel like I get the vibe and the motion that they're trying to put forth of like, hey, fuck the government, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's the type of guys that are doing this shit. But you also got to think, the motherfuckers that are buying this to, like, make their own guns, maybe I'm stereotyping. If you told me, yeah, I'm 3D printing my own gun, I'm immediately thinking you're killing a motherfucker in 3 days. I'm immediately thinking you're going to commit murder. No part of me is going, you just want to own that gun. Like, you're just doing this for fun. No, you're going to kill someone. Like, that's... what person is buying a fucking 3D printed gun outside of literally to try and kill another human?
Everything. In states like California or New Jersey, parts of this gun printing process, even sharing the files, is illegal. But in Louisiana, no such law. In fact, according to US gun control laws, only one component, known as the frame of a Glock-style pistol, is considered the gun. If I make that part myself, say with a 3D printer, and I combine it with commercially bought components for the rest of the weapon, I can basically circumvent all regulations. So, armed with a shopping list and a credit card, we ordered everything we needed. A 3D printer, plastic filaments, and household products like epoxy were all just a few—
From Amazon! From Amazon! Imagine being the delivery driver for that shit. Do they know what's in the boxes? Probably not. Imagine you're an Amazon delivery driver. You know, you're like, dude, these all look like fucking gun parts to me. Fucking sitting there.
Clicks away on sites like Lowe's or Amazon. And the more specialized components were available on sites that sell gun parts, just not the guns themselves. A few days later, every ingredient I needed to make Mangione's gun arrived in the mail for the grand total of $1,144.67.
I mean, that has to be more than just buying the gun.
Plus shipping. And that includes the price of the 3D printer.
Oh, fuck.
Christmas Day. This looks like a slide. Very much like an obvious gun part. Kind of crazy that you can just order this. So it's kind of like a very interesting and fun technical challenge, but I keep having to remind myself not only that we're making a lethal weapon, but that I'm also potentially retracing the steps of an alleged murderer who carried out exactly this process. 3D printers work.
Wasn't Luigi Mangione also really fucking smart? I don't know why I'm talking about him in the past tense. Isn't he really smart? Like, he has an above average IQ. He went to an Ivy League. Like, the guy knows what he's doing.
By extruding heated plastic filament through a nozzle, layer by layer, to slowly create the object. We're gonna print 2 frames just to be sure. Printing these 2 frames will take about 13 hours, which is pretty quick. Back when Cody Wilson, a pioneer in the DIY gun movement, printed the Liberator.
That don't look like a gun. That do not look like a gun. That looks literally like a fucking water gun. You know, back when he made this, he pointed this at me and went, freeze! I'd go, what the fuck? I would laugh.
A pioneer in the DIY gun movement.
What is that?
Movement printed the Liberator, the original one-shot 100% 3D printed pistol in 2013. 3D printers were much slower, and the materials were pretty unreliable by comparison and cracked easily. When Cody Wilson tested that first ever 3D printed gun, he was concerned that it might blow up in his hands. He even used a string.
What?
To pull the trigger for the first time. To some degree, I'm still a little worried about that, to be honest. DIY gun fails are still pretty common. When I made an AR-15 in Wired's office in 2015, a gunsmith warned me the frame of the gun that I had made wouldn't be reliable enough and recommended I use an aluminum lower receiver I'd made with a computer-controlled milling machine instead. We're about to see how much that question of reliability has changed over the years. Okay, let's get started. Hopefully this whole experiment will literally blow up in my face.
Is it plastic? What is 3D printed? Like, what is the 3D printed material that he's using? How does plastic have enough structural integrity to be a gun and not fucking crack the second you shoot it one time? Carbon fiber?
The next morning, I returned to check on the 3D printed frames.
Probably a harder plastic.
This is pretty wild. Like, these things look like actual gun parts. So this looks like a big block, but all of this is support structure that just holds up the top of the frame here. So once I crack this off, oh yeah, I don't need to even clean anything out of this internal cavity here. This just looks almost like commercially made. It's so clean on the inside. It's just really impressive what a 3D printer can do today, overnight. So the frame is done. Now it's time to assemble this gun. I know from experience that it's tricky assembling a gun from scratch. There are lots of little pieces, and to be honest, I have no idea what I'm doing. So that's why I've reached out to a DIY gun expert and YouTuber who calls himself
That keeps his face covered in all his videos.
Shoot, repeat.
He's got a mask on. He shows his face. He's like, yeah, today we're going to be showing you how to make a fucking rocket launcher.
Prefers to keep his face covered to preserve his anonymity. So what do you think of this 3D printed 9mm frame?
It looks beautiful. It's very...
Oh, he uses his real voice. Whenever I see somebody wearing this getup, I immediately assume it's going to be like,
Yeah, I think the gun's really good. I don't really think there's anything wrong with it outside of potentially the outside casing.
Like, it would just be just dubbed over, or not dubbed over, just pitch change.
Excellent print quality.
So how do we get started?
So, do you see that hole there?
I saw the hole at the bottom, yeah. So you are a 3D printed gun aficionado. What is it about these things that appeals to you?
I think the thing I like the most about it, aside from exercising your constitutional rights, which is awesome, but you're able to make guns that you can't buy.
I need to have a conversation with this guy. Exercising your constitutional rights. I'd go, yeah, bro. What about all the people that use them to kill people? Like, what is his response? You know, like, I'm not trying to sound like a fucking pussy liberal right now, but I'd be like, this isn't even like gun control's a whole different argument. You're 3D printing a gun, going through no checks to make sure you're a sane person. Anyone can have an Amazon account. Like, you could be literally like a repeat criminal for violent crimes and order gun parts.
There are these really cool, intricate, neat designs that people create and test that you can make that you actually can't purchase in a store, but also to be anonymous and private with
He's building a fucking pistol.
Your gun making.
But there's also this element to 3D printed guns that somebody who's mentally ill or a felon or Luigi Mangione can, you know, fabricate their own gun and go out and commit a crime with it. I mean, how do you feel about that?
Freedom is ultimately dangerous. There's no way to stop people from hurting each other, unfortunately. I don't love that people commit crimes and kill each other with guns, but they are designed for killing. I'm not going to deny that. But we live in a country that is relatively free when it comes to a lot of our laws, and especially the Second Amendment.
It is kind of remarkable, the precision of this. It seems like a commercial piece.
The design of this particular pistol was so good in 2020 that it's still the go-to Glock style frame. It's open source, and designers can take the raw blueprint of this thing and then add their own tweaks to it.
If you really were like a lone wolf killer trying to make this thing alone in your garage, where would you learn this?
Or if you were just...
Why are you asking him that? Why are you? I don't want to know the answer to that. Why are we sharing that information to people? If you were like, you know, to say, if you were like a mass murderer and you wanted to like, you know, maybe kill a bunch of people, where would you go to? What websites would you specifically go to?
Someone who's into building guns and not a lone wolf killer. But there are assembly videos, particularly like the sites where you download some of the files. But it's a lot of trial and error.
The slide to me is like shocking to even look at. It's like, I can't believe this is just a component of a gun. And so it's just strange that like the regulated part is not the part that holds the rounds.
Yep, that's per the ATF. The ATF decided that. So thanks, ATF. This can be challenging because
I don't know what the fuck that is.
What can happen is the rear rails sometimes don't line up perfectly. Yep, now pull it back as hard as you can. Now let it go. All right, now we got our gun. And just make sure you don't point it at anyone.
I see the empty chamber.
Yep.
And now we're gonna put in one of these magazines.
So somebody said, so how far would you shoot this from 5.10 for a 5'10", 129-pound male? So if you were to 3D print this gun, and bear with me, and then you were on the third-story apartment kind of overlooking the
And which one do you think we should use?
What I found on the evidence photograph, there was two magazines. One was a Glock 17 magazine, which holds 17 rounds versus a Glock 19 magazine. This is a Magpul PMag. This one had jacketed hollow points in it. Going off that, I would say we should stick this one in.
This is essentially Luigi Mangione's gun, but we're still missing one component.
Yes, critical component.
Which is the suppressor.
Bullets. Oh.
Exactly.
Suppressors, also known as silencers.
Wait, where do you get bullets? If you got, don't you got to buy bullets? You can't build bullets.
Have been highly regulated under the National Firearms Act since 1934, and 3D printing one without a certain kind of gun-making license would be a serious felony. Since James has that license, he's going to do it for us.
So it's quite a process to legally own and possess a suppressor. The second you print out a suppressor, felony, prison, so it's a very...
Why don't they put... I'm going to sound so stupid. I don't know if they do this. Why don't they put tracking numbers on every bullet ever shot so it could just go back to a store and then an individual that it's sold to? Wouldn't that make a lot more sense? They do? I don't think they do because they always know what bullet it is, but it doesn't immediately go back. They have serial numbers of what bullet it is, but it's for each one. Bullet serialization is the process by which each individual round of ammunition is identified and marked with a laser engraved serial number. But is that unique to every individual bullet ever shot? Bullet tracings are unable to be traced back to a gun. The bullet can due to the rifling imprints left on the bullet as it marked down the barrel. Serial numbers on all firearms are needed, but not all bullets. Your bullet isn't traceable.
Very serious deal.
3D printed suppressors are a relatively new phenomenon, and the technology to make ones like the FTN suppressor allegedly found on Mangione has come a long way in a very short time. So the suppressor is printing, and it looks like it's going to take another 3.5 hours.
Yeah, it smells a little bit like a burning vacuum cleaner. When this is done, we actually have to fill out a couple set of federal forms.
After a few more hours of 3D printing, we had our suppressor. We wrapped it in hockey tape just as Luigi Mangione allegedly did. So I think we're now ready to put this thing together, right?
Yeah, go right ahead, thread it on.
Once I screwed it onto the barrel of our gun, we had the complete configuration he was accused of using as a murder weapon. This thing just got at least like twice as scary. Before heading to the range to test it, I wanted to get...
I think they look equally as scary. I think you putting a suppressor on it or not isn't really... I think it's a gun. Somebody pulls out a gun, I'm going, whoa, whoa, settle down here. You're the winner. You know, any situation. Okay, I'm listening.
Get the gun control side of the story. So I spoke to Nick Saplina at the nonprofit Everytown for Gun Safety.
3D guns are a whole new ballgame. I think 3D printed guns are about to have their moment.
I've covered this world of 3D printed guns since 2013. And back then, you know, I wrote about this believing it was kind of a science fictional future phenomenon.
I do not think this is a future problem. ATF estimated that between 2016 and 2022, over 70,000 ghost guns were recovered at crime scenes across the country. The technology has really come of age. The printers are better.
70,000 or 70,000 guns?
The materials are better and the designs are better.
There are models of gun that have come out in the last few years. These almost fully 3D printed semi-automatic rifles that truly look like something out of science fiction that are really powerful and really accurate.
One of the things that has developed...
Bro, that looks like a Call of Duty skin, bitch. This looks like a fucking BB gun. Like, if you showed me this, I would, unless I literally saw the bullets, I'd be like, oh yeah, this is like some airsoft fucking gun.
Something out of science fiction that are really powerful and really accurate.
One of the things that has developed over the last decade or more is a community of creators sharing designs and...
The bong gun? That's a Call of Duty camo. The bong shot.
Sharing designs and improving upon each other's designs. And a lot of that are values that creators, I think, really can embrace. But we can't lose sight that this is about firearms. You have a right to personal protection, but when you're purposefully creating firearms that are flooding communities with illegal firearms that are used in crimes, and when we're innovating to make them harder to regulate, you have to ask yourself the question, just how serious is this community about doing their part to protect the community? I mean, we have seen already that you can actually have most of the parts of the firearm be fully 3D printed. That is the state of the art right now, and that is going to be the next chapter of the ghost gun problem in this country.
Wow.
I might look calm.
And they're gonna test it. What if it fucking blows up in his hand?
On the surface, but to be honest, I'm sweating a little bit. It's a strange moment when this kind of abstract and technical series of steps finally comes together.
They could ban the guns. You can't just ban the guns. You can't ban 3D printers. They can't ban the parts used.
And you remember that you've created something really powerful and quite dangerous. In fact, the exact gun that appears to have killed a man on the streets of Manhattan last year. So for this first shot, I'm gonna just hold it to the side from the hip, just in case this slide flies off the 3D printed frame and goes backwards at a high speed. Moment of truth. Wow.
How'd we do? Intact?
Totally flawless, yeah.
Nice. Decently quiet for supersonic ammunition as well.
Well,
all right, now hold it sideways.
Let's load it up again.
All right.
Do a trick shot. I don't know. It's kind of sounding. It's not looking like it's kind of smooth sliding up and down there. I feel like something's getting jammed in the mix here. This is a little clunky.
I don't know. Let's see.
I don't know. I feel like he's nervous to shoot. I'd be like, I don't want to shoot that.
Another misfire. So I guess what's happening here is that the suppressor is preventing it from cycling properly?
Yes. What's happening is the slide's coming forward, but probably not quite enough to strike the primer and then cause a detonation downrange. But we did get a couple there. So I want to kind of give it a shot
Yeah.
and see if I can break it in a little bit. As we saw in the
Break it in?
CCT camera video, he was going like this after every shot, hitting the back of the slide like you did correctly. But I want to actually see if this is going to function without the suppressor attached.
Let's do that. Let's take it off.
Okay.
In a normal semi-automatic Glock, the upper part of the gun, known as its slide, which retracts with every shot, resets the trigger and loads a new round into the chamber. In the video of Thompson's murder, the gun allegedly fired by Mangione appears not to have functioned. That's a result of the suppressor attachment preventing that rechambering. And yet, the CEO killer in the CCTV video didn't panic or stop to diagnose his ghost gun's apparent malfunctioning. He reacted quickly, racking the gun, shooting it, and racking again, as if he knew exactly how the weapon he had made would perform. Had the assassin practiced with his gun at a range to break it in? Had he, in fact, engaged in exactly the type of troubleshooting we were doing right now?
Not everything works, and so you got to do it.
Wow, dude. This is like, this is so new to me. I'm sorry I'm not commentating as much on this back half. I feel like I'm learning stuff. I didn't know about any of this. I knew 3D printed guns were a thing. I thought it was a lot harder to make them than it seems.
Do a little bit of filing sometimes. We've done a little bit of modifications. We're going to see if it runs semi-automatic.
You take it for a spin.
Oh my God. Yeah, they
so
need
close.
to push it in every time. So, okay, so it's less functional than a regular gun.
Now. Oh, there we go. Oh, there it is. Yep.
Here you can see that when we take off the suppressor, the gun functions as a truly
Okay, never mind.
semi-automatic firearm. All right, let's try the suppressor.
Fuck.
Sir.
Let's do it. So we got the suppressor on. We made some modifications to the barrel and the slide. Hopefully it'll run.
All right, now we're just shooting the gun a million times. What's next?
Crappy commercial part. You know, I imagine that for allegedly Mangione himself, he probably had similar kind of hiccups and then probably did take a file to it at some point.
Indeed, and it seemed like he knew that it was going to malfunction in the way that we just saw and was ready for that malfunction to happen.
Right. In my hands is the gun that allegedly killed CEO Brian Thompson. The same Glock-style pistol, same parts, same suppressor. As I squeezed the trigger and racked the gun in the exact same way the killer allegedly did, I felt the same explosive recoil he would have. And it drove home the disturbing realization that our experiment in building a lethal, uncontrollable weapon had been a success. What kind of law or regulation do you actually imagine could get a grip on this issue?
The key part of this is to make breaking the law harder. And the way you make breaking the law harder is to focus on the 3D printers and the sort of firmware and software that make them work. We've been here before with money counterfeiting and the software companies like the Adobe.
Yeah, but then what are you're gonna restrict 3D printer usages from individuals? Because 3D printers are still used for so many other things. Like, there's probably a bunch of people in my chat that own 3D printers and don't use them to fucking build guns. Like, I know a lot of people that have 3D printers. It's just a normal thing. People use them for products and creative things or art.
Adobes of the world detect whether you are trying to print currency. You can't do it. We're starting to have conversations with the folks behind these printing companies that are like, yeah, we can detect it and we can stop our—
Oh, they're saying they want to make it so the 3D printer physically will not print a weapon part. You don't have, there's like safety nets. You're only able to do specific things. They understand what you're printing.
Our printer from printing.
Yeah, you could just override it.
I can already imagine the incredible backlash to any effort to kind of put DRM on 3D printers or try to just restrict computers, essentially, that people own.
I'm in the business of trying.
I think restricting computer usage is a lot different than restricting the usage of you to print certain things that could be harmful to others. I feel like that's fair. I wouldn't say that's a restriction of your rights to not enable you to print a fucking gun barrel on a 3D printer. I think that's fair fucking game. If you get mad about that, you just sound like a serial killer.
Trying to
go buy a gun,
save lives. And the fact,
go pay for a legal gun.
The matter is gun violence is the #1 killer of children and teens in this country. And there's lots of room for legal ownership, for even maybe legal printing. But the idea that we're going to sort of sit this one out because the crypto anarchists have won is not going to happen. And they're going to find that those of us in the gun safety
crypto anarchists
debate have a lot of fight in us as well.
I've successfully made a ghost gun. Now I have a problem. I can't legally take it back to New York, where I live, and I can't legally leave it here in Louisiana or give it to someone else either. So I'm going to turn in the parts I made to the local police. Hopefully they're not going to ask too many questions. I think we've proven that a dozen years after I first started
I would have like burned it.
Writing about 3D printed guns.
You just throw it in a fire.
It's actually easier than ever before to use digital tools to build a deadly weapon with total privacy and impunity in most of the United States, despite every effort by gun control advocates. Until that changes, and as 3D...
It's illegal to burn it. Oh my fucking God. Well, so that's the only way you can get rid of it? What do they do with it? They probably end up fucking burning them too. Or crushing them.